Welcome, everybody. Broadcasting here in Costa Mesa, California. This is LACrits.com, and we are live. It's a tremendous day, what promises to be action-packed all day long. The Costa Mesa Grand Prix is back in loving memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. And there's the action out on course right now. That is your start-finish. As they'll be pummeling down southbound, and our pictures there showing the final corner. And right now out on course we have the 30-plus, mixed 40-plus, in a three-man breakaway. A 20-second time gap is now tumbling, and it is shrinking a bit with Bahati's group there at the front. It looks like it could be Salazar. Our three riders in the move. Brandon York with Farmer Cycling in that blue kit. And a very strong rider, Eric Anderson, also in the move. And there they are right there. And also in that move is Rigo Mesa, Amazing Mesa in that move. And it is looks like it is eroding. They had a full stretch, and it is coming down to around about a 15-12 second time gap. And we're picking up roughly 20 minutes remaining in this bicycle race. 1.04 lap. 1.04 mile lap. We're going to call it a 1 mile lap here today. Right-hand turns only. The course is shaped as a trapezoid under silver gunmetal skies. We had a little bit of precipitation early this morning, and it looks like the weather is definitely cooperating with us. A brilliant day indeed. Welcome, everybody. You are listening on LACrits.com. And it's all up for grabs. This is a tremendous field right here with none other than Mr. Bahati is in this. He's in the field, and also Mesa in that move has really got good legs. He's been racing some stage races early season, coming into this race with a very good block. Mesa racing for Stage 2 Cyclery out of Murrieta, California. Yeah, beautiful day indeed. Around about 65 degrees, ideal conditions for bicycle racing here in the heart of Orange County. We've already witnessed an emotional win by none other than Bart Clifford, taking the win in the 55-plus. It was indeed an emotional win, and a lot of the family, the Clifford family here, some coming from all the way from Costa Rica. And there are three riders in that move. And on the screen you're seeing that is turn number 4. That is the final corner. And here is your chase. Our three riders once again, Mesa, York, and Anderson. Sharon Smith also in this group right here. He's got methods to winning starting to queue up. You can see the splashy electric yellow kits as they come forward to try to shepherd Mr. Sharon Smith. They're going to time this. I think Anderson has got very good legs, but I think, well, if you're going to wage 50-50, do you go for the break or do you pick the pack? Certainly Bahati's cracking the whip. I'm not sure if he's got incentive or not to drive this back, to pin it. Part of the confusion is Anderson may have jumped teams. I know he was with Methods last year. So that is a sticky wicky as it unfolds. Sharon Smith repping the red, white, and blue. Splashy, patriotic kit indeed. Unfurled by our friends at LEL. Today we're also racing for a winner's jersey, put on a tremendous looking jersey. Thank you, Armin, with Ice Sportswear. Rahsaan Smith having won nationals twice now. I think in 2021, the jersey was transferred from Super Dave Kessel of Monster Cycling in the Criterium Masters race. Kind of cool to have it stay in Orange County, or I should say Southern California. In fact, I remember seeing on video Kessel coming over, one of the first to congratulate Rahsaan Smith winning nationals for the first time in 2021 after knocking on the door for several years. Of course, there's no shame in losing to Ivan Dominguez in Bend, Oregon back in the day. And here we go. Not yet on lap cards. Our three riders, and they are well organized. Does indeed look like this gap is just sort of maintaining. There might be a little bit of shrinkage in the gap. Just a minor shrinkage, like kind of like a cheap suit shrinkage. Not full George Costanza. And look at this. The chase is on a razor. A little bit of indecision. Whose turn next as they string it out. Certainly the peloton looking frothy and hungry. Rahsaan Smith has a blistering sprint and a perfectly shaved head, ladies and gentlemen. I'm serious. You can see reflection in his dome. The dude is vaxxed and waxed. That's right. Perfectly round dome on my brother, and it beams rays into outer space. Unlike my pebble head, the Champ, I think that thing is lacquered and warmly varnished. No laps yet. Word in, we got 6 laps to go in this bicycle race, so we are getting down into the nitty-gritty. And like I tell Rahsaan Smith, if in doubt, if you read that blitz and it's coming in hot, you can always call the audible. Omaha, Omaha. Anderson looking good. This is going to be tremendous. Who's it going to be today? The 35 plus out on course. All right, look at this. 3 riders, and they are definitely seeing an erosion. That time advantage starting to tumble. But again, well organized, and so is the chase. My goodness, is that Bahati taking a tug at the front? Hard to say, but definitely was a Bahati Foundation kit with 5-6 to go. And here comes our 3 riders, and once again, it's sort of a maintaining of that time cushion. And that break is just going breakneck speed, and that is indeed a Bahati at the front taking a tug and trying to hot up the speed. My goodness. And look at that pull. He is causing some major fractures in the peloton. You can see there's tension, and riders starting to pop off attrition in the 35 plus. Rahsaan Bahati, the GOAT of Criterium bicycle racing. I mean, there can only be one, right? And they are coursing through. That's between turn number 1 and 2. That is the longest stretch of the trapezoid. The trapezoid being east-west on the bottom of that configuration, the longest stretch. And the other stretches are all narrowing and getting shorter because of the trapezoid figure. Turn 1, 2, the long stretch. 2 to 3, the shorter chicane stretch. Right-hand turns only, and 3 to 4 is about 50% of the 1 to 2. Bit of a ziggurat shaped, if you will. And then they come in 4 is an honest 200 meters with a slight chicane. Interesting to see Bahati and Rahsaan Smith out there on course. And look, the shoulders are starting to rise a little bit. This is the cat and mouse that we're seeing with 5 laps to go. Our 3-man breakaway busting out with 5 to go. Sounds like Mike Hecker ringing the bell for a preem lap or getting into the gambler zone, right? Cash money on offer with 5 to go. Chris Hahn showing the face of pain, trying to get that move. This is absolutely a blistering pace. And can that break survive?
Maybe you should. Yeah, are you saying 4 when they get to the line? Yeah. So maybe you stand by the card and do this. Because if I'm announcing 4 and he changes to 3, I'm screwed. Okay, so when they come through, it's going to be 3. Okay, give me confirmation at some point with your fingers. But you can still get about 3 at the line, is the way we say it.
All right. So we got the 35 plus out on course right now. It's going to be 3 laps at the line, a 1-mile lap. Yeah, there is an expression that I think of often when I think of Bahati, who is the mentor of Rahsaan Smith. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear. There got a point where Bahati did not really feel the need, nor was it received, to give advice anymore once Rahsaan Smith attained that level. And now Rahsaan Smith is going to pass on that information to the next generation. Here's our 3 guys coming through. They are absolutely on fire with 3 to go. All right, this is it. The ultimate self-sacrifice. 3 laps remaining with a 13-second times. Yes, the 13-second time gap, which could be tumbling. There might be some erosion in that time advantage. That split was 13 seconds half a lap ago. And look at Mr. Rahsaan Bahati at the front. And he's showing Costa Mesa what is up. No fear for sampling of the wind as he heads southbound straight to the Pacific Ocean. Still holding that tug. That is a serious chop by Rahsaan. It's on Bahati. Well, this leads me to believe that Eric Anderson is not on the Bahati Foundation team. Although on the start list it does indeed say Bahati Foundation. Now remember, Brandon York is in that move as well. Brandon York, 35-pluser. Eric Anderson and Rigo Mesa are both 40-plus in that 3-man break. So if you're Brandon York in that blue kit racing for Farmers, there is no reason to pull back. There is no reason to play gambit, to play games. You are all in if you're Brandon York, rider number 318. All right, the picture's showing cleanly that we've got 3 to go. When they come through, it'll be 2 to go. Masters 35 plus, 1, 2, 3 out on course. This is the course. This is the front end of the break. And look at this. You're starting to see that chase is definitely chomping in to the real estate. Too tough to call. And this is stretch number 2 to 3, and through the start-finish line, our 3-man break with 2 laps to go, 2 to go. And look at the pressure as they come through start-finish, heading southbound. There's Ronnie Toth and Sharon Smith riding wheel number 7, 8, 9. Look at them. They're making that sinusoidal turn. That just says that this has been on. This race is full gas for the last 20 minutes. The organization of that three-man break is tremendous. So those three riders just crushing it, bursting through all the corners and ripping up the tarmac here in Costa Mesa. Yes, these are endurance athletes, but they also have the tenacity, the dexterity to handle these tight corners and tight finishes. And thank you for watching every tight finish in Technicolor here at lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. And our three-man break right here. Once again, that is the stretch of road between 3 and 4. 4 corners, 1 mile lap. And there they go, making that corner, coming in clean. You can see the moto. This is your final stretch, 35, 40 with 1 lap to go. Your three-man breakaway. They've been out there for at least 20 minutes. Well-oiled machine. 3 riders digging with 1 lap, with 1 lap to go here at Costa Mesa. My goodness, they look like they can hang on. You're going to see, look at this. The chase is a little bit relaxed. Oh my goodness, did they time it? We shall see. There's another 2 bursts out of that pack. Trust me, they are in eyesight. 3 riders with about 10, 12 seconds. They are not in the magic 20-second zone. That is where you know you're good. But look, that chase right there does not look organized. A little bit of indecision as methods to winning is starting to conglomerate at the front on the final lap with 3 corners to go. Got a little pile up on turn 1.5. It will get a little bit chippy out there. There is incidental contact in this sport, ladies and gentlemen. Does not appear to be in any sort of trouble. There's Jim Robbins. All right, Jimmy, don't give it up. And we are on the final lap here, 35-40 plus, at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix in loving memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. So to win, it requires warrior mentality. It's paramount to have tenacity, grit. You've got to be able to go deep in this sport. 10 minutes seems like a lifetime when you can breathe barely through a cocktail straw. And we've seen Bahati take some snappy pulls out to the front. Interesting tactics on display. And now the 3 riders, it's getting a little bit grippy up there, isn't it? Some tactics between York and Anderson and Rigo Mesa. And there comes our 3 riders. It looks like they're going to make it. I think they're going to make it. They're going to hold on and hang on in the final stretch right now. Righty, 3 riders coming in home. Who's it gonna be? This is the Costa Mesa Grand Prix 35 plus. Boom, it looks like Eric Anderson has done it. Unofficial Eric Anderson taking the win, and here comes the sprint for 4th out on the road as they come rumbling and tumbling at breakneck speed. Looks like Monster taking the field. Sharon Smith 2nd in the field. Our 3-man breakaway surviving. York, Anderson, and Mesa holding off the hungry, frothy peloton. Job well done. Well, there you have it. The break can survive. Memoranda to the riders coming up. The break can hang here. It is not just a typical field sprint type course. The flags are dancing just a fraction. The wind's starting to pop up a little bit. It's going to be very interesting throughout the day as that prevailing wind will pick up. We are only, 5 miles from Pacific Ocean. So we're going to see throughout the day a change in the atmospherics. Yeah. Big shout out to Majestic Cycling. They have done a tremendous job. For those of you who think that these races go on without human intervention, you'd be sadly mistaken. It definitely takes a team. And Alfie Sanchez, the foundation, has done a tremendous job conducting surgery all week long with a chainsaw. We are talking about everyday grinders getting it done and really stepping up. It's a distinct honor and privilege to be here today. I'm David Worthington. Back in the day, we raced here around about 10 years ago. We had a race here, and actually Rahsaan Bahati there at Start Finish won this race as a pro when they held it 10 years ago here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. And then back in 1990, we also had a race here for about 3 years on a team that I actually was a member of, the Orange Coast Community College and Boston Bicycle team. Put on this race for 3 years straight, around about 1990. And we had 1 year where there was actually an earthquake. The Category 4s, which I was in that field. I was a beginner. We got a little rock and rolling, and a few riders kind of tumbled down, and nobody was hurt for the weather, but certainly a memorable day, and we are making new memories today. Here it is, March 3rd, 2024. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching LACrits.com. Say again? Okay, York second, Dennis. Yep. So York got second and then Mesa? Yeah, so I was right. I called it right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, confirmation on that. Unofficial, of course. We'll suss out the official results. Eric Anderson taking the win. Crossing the line was York, and Mesa was crossing the line third. So Brandon York, a very heady ride for him. He actually is first place in 35 plus and first place on 40 plus. Eric Anderson, followed by Rigo Mesa. Checking the schedule, next on the menu we have Category 2-3s scheduled to go at 11:45, so it looks like we are on Swiss time, pretty close to being on schedule. Our Category 2-3s will be racing for 50 minutes. You're watching LACrits.com, broadcasting live from Costa Mesa, California. You are looking at our Category 2-3s. Racing for 50 minutes with receiving their final instructions by Chief Official Stevie B. And looking at the menu after the 3-4s. 3-4 scheduled to go 135. Our pro men at 220 on the schedule. Our pro men at 220 racing for 70 minutes, 70 red hot minutes. And boy, is that race stacked. That field is stacked like Pringles in a can. Our Category 2-3s on the line. And we're off and underway, racing for 50 minutes. Right on schedule, 11:45 on the AM. And it's so fabulous, everybody coming together, and that's sort of what this is about today. It's about good sport, and it's about, basically, it's about reflecting on our own life and thinking about when we lose the life, in this case, in recognition and fond memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. We reflect on our own loss and loved ones, past and present. A beautiful day indeed here in Costa Mesa, California. You are watching live streaming on LACrits.com, setting the new standard. And here come the Category 2-3, the field coursing through, start finish. Indeed, a beautiful sight. I want to thank our sponsors, Audi Fletcher Jones, the Halpern Law Firm, Signature Payments, and EXP Realty. Great to be back with you all here in Costa Mesa, California. Sport and music it's a valued form of escapism. Sports and music is the remedy of space and time. So thrilled to be here today, back in my hometown of Costa Mesa, California. Keep Mesa cool, because we bend, we do not break. Namaste. Once again, category 2-3s out on course. 5 minutes into the race. We are racing for 50 minutes, 45 remaining out on course. And here comes our field right now in the category 2-3s. You can hear them swooshing by. One of my favorite sounds is carbon and rubber carving up the atmosphere at 28, 30, 35 miles an hour. These cats will be sprinting at 40 plus. I think Corey Williams is looking at 43 miles an hour. I know he reached that speed at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix after winning 3. I know there's only 4 riders, I believe, that have won 3 at Manhattan Beach, and 2 of them are Williams. And the third, Scott McKinley, and the fourth, a man named Rahsaan Bahati. Now Bahati did it in 3 years. He went back to back to back at Manhattan Beach. So he can look down upon these studs on Mount Rushmore, the Williams brothers, and Scott McKinley, and say, hey, man, how come it took you guys 5 years to get 3? I did it in 3. The race has been around for 60 years. Good things to come here at Costa Mesa, the Grand Prix. A beautiful site. What a great location. Right in the heart of Orange County. Easy to get to from south or north. We're about 90 miles north of San Diego proper and about 35 miles south of Los Angeles. City of Costa Mesa incorporated in 1953. My hometown, and the population is quadrupled, I believe. We're at 112,000 population in the city of Costa Mesa. And one of the stories behind Costa Mesa growing from 17,000 population in 1953 to 112 today, 2 words, my friends, lima beans. Lima beans, which ended up being South Coast Plaza. Henry and Renee Segerstrom built this town. A mall in the middle of a bean field. Nobody's going to go. Build it, and indeed they will come. Our category 2-3 is coming hot right now through start finish. Looks like Big Orange there at the front. Beautiful field. Starting to fracture just a fraction already. And when you see a little bit of creasing, a little bit of daylight, that's indicative of it being red hot out on course. And imagine that. This is 7 minutes into a 50-minute race. Bike racing is a very difficult sport. Evoke at the front. That looks like Bart Clifford. Subaru Montgomery at the front trying to bring this back. What an emotional win for Mr. Bart Clifford earlier. And certainly a teary moment in his interview post-race. You can only imagine he's got family coming from all corners of the world, including Costa Rica. Not a dry eye in the house. From all accounts, Taylor Elizabeth Clifford was a shining star. She was a surfer, But there's the expression that the flame that burns twice as bright, burns half as long. But we're here in remembrance, but also we're here for celebration. Good times in Costa Mesa. All right, the chase is on. We'll get the name of that Evoque rider. Definitely, it looks like they're going to get pulled back on this lap at this rate. That gap shrinking like a cheap suit. All right, we hope to be joined later on by Rahsaan Bahati, the GOAT. He might be racing in the pro race. Once again, 220, our men pro going for 70 minutes. And they will be followed by the elite women 123, racing at 3:35. In the spirit of gender equality, we have the exact same prize purse for both men and women pros. Once again, out on course right now, category 2-3s. Pressure is on with about, so we got a split in the field, about 8 riders. And there they make that round. That is the final corner as we look at the pictures right now facing northbound. Our camera is pointed north. As you can see, Subaru Montgomery taking a tug and pulling off. And there's definitely some stress in that brake. It's swelling up. Looks like they're going to convalesce. Those riders are going to have maybe 12, 13 in that group, which sounds like a good deal, but often the numbers get too big because you got carriers and passengers that are not punching tickets. So often in the spirit of non-cooperation, that could cannibalize that brake. Likely will launch a counter coming from this move. It looks like they have been absorbed. And there's that Evoque rider once again pulling off. College try. Course is in excellent condition today. We had Mother Nature help a little bit with support. Yesterday we had a couple torrential rainstorms. Mother Earth is thirsty, so we appreciate the aquifer replenishment and got to have Mother Nature clean the course. A little bit of spritz, steam cleaning, so the course is immaculate. There have been no punctures all morning long. And what a beautiful course it is. You can see the tree-lined streets, a lot of green grass. We are just across the street from the South Coast Collection, also known as SoCo. SoCo, abundant, dozens of restaurants over at SoCo. It's just a block away to the south at the Highland Plaza. Dozens of restaurants, design centers. You can go to, you can have an oyster bar. There's a juiceries there. There's a Portola Coffee. My favorite restaurant in Orange County, Arc, restaurant, which is owned by the mayor of Newport Beach, Noah Blum. Noah Blum is Epicurean from Los Angeles, also in San Francisco years, and he has brought his culinary expertise to Orange County, opening 2 more restaurants soon. The Arc restaurant is the first of its kind here at SoCo, a block away. I'd highly recommend having a meal there, a dinner there, maybe on date night, maybe perhaps a little cocktail. They have these beautiful blocks of ice that they sculpt by hand for your, what do they call it? They call it a tobacco and coffee bean old fashioned. If you're not into spirits, that's fine. They can serve you up, and they also have tremendous menu of ham, turkey, steak, and vegan. They've got gluten-free menu. It's absolutely delightful. The Arc restaurant, they're at the OC Mix. All right, this just in, we have our results for the 40 plus and 35 plus. We saw a 3-man breakaway survive, and there was a split. There was 1 rider in 35 plus and 2 in the 40 plus. In the 40 plus, our top 3 taking that sprint in the 40 plus was Sharon Smith in 3rd place. By the way, he was led out in 4th place was Rahsaan Bahati, going back up the ladder. 2nd place, Rigo Mesa with Stage 2 Cyclery. Mesa having a tremendous early season already with a good block of training, and he's done some racing down there in Mexico. Taking the top step, ferocious athlete, talking about Eric Anderson. Eric Anderson taking the win, top step in the top 3 in the 35 plus, taking 3rd place. Jack O with Big Orange Cycling. And 2nd on the pyramid, Matt Easter. And in 1st place, riding for Farmers, Brandon York. And thank you everybody for joining us. We are LACrits.com, live coverage here in the heart of Orange County, Costa Mesa, California. You think it's him? Check, check. All right, thank you once again. Welcome to lacrits.com. We are live here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Promises to be action-packed day, all day long. Welcome, everybody. This is the CMGP in loving memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. This is an event rich in emotion, history, and storylines. So we are here really not just to remember, but to celebrate. And part of celebration is looking back at this sport, because we all have to be together really for this sport to flourish. And one of the human beings and athletes that really galvanized and got this sport really rolling and kind of took it to the next level, certainly, you know, coming from Los Angeles, from Compton, we're talking about Rahsaan Bahati, who in my mind, there's really no debate. He is the GOAT in criterium bicycle racing. And, you know, somebody uses the phrase, goats. There's no such thing as goats, right? There can only be one. And so we're going to bring in the GOAT. And he's bashful. I don't know that he's going to, I know he'll embrace it, but I know that Mr. Bahati is an extremely humble man. So we're going to bring him on shortly. But certainly it is going to be my distinct honor to hang out with Bahati, and we're going to bring him on shortly. And thank you, Ray Mars, for making this happen. What a tremendous genius he is. And I just can't say enough about lacrits.com elevating the game. Goodness gracious. I mean, Bahati and I raced. Sometimes there would be, for me, I was on a pager, right? And I was communicating walkie-talkie and stuff. So I'm much older than Bahati. But it's really cool to have Bahati here in the booth. I'm David Worthington, and you're watching lacrits.com, and the Category 2-3s are out on course right now. And we are going to be joined by Bahati soon as we get the wires.
I'm here, man. I'm here. Just getting my levels right. Nope.
Yeah, he's here. He's got his cans on. Yeah, he's got the headphones on.
Just doing a little technical 1, 2, 3. A little technical 1, 2, 3.
I hear you now, Mr. Bahati.
All right, we in business, baby.
I love it. I love it. Rahsaan Bahati, we are in business indeed, man. Welcome to Costa Mesa. Do you remember that being here back in about 10 years ago winning this bicycle race?
I do, and I have fond memories, man. I started naming off some of the riders that was in the pro race. Of course, I was a professional racer back then. Actually, I was not a professional racer back then. I was racing under my own team. I was about 1 or 2 years removed from being a pro. And, yeah, I definitely remember how hard this course was. We had a lot of hitters in that Pro 1-2 race.
Well, Rahsaan, I mean, remember, this is really third generation Costa Mesa Grand Prix, right? So there was one in around about 1990, and then there was another one like 10 years ago.
Yeah, like 2013, 2012, somewhere in there. Yeah. I remember that one.
Yeah. And that was. We have a story that we'll try. Maybe we'll roll that out later so people can listen. Where we integrated your ability to be as a musician into.
That's right. You got a memory like an elephant. Man.
Right. There was a day.
We went to the studio right down the street here.
Right down the street.
I
and we tracked you, Mr. Bahati, and you nailed it. I feel like you came in a little cold, and we'll break that down, and we're going to play it if we can turn it up at some point.
Look at you.
We have it here for you. I'm talking about tracks where Bahati wins the race, gets his glory, his toils, and he gets the photo op and the flowers and the cash, and then we whisked him away. Some of us musicians. Now, I'm not really a musician. I write some music, but my musician friends whisked him to the studio, and Bahati laid down some sweet tracks, man.
Man, I grew up with music. Music was the first thing I learned to do. 5 years old, my dad taught me how to play saxophone. So reading music just music in general has always been in our household. I have 3 kids now, and there's violins, bass guitars, electric guitars, drums, congos, shakers, triangles. I mean, you name it. We got all kind of musical instruments in our house. So music is part of our soul.
That's right on. I can rock that shaker as well, and I've learned some percussions in my years. And you came in, and your father being part of that, the music. So it's third generation with your kids. And I got to say, man. Well, for some of you who don't know, and because Bahati is pretty humble about this, but he really pursued his degree in music at the University of Indiana, and that probably was even one of the reasons why maybe you weren't a European star because because education first. I've heard you say it before.
Yeah, at the time it wasn't education first, man. I got to be honest with you. I didn't really like school. I wanted to be a bike racer. I had the ultimate dream of racing the Tour de France, but it didn't line up for me that way. And I ended up at school at Indiana University. Didn't even go there to study music, but ended up finding a 200-level class called IU Soul Review, which it helped me fall back in love with music again. And, the rest is history.
Hey, that's pretty awesome. Are you integrating music at all with the Bahati Foundation in what you're doing?
Yeah, so we have 3 pillars: education, music, and sports. So music is definitely one of the things we hang our hat on and make sure that, we can continue to help schools that are underserved, make sure they still have the arts in their school district or in that particular school. We can't support the whole school district, unfortunately, but for now, we take one school at a time.
That's tremendous. And really, I think basically providing bikes and drums. I mean, that can help a lot of the ills of society. Bikes, drums, music, horn section. And to me, in my mind, I've always thought, I'm sure I'm not alone in this, but there's a certain music to all sports, and specifically bicycling, because of the cadence, right? The rhythm. I mean, you're very musical. You are still musical. 7 days ago, I saw a joystick move from you on Instagram, and that was a musician's move. I swear to God. That was, you came in hot. There's a picture of you at the Major Motion Race. About Hughes
King
Park.
Queens, yeah.
And you did a zigzag joystick paradiddle in there.
Paradiddle, yeah, exactly. I haven't heard that word in a long time.
That's right, on the ones and twos. And so, I think you came in, or you were hitting triplets, and you were doing some polyrhythms. And we'll play that track later on the Dos Gatos track. And my record people are giving you a shout-out right now. They're saying, hey, tell Bahati what's up.
Dos Gatos.
Yeah, the Dos Gatos record was fun. It was a legacy project, and really, as I look back, more and more proud of it. We're big in Japan,
Japan.
We didn't sell any records here, but we're real big in Japan.
I got to save my ducats to take my daughter to Japan when she graduates college.
Is that on her bucket list or yours?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
We'll see. I told her, top of the class, maybe. When I got out of school, I got a congratulations, and you move on. There's no trip involved.
Yeah, that's kind of a new thing, isn't it?
I didn't go to my graduation. Fun fact.
You didn't go?
Nope.
What happened?
High school either. Bike racing got in the way. I'd rather bike race instead.
A wild guess.
Yeah.
It's because you were hitting the road, right? I look back at the sheets in year 2000, and we're not going to age date anybody because I'm prehistoric, but 2000, I'm looking at you, Rahsaan. I mean, you won a triple crown as a junior. You won it's an impossible triple crown. It's never been done. Junior National Crit Championships, Junior National Road Championships, and winning the U.S. Elite Crit Championships. That was the open.
As a junior.
As a damn junior. And that was a triple crown, and that's just not going to happen again. I can't imagine. So that was 2000. Do you remember every keystroke on that too?
I do. Yeah, because 2000 was the year. It was my last year as a junior, and you know, any normal kid, I guess, goes to college, but I didn't want to go, and I just wanted to be a bike racer. So the ultimatum from my household with my parents was to have goals and go after those goals. And you know, it was kind of like if you could obtain and reach those goals, and yeah, you can go to Europe. And so like winning, I had to win because all I wanted to do was race my bike. So winning junior nationals was at the top of the list. Winning elite nationals wasn't really on the list. But, you know, you get to a bike race, and no matter what's up for grabs, it's a bike race, and you race to win, and that's what happened.
Was that Downers Grove?
It was Downers Grove.
Yeah. A really technical course. I mean, you probably let me ask you, I mean, nobody's listening except for Japan. How much, how do I say this, like shrinkage, do you ever get queasy on, like, for example, this is extremely, Manhattan Beach as well. We're talking about really tight corners and in a tight squeeze and contact. What do you do about nerves? Because I was more of a roadie. I was never a pro, but I got nervous and I couldn't follow through.
I don't know. For me, I'll speak for myself. You know, I was always nervous before a race, and I still get a little nerves before even a local race. And I think that's a good thing. I think if you're not nervous, maybe a little something is wrong with you. But for big races, I definitely was nervous. But once you get in there, the nerves go away. You know, that fear that you used to have goes away. I'm actually more fearful watching a bike race than I am in a race. You know what I mean? So, you got to let the fear go. And speaking of fear, that was part of the reason I retired. I remember being at the Dana Point Grand Prix and going through the last turn, and I just wasn't fearless anymore. And I was like, I think it's time. You know, you're not going to win if you're afraid to go into a corner at 40 miles an hour and you can't see. And that's where I was at. I was trying to see where I was going instead of just going into the corner. So that was part of the reason I decided to remove myself from pro bike racing back in I think that was 2014, 2013.
Yeah, Dana Point, you had some tremendous wins there. And so that kind of summarizes how there is such a huge mental aspect to this sport, and because you're having a conversation in your head.
Oh, yeah.
And
that inner dialogue is real, man.
It is real. Yeah, and it's nonstop. It's hard to mute. As sprinters, though, I think there is some sort of there must be this thing called fear that's hovering over you, but you've got to deal with it because I mean, your lead-out guy has a fear factor, but nowhere near, right? He's pulling off, and that's why I think sometimes you enjoy leading out Sharon.
Yeah.
Just because it's fun, you know, you can do it. He won't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's that.
Exactly, that part. I told the guy in the last race I just did, the 35-40, he said, man, I was scared. I said, don't be scared. It's okay to have a little fear, but don't be scared. If you race scared, that's a really bad tactic, but it's okay to have a little fear. If we didn't have any fear, we'll all be reckless. You know what I mean?
Right.
But don't be scared. Racing scared is what causes crashes.
Yeah, so fear is a survival component to having fear. Otherwise, you just jump off a cliff and say, I can bounce.
Yeah, exactly.
But I saw you taking some really good tugs in that race on the 35-plus here earlier this morning. And certainly you're whipping up the speed. It was cool to see. And you know what you're doing right now with your foundation. Certainly, there's not time to put in the hours that you once did, but you're still as good once as you ever was, man. So
I don't want to put in those hours.
Right? So it is difficult. I think once you told me that you weren't doing mega hours at some point. I mean, I feel like some of these guys are doing 40 hours a week.
Yeah, it's a little scary seeing some of the younger generation ride, you know, way north of 20 hours a week, which is a lot. You know, when I was racing full time, I mean, 23 was kind of high on the high end. You know, 25 was a big block a week. You don't need to do that amount of stress, you know, that load on your body right now, especially as a junior. But you know, I guess the flip side of that argument, is you look at the best guys in the world, they're getting younger and younger, and perhaps that's why they are doing those 25, 28 hours a week.
They really are getting younger. I mean, Tadej Pogacar is almost a veteran now.
What is
right?
he, 25?
Yes, he's 25. He's always been able to win the U23 jerseys. He wears the white. He might be 24. Vingegaard, all those guys are young dudes. They're getting younger. But so, by the way, we're here with Rahsaan Bahati. This is lacrits.com, and you're watching live coverage of the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Loving memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. So, Mr. Bahati, it's going to be a really tactical race today. We can start talking about what's coming up. The Men Pro at 2:20 p.m. We got to kind of sustain and caffeinate because it's going to be a long day in here. But I kind of want to talk a little bit about the sensation called the Williams brothers, right? And there's an expression about the Williams and the Sharon Smiths one time leaning on a mentor named Rahsaan Bahati. And it seems to me, from my observation, that when the teacher's needed, he arrives. When he's not needed anymore, he disappears, right? So I don't think Justin is calling you up and saying, hey, how do I do with this 400-meter deal and somebody's giving me an elbow in the ribs, right? So, but you've seen the arc, and it must be an amazing story. I would think, well, you tell me, is there a pride factor of watching their growth?
For me, it's just, you got to remember I was racing when I was the only one out there that looked like me. So to see now that in each category, you could spot people of color, black people racing bikes. And a lot of that has to do with the pandemic. So we can't, disregard that. As horrible as the pandemic was for a lot of people in our world, some good came out of it as well. It was an influx of people riding bikes, which, I don't know what percentage, but now we have a percentage of those people racing bikes, even if it's on a local level, which is pretty cool. And so, yeah, seeing the Williams brothers out there competing at a high level, also they also allowed other people to see what they're doing and be inspired all across the country, man. It's not, it's not just localized. So we may not see, in my opinion, we may not see the big fruits of our labor, immediately. It could be 15, 20 years from now until we really see like I said, the fruits of our labor. But it's up to, I told Justin this when he first got started with his Devo team, Williams Racing. It's like, if it's 10 years from now and there's not another kid saying he got involved because of you failed. And I told him that straight up. It's like, right. It's about getting the next group of young ones to say, I want to be like you and be even better than you. And if not a bike racer, I'm going to own a bike product. I'm going to own a bike brand. I'm going to own a bike team. And that's what true inspiration is. So I think as a collective, we're on the right path for that, but only time will tell.
Yeah, that's really, I think that's really what I'm getting at, Rahsaan Bahati. You are a mentor of mentors. And, metaphorically speaking, cats like the Williams brothers, they've transformed, and these stoplights are now just speed bumps, right? And because you've cleared some of that road furniture, right? And they're having a lot of fun in the process. Certainly, there's heavy as the head that wears the crown. There is that anxiety of having to deliver week after week. But I think in you've always been a consummate professional. So you provide a role model. And now we're seeing I know you're following the Watson brothers and Eli, right?
Big time.
And I think you've said before that he looks like you.
Yeah.
Right. He's even kind of long, right? He has levers. He has a similar cosmetic than you as far as his body, his skeleton.
Yeah. No, it's great seeing the Watson family out. It's great seeing Eli being such a young kid. I remember when I first met him at the Ontario Grand Prix.
Yeah.
I want to say it was right before the pandemic. On a little ragtag bike, clothes were too big. And that was me, when I was 12 years old. And so I was literally like a reflection. And the same way the Major Motion cycling club out of Leimert Park embraced me and brought me into their club and, helped me get to my first nationals in Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's like, without a question, I didn't even have to think twice about making sure if he was serious about being a bike racer that he had the proper equipment. And so I think within 2 weeks, I gave him a Trek, a Monda with E-Tap. So he went from rinky-dink 9-speed bike to a state-of-the-art bike, zip wheels and everything. It was disc brakes, so it was great.
Yeah, and Eli Watson, we're talking about a young kid who went on to win nationals this year. And,
Yep.
And his brother Jack is doing tremendous too, also on the top 3. And then I think he just got second yesterday.
Yep, sure did. Up in Texas, they're in Austin doing a junior stage race. It's kind of like a qualifier to get yourself into the eyes of the national team and stuff like that. So yeah, he rode the brake and he got pipped at the line for first. But like I told his dad, I said he keeps riding like this, the big teams will be looking at him pretty soon.
Absolutely. I've done that race. I think it was called Primavera, something like that. It's in the hill countries outside of Austin, Texas. Yep. It was part of the Tour of Texas, and we had one year where we raced downtown. The Criterium was in downtown Austin. Lance Armstrong did a fundraiser there once for the Ride for the Roses, and pretty thrilling part of our history, when back in the day with, hey, by the way, Rahsaan, thank you for showing me. Looking at the pictures, we're at 4 to go here in the Category 2-3s with 4 laps to go, and what a beautiful, colorful field. And that rider's out of contention. Looking back at the pictures, the monitor showing what appears to be a break that is about to get gobbled up. At least that's the way it looks to me right now.
Yeah, I've been looking at this screen as we've been having our chat here, and it seems like every lap there's been at least 2 or 3 guys off the front. So the 2-3s are racing pretty aggressively here. It's about, 7 guys, 6 guys?
Yeah, it looks like 7 right there. And they're certainly working well together, organized, but to look at that tug at the front. And this gives the monitor or the spectators a good vantage point of what the time split is. We lost that picture there. You can kind of see it there, but gosh, when you have a faraway camera, it's certainly misleading, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
How many sprints where you look like, oh, they got him, they got the break, right? And then the side angle shows that there's 7 seconds. But this looks to be about a 10-second time gap right now.
Yeah, so they're going to be going into 3 to go, and if this group of 7 work well together, I think they can stay off the front. If you pay attention to make sure if everyone's taking a chop, but it seemed like the last wheel, rider 6, is at 53. It seems like he may be just sitting on there for a little bit. Looked like 6:53. Travis Remp, the Cat 2. So this is a 2-3 race, and look at, there's a hesitation right there from the field. They are spread wide across the road, and we got an attack on the left-hand side by Big Orange. You can't see this watching on live stream, but as soon as you turn 1, there is a block headwind, and it is brutal. The roads are a little choppy on that side as well, and you got a horrible headwind. So it is not in the favor of a solo rider to be trying to go across to a 4-person break right here, but he's going to try it. And he's going pretty good, too. Head down. He's not looking back. Now, here's the deal. What if he gets across, or when he gets across, what can he do? If he has a big engine and he can recover quickly, he's got 2.5 laps where he can recover and then go for the sprint. But it is a very, very hard task to try to get across on this break. So now he's in no man's land. He's committed. He's going to turn this corner right here, and it is going to be a cross tailwind. And luckily for the field, you do get the side of the buildings that's actually blocking the wind for you. So it's a bit more of a tailwind than a headwind. And then as you enter into turn 3, it's a full-on tailwind from turn 3 to turn 4 through start-finish. So as you can see, he's barely getting there. As you can see, the orange helmet, he's still in no man's land. And I think he's at the part where he's not going to make it. So that's the one thing about going across to a break like that, is it has to be full gas. You can't hold anything back. You got to get there and then worry about recovering. So I don't know. He's going to be looking at 2 laps to go. The group is going to be looking at 2 laps to go. I don't even know if he will make it to the finish. I think this group of 7 will make it to the finish. And no, that one rider I was talking about is actually taking a chop there, Ramp. So he's rotating through, and then our big orange rider is still solo. He's got a pretty good gap, though, looking at 2 laps to go. And there's our solo rider from Big Orange, couldn't see that number, like 6:22. Here we go, the best footage of the day coming from the drone. You got to love that, folks. Here in Southern California, we do it big. We don't play around. Giving you the heli shot.
Indeed, the eye of the sky does not lie. I'm David Worthington with the Rahsaan Bahati with 2 laps to go. We're trying to get the composition of that break. Rahsaan, we still got 7?
Still have 7, and the big O guy in kind of no man's land. If he survives, it'll be a tough, earned 8th place finish because that's where he's at right now.
He is slogging it for number 8. He's going to definitely give it the college try as he is out of that slipstream, and that camera is exaggerating the time gap for that 8th rider like we talked about earlier.
He's going to get on, though. He's going to get on.
Nice.
I think he has him just in sight. He's now been chasing for over a lap, which is pretty incredible that he's been out there solo for over a lap.
Well, that's fantastic, Rahsaan. We've got Conan Wynn in that move along with Jorge Alcaraz. We also have in this move Nelson Fumero and Kevin Barker of the Barker twins. That guy is a definite player. I believe he's in that red kit with Melba Toasters. And also in the move is Ansel Smoland. Smoland with Du Velo. Those guys very active on social media. Good dudes. Let's see if Ansel can have a tug here. We've got Conan Wynn. We also talked about him.
And he just made it on. A lap and a half of chasing. Kudos to him. And he just made it on. Dude, that is a big, big effort. And I think they're going to be saying 1 lap to go as they work their way around to the start-finish line here at the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix on a not-so-sunny day here in Southern California, but the rain has gone away, so I'm excited about that. That's pretty cool.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, we had some rain yesterday and a little bit this morning, and it looks like here comes our peloton. This is the break actually coming through with 1 lap to go. This is 1 lap with 1 lap to go. Alcaraz, Wen, Barker, Fumero, Smoland. Yeah, we've got 5 of the 7 here on the list, and we will suss it out. But to me, what do you think, Bahati, with 1 to go?
Yeah, I like the Barker family.
Yep.
Definitely good riders. They come out and race against them often on Tuesday nights at the El Dorado Grand Prix. But I think if that's who we were talking about in the red there, he's kind of twisting the screws on the front. Long way to go to be twisting the screws on the hardest section of the race, which is that headwind between turn 1 and turn 2. But Dave, check this out. They're starting to look around now.
Yep.
And the field is I look like LABA, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, is on the front. I'm not sure if they have a rider there. They do, and they're sacrificing themselves right now because Noah, who won last week, absolute killer of a sprinter, is back there in the field. Also back there in the field, consistently getting in the top 5 is Elijah Baker. So you got to watch what's going on here. But it seems like the break is going to say, we don't want to get caught. We just put out the last 4 laps trying to stay off the front, but it's going to be close. They're going to come down to this last turn, and I think it's going to all come back together because they were playing around on that last stretch between turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, and this looks like it's between 2 and 3, and Elijah Baker actually clawed onto that move. Maybe he may not get payday out of that, but to your point, Baker riding very good with good legs. Also in that move is Michael Perez, and we talked about Jorge Alcaraz, and of course, I really do like the way Barker is riding. He has good levers, but it looks like they might get gobbled up here like a Hoover vacuum. This is exciting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, LABA just finished their pull, and there's the back of the field right there. They're going to survive, but let's see if we can get 1 result out of the main field. Here comes the sprint. Open it up. It looks like a long way from the corner, but it's not. What a fantastic drone shot. I think rider number 2 may just come around with the perfect pop to the line, and he's not going to make it. 6-6-7 for the dub.
That
riding
was
out of the break.
Wow, that was Pascal Ackerman from UCLA. Looks like Ackerman is no stranger to the top step. Unofficial, of course, is 667. Yeah, I've got Ackerman. I've seen him win before from UCLA. A clear day right here in Costa Mesa.
You know, in these crit races in Southern California, you don't see a lot of breaks. And so for them to go out there, ride that hard, and then survive to the finish is pretty amazing. And it's good to see. I like to see hard, aggressive racing and not just wait for a field sprint.
I kind of feel like this course really does open up to aggression. That one.
It's not easy. It's not an easy course. As you know, I just did the 35, 40-plus race. It wasn't as aggressive as this 2-3 race, but still, the course itself is pretty demanding.
Yeah, and I think what's so damn deceiving, like you said, between 1 and 2, it's a long haul. It's not only a block headwind like a wet newspaper to the face. It's long, and so where do you? I mean, who decides to take that entire stretch? If you look at the course, it's a trapezoid. So turn 1 and 2 is like twice as long as 3 and 4. It's that much of a difference. It's like a pyramid or a trapezoid, and so I don't think anybody really wants to do the load between 1 and 2 with a prevailing wind in face. Yeah. And it's like kind of like Marietta has that long finish. I kind of rather have. I love Marietta, but this is, in my mind, the technical side of this course is on the backside.
Yep, absolutely.
So
I was actually trying to do most of the chasing myself into the headwind, because in the headwind, the breakaway has the disadvantage, right? Because they've been out there, they're in their groove, where the peloton, being the big mass, has more time and more energy in the peloton to actually ride harder. So I always try to chase on the hard section of the course versus the easiest section, because the breakaway can go 30 in the tailwind and the field can go 31, 32, right? But in the headwind section, the breakaway is probably going 25, where in the field we could be going 28, 29. So I was trying to do most of the chasing in the 35-plus race in the headwind just to make up more time. But the problem with that is that it was putting a lot of people in the hurt locker. And so once I pulled off, no one was really, that excited to try to pull. So, behind the 8-ball, racing against methods winning.
Yeah, I saw that. There was definitely like some of your pulls. I know you tried to monitor that pull, but they were causing some fractures. Of course, you don't mind if there's fractures 30 back, because they're just driftwood anyway, but right? So when you're chasing, there's a real science or art form to not going too hard, not going too soft. If you roll away, that's the worst thing that can happen, right? And
Yep. And we're looking at the next race here, which is the Masters 45-50. A lot of veterans out there. They may be up there getting. It's funny. I hate to say it, because when I was like in my 20s, I'm like, man, 40, that's old. 50, that's old. But now that I'm in my 40s, it's not that old at all.
Isn't it? Yeah.
But it's crazy to see a lot of the guys that was racing, as a pro level when I was coming through the ranks as a junior, and they're still out there. So this is one of the fields I think has the most experience outside of the pro racing. Always on the front line, always excited to see Mr. Brad Decker. We're in his neighborhood now, and just what we say, south of the 605.
Yeah. Well, this is the heart of Orange County. This is Costa Mesa, is my hometown, Mr. Bahati. And look, they talk about epitomizing a guy who's 40 that had the legs. Rudy Napolitano is here, right?
My Ram mate. We raced across America together. Trying to convince him to do it again this year.
Really?
We leave Oceanside June 16th. So trying to convince him to do it with me again.
What was that like? I mean, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I mean, how do you summarize, riding across? We're talking riding across America on a bicycle, right? And you got weather, you've got mountains, you got topography, you've got sleep deprivation. What were some of the major hurdles there?
Sleep deprivation is the biggest hurdle. I've never done drugs that made me hallucinate, and you don't need them if you just don't go to sleep. You hallucinate. I was seeing things that weren't there. I was hearing things that didn't make noise. So you go through a plethora of emotions, and it's really about managing your emotions and managing your brain. It's amazing what your body can withstand. Your body's going to pedal, your body's going to get over the mountain, but just making sure that you stay locked in is the biggest hurdle. So, there's supplements out there that can help with that. Also, just zoning out and being focused, man. That's the biggest thing. Is just we talked earlier about inner dialogue, just really talking to yourself. And the most important thing, to be honest with you, is having a great staff, a great crew. The crew will make your life so much easier if you could just focus on riding. Yep, we're up against it again, and we'll see how it goes.
Riding across America, I could see how, yeah, that would be very much a mental game, and to have support is everything, whether it's a massage and getting nutrients into your system. Do you do caffeine? I mean, you can do too much coffee as well, right?
Yeah, you got to be careful on caffeine because of the big spikes. You really want to stay leveled, you know what I mean? You don't want big spikes to where you feel good for 45 minutes and then you have this big drop. You know, you're racing across the country, 3,080 miles. So you got to be careful there. So coffee for sure.
Yeah.
When you get up for that early shift, they're waking you up at 1 in the morning after your 45-minute nap, and you know you're getting ready. You do need that boost just to wake you up. You could be in the middle of nowhere in Kansas. You can't see anything, but we're talking about the bike race now.
Yes, sir.
Masters.
Here we go.
They're off.
Yeah.
Pat Carroll, Go Fast, said, you know what? I'm going to go fast right now, and I'm going to attack from the gun.
Like Patrick, he's always animating. Got to love the way Carroll rolls. This race is scheduled to go 50 minutes, and we are right on schedule. 12:40 p.m. in the afternoon, scheduled to roll at 12:40 p.m. Once again, 50 minutes, 45 plus 50 out on course. You are watching LACrits.com here in the heart of Orange County, California. Welcome, everybody, to LACrits.com. I'm with Rahsaan Bahati. I am with the GOAT. Why? Because there's only one GOAT. I don't want to hear about goats. It's not plural, all right? So good to have him hang out. He's going to be with us all day long. He is the original Illuminati, the prince straight out of Compton. And great to have him because he's all about busting down the barriers and winning with panache and grace.
Thanks for having me. You know, it's always fun to talk bike racing, especially here. I mean, it's not hometown, but I've been in Southern California my entire life, basically. Love to come out. Thanks for inviting me out and having me talk bike racing with all my friends. And you know what's cool, too? All my friends that don't live in California could listen to me talk stuff.
Right. Yes.
I don't hold back, man. I don't hold back,
Let's
Dave.
go.
I don't hold back.
I don't think this is censored. I mean, I'm going to say you're a badass. I'm not going to say I don't have to worry about using the ass word. What do you got, sir? Yeah. Just don't let too much of that. Yeah. Once again, thanks for watching LACrits.com. You are watching live, unless you're not live, unless you're watching this next Tuesday at 9 p.m. Maybe you're watching from South America, or maybe you're watching from Africa. I think Rahsaan Bahati had a trip out there. Was it Ghana that you went to?
I leave for Ghana next week.
Right on.
2 days.
Damn.
I just got back from hanging out of town. Got back last night. Dude, this is awesome. I wish you guys could see our setup in here, man. I am announcing a bike race sitting on the couch with my legs up. I feel like I'm at home.
Welcome to the living room. This is how the Worthingtons roll with Alfie Sanchez here in Costa Mesa, California.
Dang, man.
We can get used to this, right?
Let me take a photo of myself and share it online so you guys can see. You can find me at Bahati Racing. So I show you what I'm up against here.
We are in a brown box, the modular, and it is Lux up in here.
This is big baller, man.
Absolutely, my friend.
So what happens in Orange County, huh?
Yeah,
all right.
It's smoke and mirrors. My neighbor owns this modular, and I hit him up. I said, hey, man, you want to sponsor via allowing the modular? And he says, I said, we can broadcast in the booth. He goes, hell yeah, I'm in. I'm watching the bike race. And so, yeah, it's great to have friends.
Rich people always deflect. I know this is yours, but you're just going to tell us your homies so we don't be bugging you for it all the time.
Right?
I know how it is.
Oh, man. I wish. I don't know what the price tag on this, but you'll see in the drone shots, ladies and gentlemen, look for the modular. It says MOD on those. There it is right there. Okay, right on cue. Thank you, Marie. And in the booth, there's a shot of Ray Mars coming in hot on an e-bike. And there we are, the brown box and the solar panels up on top. This is also
the mod box.
That's it.
I love it.
That's a nice shameless plug for the mod box.
It's no shame, man. We got to plug the people who support us. Without them, there's nothing, right?
You're absolutely
so we
right.
need the bike racers. We need the sponsors. I mean, look what we have going on here. I've been racing in Southern California for a long time, man, and no one ever really thought outside the box. And even if they did, they didn't execute. And so Ray and his team executing over the last, I don't know, it's been a few years now. You guys been doing this? Second year of live stream, really stepping it up. Technology's at our fingertips, and they bringing it right to us. So this is dope. I already have people like texting me about my race, telling me how bad I look, and they didn't have to be here. We would love for them to be here, but we all, everyone can't take Sundays off. So if you can't be here, join on live stream, LA Crits, and check out what's going on. A bunch of static cams around, and then every now and then throw up the drone. It's not even a drone. We have a helicopter, y'all. We have a helicopter.
That's right. ESPN 13 is up in the sky right now. KCAL.9. I think, having video evidence, Rahsaan, is that folks can see that you were yanking some pulls down there. It's one thing to say something, but the eye in the sky doesn't lie, right?
The eye in the sky.
Yeah, it's awesome. Ray Mars and his lovely wife, Marie, and they've got a Bambino. I call him Sugar Ray. He's age 1 next couple weeks from right now. They had a family edition. Maybe one day they'll get a modular like this. But it is a great day. It's tremendous to be with you all here on lacrits.com. We are about 6 minutes into this bicycle race right now. We have our age classification, the 4550 out on course. Appears to be Grupo Compacto. We are about 5 miles from the Pacific Ocean, so
That's it?
yeah, that's about it. One part of Costa Mesa is only 1 mile from the ocean, so we're on the northern segment of Costa Mesa.
That's cool.
Yeah. And right across the street, maybe if we have time, I can take you over to Arc Restaurant. Walking distance. The OC Mix has dozens of restaurants and juiceries, and they're one of the sponsors as well. They got Portola Coffee there. Arc Restaurant has this fantastic cocktail. It's called Coffee Bean and Tobacco, and it doesn't have either in them, but it has that smoky thing going.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's a really cool vibe. It's a design center over here at SOCO. SOCO stands for South Coast Collection.
So fancy.
Right? And then 1 block away, and it actually appears on one of the cameras. You can see the Santa Ana River Trail.
That's where I warmed up.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I went over and warmed up. A little messy right now. Southern California is getting a lot of rain. To be honest with you, which I'm grateful for. I love when it rains. I'm a big believer in riding Zwift. So if you don't have Zwift and it's raining, that's just too bad. But I love the rain. And then you wake up and your grass is green and you didn't have to turn your sprinklers on and people are not driving as crazy. So like it calms us down in LA. So I kind of love it. But I think it's going to be over for a while.
I agree. I think there's a misnomer that people think that California freaks out when it rains. Actually, most of the Californians are happy it rains.
Yeah.
Because it paints the hills green.
Yeah.
And it also replenishes the aquifer.
Absolutely.
That's a misnomer. I'm sure there are freaks that can't drive in the rain. I'm not saying that's not true. But, it's hard to get rid of a stigma. Like, the people I know are like, oh, thank God, it's raining.
And LA's building reservoirs left and right. So we've been collecting a lot of water. This notion that we don't have any water reserves I think is a little bit of a scare tactic to make sure we don't overconsume. You know what I mean? But just in Griffith Park alone, they just built a new reservoir out in LA, the Hollywood Hills. So we're collecting water left and right.
Absolutely. The politics of water, right? So there is a whole thing where California doesn't know how to capture water. That's bullshit. We are ranked 19th. Texas has a bigger problem with runoff than California does. It's a fact. It's just a study. Oh, yeah. Do we lose a lot of water?
Absolutely.
Damn straight. You know what the alternative was, with the concrete rivers is floodplain. We would lose 1 million people over the decade, since 1930s floods.
Yeah.
We would lose life and property. So that's why those rivers have to be lined. But also on the Santa River Trail, you can see T-bars in the sand.
Yep.
And that's where the water, they're making the resident water hang longer so that it recharges the aquifer. So there's a lot of engineering going on.
Man, you so smart.
You know, I'm just saying, you brought up the politics of water. I like that subject. I'm all about it.
Politics.
The politics of water, man. What's next? That's the only kind of politics we're going to talk about.
All right.
Well, whatever.
All right, we'll leave it there.
No censorship.
But back to the bike race. Go fast. That is Michael Hernandez on the front. There's Rudy Napolitano. So Go Fast has put about 4 or 5 guys in this race. That's Pat Carroll's team running out of Incycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's good to see them out here racing.
Yeah, I think
keeping it aggressive too.
Right, Incycle, a fixture of the sport, not unlike Big Orange. These teams that come out, Stage 2 Cyclery out of Marietta, you can see some of their uniforms splashing through. What a beautiful picture right there on the monitor.
Yeah, Rigo Mesa, Stage 2, was in the 35-40 breakaway. I saw him go across to the break like a bullet. Just shot out of the group, went across, and we grew up racing juniors together, so it was pretty cool to see him. Still racing and racing at a high level. He was one of those guys as a junior, when he showed up, that it was on, He
took off like a Polaris missile. I saw that move. And Rigo, that family, the Mesa family.
Mesa family, yeah. Dominant.
Yeah. And I think there's at least 3 or 4 brothers, Miguel Mesa.
Miguel, Ruben, and Rigo.
Rigo, right. And Miguel was on the world tour. Yep. I think he might have got podium against Cipollini. I think you battled Cipollini. We could talk about that.
Yeah, that was his coming out party when he beat Cipollini head up.
Head up, yeah, somewhere in Europe. I don't know if it was Italy or Spain, but that was a big, big deal. And when Mesa was racing Category 3s, we got a man on a wheelie.
We got tricks.
I like it.
He knows the live stream's going on.
I think that's awesome, man. Show your wares. It's safe. But yeah, Mesa.
Gurball.
And there's Patrick Fetzer now.
And Fetzer chasing it. Oh, he's on Evoque, but same purple. I was tripping for a second.
Right.
Like, what is he doing chasing his teammate?
Yeah, similar colors. Evoque kind of has different uniforms, too. The Monster now has gone that splashy green, which is kind of helpful. Monster would kind of blend it in their prior years on the kits.
Gurball can definitely race hard. I think this is a very, very difficult course to do it solo. But being that Go Fast has numbers and it'll continue to try to ride the front and shut it down, I don't see this going too far. However, things are crazy these days. Gurball he's a good rider. He could ride a tempo like that for a good 30, 45 minutes. So we'll see where it goes, but I suspect they'll bring him back pretty soon. They're aggressive.
The thing we don't know about the future, we don't have a crystal ball, but sometimes a single rider looks like a dumb move, a fool's gold. He's not going solo. But we don't recognize the winning move sometimes until the race is over, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you get a onesie out there doing it solo, and if he's smart, like John Garbo, he might be monitoring, looking for some guys to
come over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the dumb moves kind of looks like the genius thing. It's a setup. It works sometimes. It's long. It's about playing the odds. Yeah, he's going to get swallowed here because there's no bridging right now. It's one conglomerate that are going to reel him in. But that's what we love about bike racing. It really is. Like every time I try to script these races, I'm wrong every time.
Yeah. It never really always goes to plan, but sometimes it does. And when it does, it's a great feeling. But I think you could tell by the way they are riding, Go Fast at their team meeting was, we're going to attack and counterattack and counterattack and counterattack and counterattack, because so far in the first few laps has been Go Fast on the front, just kind of countering each other. But I would try to make them – I would try to do it with not a solo rider. This course is just too demanding. There's too much horsepower in the back of the field to try to go away solo. Those type of riders you don't see anymore. You know what I mean? The Olin Bakis of the world are gone, right? And or even on a bigger level, the Carl Menzies of the world are there's no more of those. So I think you need that group of 3 or 4 that can ride aggressively together. And just like I said, look, he came back. Pat Carroll just went off the front, and then maybe they can get a collective group together that wants to work together and try to stay away.
Yeah, so there it is. There's the counterattack on cue, as you predicted. But yeah, Fabian Cancellara, these riders. I mean, one rider that we're going to see that kind of has the wares right now when he's on all cylinders in the pro men's, Corey Lockwood.
Oh, yeah.
And now, of course, he's got a great sprinting team, but Corey, I guarantee he's going to try. Right? I don't see him riding circles to lead out. I think he's going to try to be an Olenbaki kind of guy and stir it up a little bit. We'll see, but he's setting some Strava records, right?
Always.
Right, the guy from Tehachapi, he's got plenty of road up there to train. And so there's in that move, to your point, the Purple Rain. That's the kit of In Cycle from San Dimas. Go fast in cycle.
So we got a little small group here that's forming, but you can look at the field. They're single file, so that means they're definitely chasing. Don't want them to get away too far. Fitter Fit on the front. He's got his own little brand, Fitter Fit. He doesn't want that to get away. He's actually a really fast finisher.
Espen Kateris, we're talking about Espen, right?
Espen, yes.
Espen is he's Norwegian.
Is he Norwegian?
Yes. I call him Norwegian Wood. He's a pacifist off the bike, and he's a beast.
Yeah, he's a good rider. I spent some time with him over the summer training at the Rose Bowl, one of the staples of our training collectives around Southern California. I get to ride there. I could have a full day of work and still leave the house at 4 o'clock by bike, do the Rose Bowl, and ride home and get about 4 hours just before dark. So, and Espen's always there, making sure we have a good ride.
Yeah, a tremendous guy off the bike as well, a real gentleman. And, I think he's kind of typically he's composite with Stage 2 Cyclery, but perhaps he's doing the dance today with the Fitter brand that he's selling. Stage 2 Cyclery, another team that's enormous. They're pretty much a small program, and they've got a big roster now, primarily in Masters. But having the mazes there certainly gives them some serious street cred.
And there's another Purple Rain. So the other purple team is Evoke out of, what is it, Santa Clarita? Is that the area?
I believe, or Thousand Oaks, somewhere up there.
Oh, that's actually Bart's team.
Right, so I think Thousand Oaks, but yeah. So Bart.
Thousand Oaks, you're right.
Yeah, and Bart won earlier today. It was very emotional. His family was out, and good on him. Yeah. So, and he's stepped up big time helping this race with Alfie Sanchez of Majestic Cycling, and great to have the city of Costa Mesa. Hopefully we're going to have the mayor come out. It's going to be Mayor Pro Tem. I wrote a presser, and then they said they're coming out. And,
awesome.
So we're hoping to have more of these events here.
Hopefully they're excited, and we can get it back to downtown Costa Mesa.
Downtown, baby.
How cool would that be?
That'd be
right,
really
right
cool.
by the ocean. Isn't it close to the beach?
It's
downtown?
close. Now there's the fairgrounds. There's a lot of possibilities, but one thing at a time. Okay,
trying to get ahead of myself.
Just a little bit. So far, so good, though. I think we'll try to pin them down when we have the dignitaries from City Council come by.
Big field, man. I mean, the last few weeks of bike racing in Southern California has seen some really big numbers in most of the categories. And one thing, I don't know, I didn't do a lot of local racing last year. One thing I have noticed is that there's a lot more preems going out to these fields, to every field, juniors, masters, the Cat 3-4 women, you name it. And that definitely motivates the riders, don't you think, Dave, to actually race faster?
It really
put more
does.
of a show.
Absolutely. It animates. There's no doubt about it. I mean, and then on social media, I saw Major Motion. There's guys and girls collecting cash. Ben Franklin's, right? Dead president. So then that's like, well, people want to come out. There's this expression, Rahsaan, I'm sure you know it, and that is, money that's won is way cooler than money earned.
Yeah.
Right? So if you won $100 at a poker game or something, you're like, oh, my God, I won $100, right?
Yeah.
But so that's definitely happening. And there was a time where they're kind of putting a lid on paying cash for some of the other categories. So evidently.
Hey, man, it's a form of entertainment.
Yep.
We want to give the spectators out here something to talk about outside of crashing. Unfortunately, crashing is a part of the sport, and it happens, unfortunately. But there's other ways to show entertainment, and good, hard, fast racing, money up for grabs is. I think that's what we want to give the spectators more to talk about versus thousands of dollars worth of bike equipment hitting the ground and losing skin.
Right. We've had a lot of people step up big time, including Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon. Roger, my brother, cut a check, and we're going to see some of that trickle down to the bike racers throughout the day, and it's great to see everybody coming out. And I really, really am looking forward to the races. But right now, I'm talking about the pro races. But right now, we're getting a show right now with this.
Oh, that's my homie right there. I call him CPT, abbreviation for Compton.
Yeah,
that's James. Good guy. Another guy started riding during the pandemic, right? And is absolutely full gas when it comes to like all the tape that you could watch. Or we don't call it tape anymore, right? YouTube, all the equipment talk, getting all the right equipment dialed in, racing for Velo Pasadena.
And he picked up that cash preem right there, loud and proud, timed to perfection.
Yeah, so, and again, motivated guy. Like, he wants to get a result. So that's the type of rider you want off the front. Has been kind of chipping away at it for the last 2-3 years. Haven't really, cracked the result that he wanted. And so he's getting better and better. He's getting better and better. And it's good to see that. Just even winning a preem will give you the confidence to sprint at the finish.
Right, and it looks like that could I know Freeman.
That's Max.
Yeah, okay.
Max Hernandez.
Yes, that's big Max, Miracle Max Hernandez in the purple kit. And there's Big Orange with the faces of pain. Yeah.
Yeah, that between turn 1 and 2 is brutal. I mean, it's brutal. You can see the little hump, how the cones go up. Even that little hump you feel, especially when you're on the front taking a chop. When you're in the field, not so much, but when you're on the front, I mean, you go from maybe doing 500 watts to like 580, maybe even 600 just like that because of that little hump coupled with the headwind. So, yeah, it gets pretty tough.
That's fascinating. With the headwind, every little contour makes a difference, folks. Bike racers understand it, and I think these cameras are going to help the world understand how difficult a sport this is. 10 minutes in this situation is 10 minutes in an oven. It's broiling. If you told somebody I rode 10 minutes, they'd say, I can ride 10 minutes. But you can't stick it unless you've got a lot of fitness and experience.
Absolutely. I know LA Crits, Ray and his team is working on our GoPro footage live in the race. That will really bring you into the race, right? Have those GoPro footages, I don't know, for a lap or two, and especially at the end of the race. Those last 4 to 5 laps, specifically the last 2 laps, especially at the top of the sport, right? The Pro 1-2 race. There's a lot of things going on that you won't even recognize, even with these amazing shots that's already here. Guys are riding so close to each other. Pedals are touching. My last pro race I did last year, I clipped shoes with the next guy. We were so close, There's always a lot going on that, then you get to the guy who actually prevails and wins. He didn't really have the cleanest ride to the finish. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of stuff goes into getting to the finish first. And so as technology brings us along, I think it'll be so cool to see kind of go inside the race and see what's going on in those closing laps.
And if anybody can pull that off as far as the technical aspect, it is Ray Mars with LACrits.com. Thank you so much for watching. We're broadcasting live here in Costa Mesa in the heart of Orange County. How much, Rahsaan, is intimidation a factor? I mean, the cameras are going to kind of show that as well. And I don't even mean it in a mean or nefarious way. It's just intimidation. I'm here. This is my real estate. The camera's going to see some jostling, a little bit of physicality.
Yeah, I think, man, I try not to compare.
It's a loaded question, I know.
Yeah, I try not to compare racing today like when I raced. I mean, the last time I raced here, it was so many hitters in the pro race. I mean, I think in today's world, on a local level, there's maybe 5 guys that can win. Maybe. The last time I raced here, there was like 30 guys that can win. So it's a big deal, right? It's like everything's got to be right for you. But I didn't find out until I was well into retirement and talking to some of my competition that I used to have to race against week in, week out all across the country. My team would never pre-reg me as far as like just trying to keep the other team on their toes. And one guy told me they would have team meetings like, all right, Bahati's not here, so this is the plan. And then they'll see me on the start line, be like, all right, change the plans. I didn't know I had that effect on them. I was just as nervous racing them as they were racing me. I didn't know I intimidated them by showing up. But I guess when you win a lot, that's what happens. And I just loved racing, man. I always gave it my all and wanted to win any race. If it was Costa, Mesa, or if it was Downers Grove, or if it was Nash, whatever it was, I wanted to win. And so I think when you have that attitude with winning, it carries to every single race you do. So, yeah, there is a little bit of an intimidating factor. I mean, Corey Williams shows up today, which I've already seen him walking around. You best to believe the competition's like, all right, damn, how are we going to figure this out? But if he's not here, the guys who's been getting 10th, 11th, 12th, 15th, or maybe even 7th, 8th, 9th, they now have a chance because the big dog ain't here. Right. But unfortunately, the big dog is here. So you got to figure it out. Uh-oh, we got a crash.
Yeah.
Riders down on the backside. Probably a little cross of wheels. I'm telling you, this section is so it's a little, speaking of intimidating, it's a little intimidating because what happens, you come out of turn one with a lot of speed.
Have a chance.
And we got a little
because
replay
the big
here.
Dog ain't here.
Let's see what happens.
Like they cross wheels.
Cross wheels.
So
what a nasty crash right into the curb.
We got a crash.
Yeah, what happens, you come out of turn one with a lot of speed, and then you hit this block headwind, and the front of the race almost comes to a stop unless they're going full gas, and it makes this, like the back of the field just starts to put on the brakes, and if you're not paying attention, I hate to say it, but my teammate, Steven Salazar, in the 30 to 35 to 40 race, crashed in that same exact area on the last lap.
Oh, that's something else, isn't it? So, yeah, it's not that it's argy-bargy. It's really the way.
Not.
Yeah, there's a block headwind there, and you're coming in with red-hot speed, and it's
like the parachute comes out. Seriously.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes, and that causes turbulence instead of laminar flow, which you have on these other sections, especially when you're going from 3 to 4.
Oh, yeah.
You've got that tailwind, baby. And
3 to 4 and 4 to 1, screaming. You'll see the pros going 33, 34, 35 when they're going full gas. Patrick Fetzer back on the front here with Evoque. It's so cool seeing him, man, because his son is now racing, Luke. And I remember Luke, when Luke was like 7 or 8 years old, rolling around on the little Pinarello bike or whatever it was. And now he's one of the big guys out there.
That's right. Luke Fetzer, a national champ now, and he's racing on the road, and he's racing on the track. Mm-hmm. And I gave him a nickname. He is the young lion of Laguna. And he's got a big smile on his face. He comes from a great family. His parents, Patrick and Mango, have really done a great job in nurturing. He doesn't have a big fat head either, right?
Yeah.
He's pretty in between the ears, reasonable guy, and has a really good attitude. And
in between the ears, I gotta use that.
Yeah, and he loves bike racing, just like what you talked about, and that's what I loved it. I love training rides. I love going toe to toe, and just to have you come out at, for example, I don't know if you recall the Great Park.
Oh yeah, I remember the Great Park. One of the best training rides in Southern California. I was so sad when that went away.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have good training rides, but that one. You talking about? You couldn't show up faking it there.
No.
It was what was that facility? Was it some sort of Air Force base?
Right. It was the El Toro Marine Air Force Base. So you had a lot of exposure. There was
nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was red hot.
Some of the best training. I mean, when I was living in L.A., still living in L.A., and to do the Great Park, I would leave L.A. around 2:00, go get Chipotle. Chill out for a couple hours, warm up for an hour, then do the race. And it was a training race, but it was so hard. You had to be laser focused. You couldn't just pop up and be like, all right, Great Park, here I come. You would be off the back in like 2 laps.
I had a tactic there where, because it was such a hard race and I wasn't a closer on that level, I would just attack from the gun, and then I got in the break. I had a high probability. It didn't happen every time, but it would happen more than 60% of the time. They let me go, and then I just kept looking and waiting for the Dave Kessels and the Bahatis to come up and then kind of say, hey, guys, I'm toast. But I wasn't cheeky. I was on the rivet. That was a very, very difficult training ride race, no doubt about it, at the Great Park. So we got a rider here now. He's kind of easing off the front, but definitely starting to hot up the speed. We are 28 minutes into this race, more than halfway home. Obviously going for the cash right there.
That was James again.
Wow, he's collecting the Benjamins.
He calls me Love One. I call him CPT.
Like it. So he's straight out of Compton.
Straight out of Compton. That's where I was born, if you didn't know that, Dave.
I knew you were out of Compton. I didn't know if you were born there. I know you live in Lamert Park, and I think
Yeah.
the Williams are from Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Crenshaw area. Unfortunately, that area has been massively gentrified. There's a lot of, because it sits right in the shadows of University of Southern California, right? Very high-end university. You know, foreign students are paying a lot of money to be in school there, and unfortunately, there was a couple incidents where some students lost their lives in that area. And so what happened, USC just basically started buying up stuff. And it really pushed a lot of people who are in affordable housing out, unfortunately. And so that apartment that was 3-bedroom, 2-bath, you know, that was $1,500, got gentrified, and now it's $4,500 or if not more. So, you know, it's just the belly of the beast, unfortunately. But it wasn't the nicest of areas to grow up in. That's why I was always, whenever someone asked me about the Williams brothers and how they win certain races, I go, you know what's crazy? They had to step over dead bodies to go training or duck under red tape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or yellow tape, because that's the neighborhood that we grew up in. So. And they're out. It wasn't you can roll out of your house in the Colorado mountains and you're in a majestic area of training at high. There was none of that. You know what I mean? We battled an hour of traffic just to get to Santa Monica. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people take that kind of stuff for granted. It wears on you. You know what I mean?
Wow, that is chilling to imagine. I mean, I guess getting up early is you're on different hours, so maybe. You know, you're beating some of that the crime and stuff that's happening. LA Times did a piece on Lamert Park about gentrification. I guess the silver lining is that some of the originals that do have generational wealth, you know, those that were before gentrification, suddenly they are sitting on real estate. So that's the flip side. That's those that haven't moved are suddenly potential millionaires because their house was $300,000 and now it could be worth 1.5. So, yeah, but yeah, the LA Times did cover that recently. I know it's a real story, and certainly you can tell the story from a unique perspective.
Yep, I've been in Lamert now since I was 15. My parents moved. I used to live right by the Velodrome in Carson, and we left there. My mom is very conscious. We were, I was so mad when we left Carson. We had a really nice house. And we moved because my mom didn't like that we lived by power lines. And from her studies, it showed that the radiation from power lines actually causes cancer. And we had lost 2 friends living in Carson due to cancer. And so one day we're like, yeah, we're moving. They're like, we're moving. And I was so devastated. I liked the school I went to. You know, I had all my friends there. And I only heard negative things about Crenshaw High School. And fast forwarding, Crenshaw High School was the best high school I could have ever gone to.
Right?
Yeah. Met my wife there, so that's cool. And, I was in the band. I was still racing bikes. And, yeah, loved going to school there, man.
That's fantastic. Yeah, the EMT, the electromagnetic waves, reported to cause some issues there. And that's why a lot of under those power lines, often you see grassy fields, you know, or maybe some cattle roaming, but not necessarily residential. So was it the Williams brothers also track and field, or did you ever get tempted to do that?
No, so my sporting started with baseball, football, track and field. And I really loved baseball. I was a catcher. I thought I was going to be a professional baseball player.
I had no idea you were a seam head. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I loved baseball, but also I was really good at football. So I made All-American teams, and when I was in middle school playing, Pop Warner football, a lot of the local high schools wanted me, so I was going to go to Carson High, ended up going to Gardena for a year. And then cycling kind of just took over, My parents were supporting me in all 3 sports, and then they were like, dude, you got to pick a sport,
Right.
And so that's why I chose cycling, and here we are. That was Mike, who was that? That was Max Hernandez, taking it must have been a preem as he was going across the line with a full gas sprint like that. 33 minutes in. What are they racing for? 50 minutes, Dave?
Yeah, and it looks like Hernandez has a smart gap right there from that move. And again, we're seeing the purple team doing these floaters. It hasn't really come to fruition to get some. Vetzer was in a move, but they had about 5 or 6. He got absorbed, and then bam, there went Max Hernandez on the counter, and he finds himself alone right now. There is that arduous stretch of road that Bahati talks about. You can see the contour in the road right there. It's very deceiving, but the camera is showing it in its own elegance. They are in a headwind. Look at the trees right now. They are bouncing about, and that is a very, very difficult section and kind of hard to figure out how much dosing of your energy is. Hernandez now, it looks like he's going to be absorbed by, it could be Anthony Freeman coming across.
Good call. Yep, that's Anthony Freeman. Can't make out who that is in the middle, but he's giving it a good go. Good draft, to tell you that much. He's much bigger than Anthony Freeman there, and Max is kind of caught on the front. He's got to think, do I chase and evoke? That's not evoke. That is Go Fast lining it up right there on the left-hand side with their team captain, Patrick Carroll, on the front there. And this group, it looks like they're pretty motivated. You could tell by that bob of that white helmet that they're going pretty fast here. Take a look back, assess what's going on here. And the second rider is like, I don't know. Now, if we can get the cooperation of Big Orange, I think this could be good.
That's a LaGrange rider, and here we have the Tete de la Course, the head of the peloton, and it is fracturing, doing the work at the front. It's been in cycle all day long, and look at the footage here. We got some new cameras over that barricade. That was interesting. So Ray Mars out there, our director and producer, is working the cameras, getting these interesting angles right now. This is fantastic. You talk about the technology of LACrits.com.
And back together.
It is happening. It's back together with these fractures, though. For a second there, I thought it was a replay. It looks very much similar to the last lap, does it not? And here the riders are very colorific peloton as they come through, and there are riders up all over the road right now. Pandemonium and disorganization at the front.
Yeah, and look at this. Evoke is on the front. I don't know if they have a rider up there. It's hard to see with so many riders in a split right now. This is not a break. This is a split. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I see about 12 riders in this split. This section right now is going to be the telltale if they want to succeed or not. If they go full noise through turn 1 and 2 to really establish that we're serious about establishing this break, they could put this peloton on the back foot. And Anthony Freeman looked like he took a little chop orange helmet from Big O there. You got some hitters in this group. Evoke, Go Fast.
Right. LaGrange, Big Orange, Anthony Freeman checking over his shoulder, and there's Alfie Sanchez's car, one of his assistants underneath that red light with, you can see the bright green logo. But back to the action out on course. This is the riders heading westbound. Westbound means wind right up into the face. This rider's out of contention, and look at the faces of pain.
So someone glued this thing back together because that was a dangerous move. That was a lot of hitters. Now, the rider or riders in this group that has some good fitness will go again. If they just have a little bit more than the rest, they can go again and really establish themselves as the dominant person in this group. And it looks like Garball still on the front there. I could tell by his stature that he's one of the tough riders that likes to ride hard. This rider we see on the front is getting lapped here, so the lead group is going to be these two right behind. You see he's just swung off. Smart guy there.
Like it.
That's Rudy Napolitano, and I couldn't tell if that was Garball or not, actually.
Well, Rudy has just rung the bell. That man is monumental. He's putting on a real effort right now. Very, very tactical rider, Rudy Napolitano, Ride Across America guy, right? And he is brilliant. He basically waited for that diabolical wind to be done, and then he made his move and his mark.
Yep.
He usually doesn't waste a lot of moves. There's Rudy right there coming through the line first, or through that corner. 3 riders trying to eke back onto Rudy's wheel.
Yeah, this could be good if they keep the pressure on. You know, you only need about 2 laps, and Rudy's kind of waiting on him. That second rider.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. It looks like maybe the Prix kind of disrupted. They're still together, but it definitely looked unorganized. Now, this is where they'll get a blow. Rudy's going, okay, guys, look back. shoulders are broad. It is getting wide. It's like bugs on a bumper halfway to Barstow. And by the time you get to Barstow, you're halfway to hell.
So that was Monster Media. They actually changed up their kits this year, so I didn't recognize that new color of green. But that was John Neist, Monster Media, kind of sitting second wheel, or not kind of, sitting second wheel trying to figure out if he's going to pull or not. It didn't look like he even got on the wheel yet. He's still off the wheel. He's like, all right, I'm done. I haven't even taken a real chop. I've just been chasing. And Rudy's going full gas right now, trying to break away from this group. If there's one guy that can do it, it can be Rudy. I would love to see Rudy get more in a more aerodynamic position versus being so upright in such a section of the course is really hard. Those little gains make a huge difference. If you could just kind of get the forearms down on the bars there to help them get a little bit more aero.
Yeah, that's right. And that's Rudy DePalatano. There's Patrick Fetzer now. He's taking a dig, trying to bring one rider. That was John Nist earlier. To your point, he raced earlier today with Monster. He looked at the heat. He stuck his head in the broiler and said, "I'm out." He's fried, died, and laid to the side. John Nist is a very good bike rider. The heat is on.
The heat is definitely on. Rudy is a guy that can ride hard. We were teammates on Rock Racing. He's been riding hard and training. I'm coming in from a training ride at 10:30 through the Santa Monica's, and he's just riding out. So he's got the pro schedule, guys. He can leave at any time he wants. When you go leave the house at 10 to go for a 4 or 5 hour ride, you're on a pro schedule. I left the house at 6:30, to get it in and get it out of the way. So if these two guys can come across and help, I don't even know if Rudy needs the help, to be honest with you, but I think the more, the merrier, and they're going to be seeing, I don't know if they've seen 5 laps ago or they're going to be seeing 5 laps ago, but this is going to get down. Rudy's going to ride hard. He will not quit. You know why? Because he can't sprint. He's got to ride hard.
And he also, from that Rock Republican days with
Rock Racing.
Rock Racing, thank you very much, Rock. Yeah, Rock Racing with Bahati and a stellar cast back in the day. He's got the legs. I would say the odds are grossly against anybody other than Rudy Napolitano as he comes through with 4 laps to go. Rudy on a jailbreak right now, making ribbons of the field. These two riders are not going to catch.
10 seconds to those two and about 20 seconds to the field. So Rudy's going to be out of sight, out of mind pretty soon. If he can get from turn 1 to turn 2 without the main field seeing him, he's going to make it to the finish line.
And we talked about bugs on a bumper, and look at the peloton. They're blocking. You can read the peloton shape and size and the contours and judge, because Bahati certainly has a PhD in reading pelotons. That peloton looks a little bit relaxed. They're kind of done with that chase mode. Riders all over the road. This is a very deceiving picture right here. Napolitano has a huge gap, and we are starting to whip up the steed. I think Fetzer might be pulled back. Again, this camera angle is so deceiving.
Yeah, the field's in a full-on chase now, and it's starting to fracture. Gaps are starting to form. You're going to start seeing gaps. You're going to start seeing riders kind of pull off. Rudy is doing too much looking back. He's got to keep his head down. He's fully committed now. It doesn't matter what happens, right? If they catch him or not, he's doomed. So you might as well just get your head down, get into the most aero position that you can get into, and try to make it. 3 laps to go, still a long way with the field being motivated. But again, the field has to be motivated between 1 and 2. If they're not motivated between 1 and 2, Rudy will make it to the finish.
Okay, race fans, so they just finished the 1 to 2, talking about the chase. So here's that chicane on the backstretch. This would be turn number 2 to 3.
So he's set up.
There you go.
He's set up. That's it. He's drinking water. When you're full in like that, there's no sitting up. You're not drinking water, right?
Yes.
You're throwing the water bottles. You're throwing everything, trying to get as light as possible to get every incremental gain. And right now you can tell he's sitting up on the hoods. Maybe he will get in contact with these two. That's Patrick Fetzer. I'm not sure who the second rider is, but Go Fast is lining it up, and they'll probably bring this thing back for a field sprint with Garball.
Yeah, I counted 6 seconds with the Fetzer chase to Rudy Napolitano, 6 seconds. So, and they haven't connected yet. Maybe to your point, Rahsaan Bahati, that if he can elicit some help from these two guys, but how cooked are they going to be when they latch onto Rudy? There he goes. That's a 2-second time gap right there. These guys are they're kind of chillax right now, but in cycle, in the purple rain at the front.
10 seconds. So 10-second gap from our 3 riders on the front to the finish. Patrick Fetzer is coming through.
And 1 has become 3, ladies and gentlemen.
253 is the other rider. Rider 253.
with 3 laps to go here in Costa Mesa. Welcome, everybody. You're watching the CMGP.
So that's Adam Bino.
Oh, that's Adam Bino from Chino. Bino from Chino.
Bino from Chino.
He's got legs. He's wearing that black kit. So you've got Fetzer, Bino from Chino, and Rudy. Rudy Napolitano. And he's looks like he's taking a tug right now, trying to get some work. Looking back, monitoring the gap is Rudy, the most experienced of these 3 riders. Can they hang on?
I say with the organization coming from Go Fast, they're just going to set it up. After they come around this section right here, it's going to be not easy, but the advantage is going to be in the peloton as they go through the section where they get a bit of a tailwind and start to wheel them in. They time it just right, make sure Patrick is out of the picture, make sure Rudy's out of the picture, and Mr. Bino out of the picture, because they're sacrificing everything right now. And it's actually not a bad tactic for Evoke. I'm not sure who's the sprinter out there for Evoke. They can now sit right on Go Fast, set themselves up for a field sprint, because Go Fast is doing the work. Sean Bagley, speaking of sprinters, Sean Bagley's there, so they can basically get a free ride now from Go Fast because they have to do the chase, and then boom, they can upset the team.
And they're at the front again. There's Bino taking a tug right now. They definitely are well organized, but you just wonder how many watts are left in the cottage, right? And here comes Rudy now. He's going through, constantly looking back. This is exciting. This is bike racing, and it is happening in real time. Welcome, everybody. You're watching on lacrits.com here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. 3 riders together as they make turn number 3, approaching turn number 4. When they come through, 3 to go.
I think they're going to be seeing 2 to go, Dave. They're on 3 now. They're going to be seeing 2 to go, and it's going to get real interesting right now.
Yeah, 2 at the line when they come through as they go eastbound right now between 3 and 4.
So what do you think? Your opinion. Is Go Fast timing this thing perfectly, or are they struggling a little bit to bring back this break?
Well, you know, if you're going to go 50-50 on the wager, do you pick the pack or do you go with the break? Right now, I mean, if we had 3 Rudys in there, I'd have a different answer.
Absolutely.
It's a coin toss, but I think they might get gobbled up. Rudy's looking for another rider like a Bahati or an Olin Baki up there, but he is
10 seconds. It's still 10 seconds, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4 riders. So they really only have 3 riders. They got one of those riders has got to be the sprinter, right? I'm guessing it's going to be Garball, but Evoke, if they're feeling good, they can bring home the bacon and really put a stamp on this race, the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix. We are out here supporting one of the staples in our community, Bart Clifford and his family. Her family came in from Costa Rica to join us and just really pay homage and honor to someone that Bart lost, not just someone, his daughter, which is devastating. I'm a girl dad myself, so I can't imagine, the feeling, but keeping her memory alive is what we're doing today, and we're doing it through something which we all love, is bike racing.
That's absolutely right. And by remembering others and her, we kind of reflect on our own loved ones, past and present. And we're also celebrating life and celebrating sport on the penultimate lap. When they come through, it will be the final lap, bell lap, as they come through. My goodness gracious, who's it going to be today in this Masters race? It has been nothing but brilliant. Rudy has definitely done the dance and monitored that break. He did not get swallowed and has been playing to his advantage. This is going to come down where the wick gets sticky.
They cannot hesitate whatsoever. They have to go hard and go hard the entire time. They cannot hesitate. If these riders, it's so windy, folks, on the start-finish line, the barricades just flew over. It's so windy. We got a lot of staff and people, volunteers out here trying to get it back up. That's how windy it is here. So, folks, I'm telling you right now, the conditions are brutal. And these 3 riders are working very, very well together to make sure they stay off the front, but they can't be looking back. They cannot be playing games. They have to ride hard to the finish because Big Orange attacked on the backside and is continuing to be on the front, but they have to ride hard. It's going to come down to the finish. Go Fast has fallen apart. This is bell lap. They only have 1 rider, Go Fast, chasing, and if it wasn't for the Big Orange rider, they will still be off the back because Go Fast absolutely fell apart. They have 2 riders there. Garball is the sprinter. And I can tell you right now, rider number 292 on Go Fast won't be able to do much. That's Hans Wellham, a Cat 3 racing in the 4550s. He was absolutely on the rivet there. And if he can't take a pull through turn 1 to turn 2, absolutely. I think these 3 guys will survive, but they cannot play games.
Not at all. You know, and from our view here in the box, in the mod box, in the booth, it looks like helter-skelter out there. It's been chase, attack, repeat, and rinse, etc. to infinity with about a 3/4 lap to go. It's only a 1-mile lap, and they're having to deal with the hellish 1-2 headwind stretch right here, right now in Costa Mesa. 3 riders holding back the ghosts.
They have to think to themselves, look, I'm guaranteed a podium right now. If I don't go all out, I'm guaranteed absolutely nothing. So they have to give it everything right now. I would actually been a little biased. Would love to see Patrick Fetcher get on the podium. I train with him at the track along with his son. So you see some of the hard work that I see every Tuesday and Thursday when we're on the track come to fruition here. And kind of a hometown, Orange County guy, so it'll be kind of cool to see Rudy and these 3 guys survive.
And definitely with Luke Fetzer in the crowd, and that is Patrick Fetzer, wheel number 3 right now. And at the tip is Adam Bino from Chino. And now resting back in Patrick's draft is Rudy Napolitano with Serious Cycling as he looks back, monitors that break. He's got daylight. These 3 riders do indeed have a sizable gap. It's going to come down to the nitty-gritty.
Fitter Fitz on the front, bringing it all back. He's sacrificing his race for who? Is someone paying him off or what? Rudy on the attack. Don't look back. Got a little gap. I think you're going to come out of the corner. You're going to see the peloton right on their heels. I suspect 1 or 2 of them may survive to the finish. Here we go. Coming around turn number 4. Rudy with a bit of a gap. Patrick Fetzer in the driver's seat actually can pop around if he's got any legs. Rudy's going to make it. Patrick may get caught at the line. Let's see. Sure enough, Rudy made it to the finish. Rudy Napolitano. Did he make it? Or did Garball grab him? It was hard to tell.
Wow, he might have got the pocket picked. We're going to have to go to film with the purple rain coming on the inside. Rudy Napolitano, he was definitely smelling the raw meat, but he may have got caught right at the line.
Replay.
Here comes the replay on the inside line. It looks like it could be Garbo. Let's go back to the film. Good to have replay here. LACrits.com, a massive acceleration from the field. Rudy hanging on the outside. Every pedal stroke is pain. My goodness, he is digging down to China. Who held on?
That was a good bike race right there.
That was awesome. I think we're going to have to let all results are provisional. I think Rudy might have hung on. We don't have that film yet. It is unbelievable. What a dramatic finish of all the things in the world to witness here in Costa Mesa.
Yeah, really close finishes. It's one of those finishes you see like when you're watching, the pro bike races on the tour. The riders have been out there all day, 4.5, 5.5 hours, only to come down to the last 20 meters to get nipped at the line or make it to the line. So that's what's popping there. Let's see if we can get that replay or just get an official result from our USAC officials here.
Wow, yeah, we got to catch our breath on that one. That was a very entertaining race, and these riders putting showcasing team tactics. Certainly, if InCycle gets that win, it's going to be a team win. But, hey, I got to say, top 3 in that race is really, really awesome. An extremely difficult race with the wind picking up. And there we are in the brown box there in the booth. I am Dave Worthington, joined by Mr. Rahsaan Bahati. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today.
So, Dave, what do we have next up?
Yeah, next
race here.
Next on the menu, we've got, this is going to be fun as well. We have the category 3-4s. They're going to be racing for 40 minutes.
40 minutes. So if you're watching and you're not that familiar with the whole category system, when you first get your license, you have to have a racing, no different than a driver's license, right? You go get your license, you buy it online through our governing body, which is USA Cycling, and you're an automatic Cat 5. And the goal for most people is to work their way down. So the lower the number, technically, should be, the more experience you have. So you start as a Cat 5, and you'll work your way to a 4, to a 3, to a 2, to a 1. And then you can one day become a professional. The only way you can be a professional is if you're on a professional team. So I went from a Cat 2 to a professional. I skipped the 1 because I was hired by a professional team as a Cat 2. So someone tells you they're a pro, like me, say, man, you still a pro. I'm not a pro because I'm not on a pro team. If I was on a pro team, yes, I would technically be a professional bike racer, but those days are long gone. So if you're watching and you're like, man, you know what? I want to give this a try. All you have to do is visit usacycling.org and read up on how to get a license, join a local club. There's a lot of resources on there to get you out here, and we will love to see you.
We would love to see you indeed. Come on out and check it out. There's a lot of entry categories where anybody can join and just hop in. You can do these Cat 5s and enjoy yourself, and you will be welcome. Trust me, it is a beautiful community. Category 3-4 is off and underway. Racing for 40 minutes here in Costa Mesa, California, under blue skies. Welcome, everybody. You're watching on lacrits.com. Produced and directed by Ray Mars. Big shout out to Majestic Cycling. Thank you for supporting bicycle racing in Southern California, making it happen. Big shout out to Bart Clifford for also supporting the entire Clifford family. Thank you to Audi Fletcher Jones and Signature Payment. I also want to say and recognize the Halpern Law Firm for also supporting bike racing. We saw young Halpern do very well, taking third in the juniors this morning. And the daughter of Mr. Ron Halpern, very proud. Also Sports Basement, EXP Realty, and the OC Mix. We appreciate you all. It's popping over at Podium Plaza here in Costa Mesa at the Grand Prix. In loving memory, Taylor Elizabeth Clifford in third place. Ron Smith racing for Bahati Foundation / Methods to Winning. Taking the second step in the 40+, Rigoberto Mesa with Stage 2 Cyclery. Coming out of a 3-man break, holding off the field, Eric Anderson taking top step, winning our Masters 40+, striking gold, Eric Anderson, also with Bahati Foundation / Methods to Winning. I have results for the 35+ in fourth place, Ronnie Toth. Thrive on, Ronnie. And in third place, Jack O with the Big Orange Cycling. Taking the silver medal today in the 35+, Matthew Easter. Matt Easter, congratulations with Monster Racing Cadence Cyclery, and taking top step out of that three-man break. Brandon York with Farmer Cycling. Brandon York, congratulations. You are the winner, and you're going to pick up a beautiful splashy jersey with the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial festooned across with Majestic Cycling also on that jersey. It is a beautiful, sexy jersey. Thank you so much for Arm and Rom putting on this jersey and making it look so special and saucy with Ice Sportswear. And once again, you're looking at photographs, pictures, images of Cat 3-4 at 1:35. They started this race right on cue. It has been like Swiss timing out here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Hats off to the officials, to the volunteers, to Majestic Cycling and his crew, Alfie Sanchez, Kathy Sanchez. Job well done. Hoping to have some dignitaries come by from the city of Costa Mesa, perhaps, well, according to my text messages, I think the Mayor Pro Tem is going to be here, Jeffrey Harlan. This is my hometown, so you can imagine I'm very stoked and proud and privileged to be here. I'm David Worthington, and since its incorporation 1953, the city has grown from a semi-rural farming community of 17,000 to a vital urban area, including the South Coast Plaza, John Wayne Airport, and now with a thriving economy based on retail, commerce, light manufacturing, and light farming. Per the U.S. Census, the city of Costa Mesa population in 1960 was 37,000, and it's doubled in, well, to 74,000 in 1970, so it doubled in 10 years. 2 words, my friends, lima beans. So the current population of this wonderful city I call home, roughly 112,000. So we're located about 35 miles south of Los Angeles and about 90 miles actually from San Diego. San Diego's to the south, and we stand about 5 miles from the sugar sand beaches of the mighty Pacific. Costa Mesa has done very well with headquartering a lot of corporations, Hurley, Ravka, Vans, and Volcom. They're all headquartered here, so get your kicks on Route 55 to 405, right? We are the 55 to 405 peeps. Costa Mesa is also the home of the Toyota Racing Development. However, the real deal is Audi Fletcher Jones, a title sponsor. You are watching LACrits.com, broadcasting from Costa Mesa, California. Out on course right now, the Category 3-4s. This is a intermediate class. And they're racing 40 minutes. They went off at 1:35 p.m. And right now on the dial, it's 1:44. So they are 9 minutes into this race. You can see the ticker there right on cue, 9:29, 9:30, 9:31. Those are minutes and seconds into the progress of the bicycle race throughout the day. A beautiful graphic by LACrits.com. And this has been nothing short of action-packed all day long. And welcome, please, everybody, in loving memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. This is an event rich in emotion, history, and storylines. Costa Mesa is my hometown, so it is abundantly my stoked privilege to be here and to provide some commentary. And we're going to be rejoined by Rahsaan Bahati. We've already had some really exciting races coming down literally to the final meters. In fact, we haven't really sussed out who won that last race. It went to photo finish, so it's between Rudy Napolitano and John Garbo, from what we can tell from the booth. Photo finish. So we're talking about headquarters in Costa Mesa. Another company that's done very well here is the Vans headquarters, and their campus is literally around the corner. I could see an edge of their building on the campus of Vans here to the southwest. They have a lot of events there, and we talk again, we got to bring up Audi vehicles because they are also putting out electric and hybrid cars, and they are available at the all-new Audi Fletcher Jones facility, just located on Bristol, right around the corner from here. And their prices are superior and more reasonable than anything Tesla can provide. So go say hi to Paul Abrams at Fletcher Jones.
I went to go see Paul about a few weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah.
A little too rich for my blood right now.
Yeah, the
My
hybrids.
kids are killing me.
I get it, Mr. Bahati. Yeah, the kids, but the hybrids are a little bit pricey. But someday I dream of not having to pay, for the gas at the pump. So
I'm all right with the gas, man.
Yeah.
I stay at the pump, so might as well just keep it going.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
I'm not ready for the electric cars, but we went over and test drove Paul set it up.
Oh, yeah.
Great service. The guy he set us up with was amazing. Test drove 3 cars, and the one I really wanted to test drive, I did it last. And that's the one they sell you on. It's the best one. It was the RS Q8.
Was that a petro or hybrid?
No, it's full-on gas, man.
Yeah. Great ride.
It's on the same chassis as the Urus, the Lamborghini Urus. Audi makes, or Volkswagen makes everything for everyone. But, man, it's such a bad car. So I said that'll be a gift to myself once I get my kids graduate high school or something like that. So.
And we're talking about Paul Abrams. So he's a sales manager. He's like top dog on the floor at Audi Fletcher, located on Bristol. Which
right down the street.
Right down the street. Yeah. So practically walking distance. Great, cool facility,
and
too.
I just saw his son.
Is that right?
His son's racing. The 1-2 race.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
you saw his son. He's here.
Yeah. Cycling family. Patrick ran a cycling team for a very long time. I remember Cash Call. Were there something before Cash Call?
Yeah, there's several iterations, and then they became Elevate, KHS.
Elevate, yep, KHS, yeah. So, but yeah, he's always been in the car business because I remember meeting him at Fletcher Mercedes. So he's at Mercedes for a while, and now I like Audi a little more than Mercedes.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, Paul Abrams, he did such a great job with Elevate KHS. They actually were the best domestic team on the road for a number of years. Remember, they had guys that were winning at Tulsa Tough. They were winning mountain stages,
Absolutely.
and they're winning at Redlands Classic. And
that's what Paul. It takes, man. We need more cash call teams out here. Right now on the local scene and even on a national level, there's really one team over the last few years that have been dominating the circuit. But, I think things are going to change up this year, kind of shifting gears. Things will change up a little bit. The Texas Roadhouse team that was elite and masters team is now Rainstorm professional cycling team. So they separated themselves from Texas Roadhouse masters team, and they have some really good riders. And the season hasn't really kicked off yet, but I think you're going to see the teams are a little deeper, I would say. Teams are a little deeper than they were in the past versus going up against the dominant team, which was Legion. And I think you will see a little bit of a mix-up this year. It's not going to be as dominant as it has been. And I'm not just talking about Reign. I'm talking about other teams as well. I think you're going to see other riders being able to get on that top step and beat Nation's #1 beast and everything. But he is by far, I think, still the fastest guy out there. It's how deep his team is to make sure he doesn't have to use all the energy that he didn't have to use last year and previous years to make sure that he goes to the finish well.
Well, that's what's so interesting about having the Williams brothers split, right? But Rainstorm, they're actually owned by Monster.
Yep.
It's an energy, it's all natural energy drink, and it's great. I did not know that they're absorbing or basically merging with Texas Roadhouse.
Yep.
But they've always had a great program, kind of a regional team, Texas Roadhouse, but they're forever. Like you can always count on them on the podium, right? And
yeah, Texas Roadhouse, the team itself has been around for 20-plus years. Just kind of consistently having a team, having a club. You know, they don't take themselves too seriously, which I appreciate. But on the elite side, stepping it up, which we need. We need more elite teams. We need more domestic elite teams. You know, there should be 180 guys, 160 guys in every pro race that you enter that's on the circuit, you know. Racing 100K. I want to get back to seeing a 100K race, you know.
Yeah, my good friend, Russ Ames, the race director of Dana Point Grand Prix. He said, and he says hi to Rahsaan. He says, the pro races would be the only race you can actually ticket. You know, maybe it's $5 a ticket, whatever it might. You could actually ticket, maybe more. But the point being, that is the show. So we have to remember that that is really where the money is. Although we are really entertained in that last race, those are Masters kits. There's Brent Hoffers in the show. Say hey to Brent. But that's really what it boils down to is these young kids. And it's the Luke Fetzers on their way up.
Yeah.
Right? And he's a perfect example of, and that's great to have a USAC kind of step in and groom. But, you know, the bottom line is this guy like Luke Fetzer is also going to look for guys like you to be your friend, to have a mentor. And there's no problem there. I mean, certainly if you go to any training ride, you can talk to guys that have been around. And in Orange County, there's so many of these rides, and that's the opportunity. But it's a hard row to hoe. Yeah,
it's hard, man. And to be honest with you, if I could be candid, USAC has to do a lot more with junior development. You know, it's so tough, man. I always hate to say. I'm gonna stop saying I hate to say this. I'm just gonna say it. When I was a junior, 15, 16 nationals in Cincinnati, we had heats for the crit because there was over 200 juniors. That's where the crop comes from, right? The road race, you got 180 juniors and a 60-mile, 100K road race, you know? So we have to get back to that. And I truly believe once USA Cycling stopped forcing, or a part of the rules, if you were a sanctioned club, you had to put on a bike race in your area.
Boom.
When that went away, you start to see the decline of bike races and also bike racers. Because you got to remember, and I'm speaking from my experience, I was with Major Motion Cycling Club out of Leimert Park, and we put on a race around the Forum where Magic Johnson and who else we had? James Worthy and Michael Cooper, Byron Scott were winning championships. We had a race around that arena.
I remember that race.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was that club,
Inglewood,
that took care of me, that got me the race wheels, got me the traveling bag, supported my family with getting tickets so I can go race out of the state. We need that, and that's gone right now.
That's a really fascinating take, Rahsaan, because you're right. It was mandatory at the time.
It was mandatory. Thank you.
I was a Cat 4, and I raced this race back in '89 or so, and our team was OCC, Orange Coast Community College, and Rich Life Vitamins. Nobody's there. So the point is we had to run it. There, to your point, we had a 4A and a 4B. I kid you not. And they were just individual prizes because they had 200 Cat 4s.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was, 200 plus. 2 fields. But they stopped doing that, and then they slowly eroded to, well, you can team up with somebody else. So
Yep.
you had 3 teams going, I'm part of that time trial.
Yeah.
And so it started the erosion of that mandatory rule. And what was so cool about that, it was truly grassroots, that the entire team. So you'd have Orange Coast Community College, the campus, our team, coming out in droves to volunteer, man. So now guys like Alfie are having to recruit Alfie Sanchez. It's tough,
hard.
man.
It's really hard. So if you just imagine you had 30 clubs just from LA, let's just call it from Ventura County down to San Diego, which there's probably way more than 30 clubs sanctioned under USA Cycling. Just say half of those people got together and did a race together. So that's 15. And keep in mind, there's more than that. I'm just giving basic numbers. That's 15 races that you are having a year on top of whatever's going on now, right? So it's not dominated by one group. It's not Alfie trying to put on 5 races to help everyone. You know what I mean? It's like now you have a race every weekend. Sometimes you can have a race Saturday and Sunday because there's only so many race weekends. You know what I mean? And we got to get back to that. That's when it was thriving. You know what I mean? That's when racing was good.
It was.
And I think with the help of what's going on now, different events, all the signage. I mean, of course, the live stream and all that stuff is making it way more better. But we need more clubs, more groups getting together. Even if it's 3 groups together, let's put $5,000 each together to pull off a race, and which you can do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. We love the sport, and so many do love the sport, but if we want it to flourish, we have to rethink, and that's why somebody like maybe you need to be running the show over here. I know you're juggling a few chainsaws, but I mean, we have to rethink this. And the idea of doing mandatory races would load up the calendar more and maybe take less of the emphasis of series. And then in some competition of, oh, really, you guys are doing Costa Mesa Grand Prix? We're going to do this. We're going to do Dana Point. We're going to go back to Inglewood, right? And we're going to put on a show like Major Motion did last 7 days ago.
Yeah.
And you just kind of raise the bar.
Raise the bar. Yeah. And one great thing about like that Major Motion race, I think it gave a lot of people hope. Now, we just helped. Methods to Winning, we helped. It wasn't our race. That race was Major Motion. And it was put on by a guy who started cycling during the pandemic. No race promoting in his background, none of that, right? So I think it actually gives hope to anyone out there that likes to ride a bike, that understands a little bit of cycling, that they can do it too. You know what I mean? It's possible. You don't have to be, you don't have to come from the promoting world to put on a bike race.
Was that Antoine?
Antoine. Nickname Ace. But his mama named him Antoine, so I'm going to call him Antoine.
Antoine, yeah, I feel you. He's
from
really,
Tennessee.
He's from Tennessee. I like Tennessee, by the way.
Played on that weak team that wears all the orange.
Oh, the Vols? He's a volunteer.
He's a volunteer.
Well, hey, man, they got a good,
They're all right.
They're all right.
I always give them a hard time.
I think one of the Manning kids did all right there.
Yeah, he was there with Manning.
He was? Yeah. Omaha.
Omaha.
Did he play?
He played.
No kidding.
So he said. He could have been the water boy. I don't know.
That's all right. It's a big program,
It's a big program.
Yeah. So, and you yourself, I forgot to ask, you played some ball in high school and before. What was your position? Were you a DB?
I was a running back and a catcher.
Okay, so you
also played free safety. I was fast. I wasn't big.
Yeah, I can't imagine you having fast twitch muscles.
I could fall down and get back up and still go make the play.
Spot them. Yeah, I played at 5A in high school in Houston, and so did my brother Roger. So we really come from football. That's still my favorite sport.
Me too. That's my favorite sport to watch.
Me too. Yeah. I'm a 49er fan. It didn't work out. Yeah, it didn't work out.
I'm a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Dak Prescott, where you at? So Brock Purdy here. Brock Purdy's off the front right now, one rider.
Huge gap, too.
Mr. Irrelevant is making a statement right
Who is that? We've been just chatting it up. We forgot about the bike race.
Yeah.
Maybe let the people know. And he's moving. Gosh. Rider 282. Do we have a start list, Dave?
Yeah, we got to just hand it over to me.
He looks young. I reckon he's only 20 years old.
Yeah, his name is Ansel Smoland. He's with the Du Velo team with Jack Rue USA. He's age 27. According to the sheets.
27. That's still young. He's not playing around. So this is a Cat 3-4 race. This is an interesting race because a lot of the riders out here have actually, tongue-tied, have actually doubled up already. They've done the 2-3 race.
Yep.
And now they're doing a 3-4. So if they didn't cut it in a 2-3, they figured they'll go bully on a 3-4 race because it should be technically less experienced riders out there. But I don't know. Would you say Duvet? What's this?
Yeah, it's that Velo Duvet team. I don't know how to pronounce that. They're out of San Diego. It's. I think they're trying to be cheeky in French.
Oui.
Yeah, they got that certain je ne sais quoi. Antoine Hill is in this.
I saw Antoine out there.
All right, he's riding 267 with major motion. He's 46 years of age.
Saw TJ Roberts as well from Major Motion out there. He's the tallest guy in the peloton. 6'7". Played ball at Syracuse. Drafted. Played. I think he played somewhere in the league. I'm not exactly sure where, but was a ball player. I need to get more of his backstory of how he fell into the sport of cycling. But it's pretty cool to see people transition from other sports into this unique sport of bike racing.
Unique indeed. We have 25 minutes. Let's go back to the action out on course. This is Dave Worthington with Rahsaan Bahati, and a big shout out to David Wells. We got a message that he's listening from Atlanta, Georgia.
Should have never left, man.
You hear that?
Should have never left, Dave.
The indefatigable.
It ain't all about the money, man. Sometimes you got to say no.
We had fun until Honda took my my motor away. I think we're going to see Dave Wells.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Get your kicks on Route 66. I think we're going to see Wells. I know he was out here recently, and we're going to get back to the action here. But, yeah, Wells, there's a rumor that he might be coming around town for a Tour de Murrieta, and perhaps we shall see. Actually,
I just keep putting it in the universe. One day I'm going to leave California. Just the cost of living is a little wild. I want a little bit more. Need a tractor in my life and like an ATV, and I want to have chickens and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to do it in Southern California. So I'll be getting out of here one day and maybe Georgia, maybe not, maybe the Midwest. I went to school in the Midwest, so I like the Midwest. And, we'll see.
Well, we'll see. I mean, my heart is in California. Here we go. We got this rider rolling off the front. And this. Okay, well, let's get back to explaining the trapezoid-shaped course here. This right here, this rider on the picture here, he is going in a block headwind. And he's doing a hell of a job holding off the pack. But this is the most arduous, difficult stretch of road. It's going due west, and it's the longest segment of the four of the trapezoid. So you got the base right now. Even Rahsaan Bahati raced earlier, talked about this hump. You see that riser right there? It's all the difference in the world when you are breathing through a cocktail straw and the legs are starting to dissolve. All that sugar is it's like dumping salt into hot water. And here we go. It looks like the chase is a little bit hitting the pause button right now.
Yeah, early in the race, I didn't really notice that little hump right there. Definitely noticed the headwind, but didn't really notice the hump until a little deeper in the race when I was taking some chops. And, you got your head down trying to pull back the three-man break. You're like, oh, this kind of hurts right here. And then you realize it's a little slight, undulation going on right there. I mean, ever so slightly. So you think our races are pretty short. Masters, these smaller, lower category races, we're only racing 45, 50 minutes, so it's not that big of a deal. But when you get down to the bigger races like the pro women, the pro men, where they're racing 75, 90, I wish they were racing 100 kilometers, you would definitely feel these ups and downs and these headwinds and stuff like that. So not a big deal, but just pointing out that it's there.
Well, I mean, that's the point. Everything is accentuated when you are at the limit. And we talk about being 10 minutes into the broiler. I hope that for some of you are listening or watching that have not really raced, understand that a 40-minute race, if it's balls out, then it's very difficult. It's not a marathon. It's way more intense than a marathon. It's about really delivering high watts as this rider comes through.
He's gone.
He looks gone to me.
He's gone. It's nothing they can do about it. Is this a 40-minute race?
Yes.
40 minutes, so he's more than halfway done. He's going to be seeing cards in probably the next few laps. He is absolutely crushing it, and that's one thing about those time trial-style riders. They get into a zone, and there's nothing you can do about it. It doesn't matter that the headwind is here. He's in a zone right now, and he's absolutely crushing it. Be pretty cool to see his numbers. 27 years old, out of San Diego.
And he's with that program, the Du Velo team, with a certain je ne sais quoi.
Hi.
This is Rahsaan Bahati. He is the GOAT of Criterion bicycle racing. But Rahsaan, we're gonna hand your headset over to Andrea for a second. Right. Turn it off. Remember to come back. All right, we are joined by City Council, and you're watching LACrits.com here in Costa Mesa, California. What a tremendous day. It is an absolute beautiful day, and we are joined again by Andrea Marr, and she is a City Council member that has really done major strides in walkability and getting the bike routes in flow. That's been part of her passion project, and certainly Costa Mesa, I've been here since 1990, and there's been tremendous strides in getting the grid going and making it more of a bike-friendly community. And Andrea has done a tremendous job with City Council with bikeway and walkability here in Costa Mesa. Andrea, I'm with you. I'm so appreciative of what the city has done. Let's just get your reaction. Just seeing these racers coming by in your streets here at the beautiful Costa Mesa.
This is just absolutely fantastic. It was so cool to walk up and see all of these cyclists. I've been elected for 5 years. It's been a priority for us to get the streets a little bit safer for biking and walking. We know most people, if they could, would choose to bike and walk around the city, and so this is just a tremendous example of what's possible. So thank you so much for organizing this here in our city.
And right, Andrea, thank you so much. It's really about what Majestic Cycling has done with Alfie Sanchez and his team, and Bart Clifford and all these sponsors, and we're hoping to build this. It's a race that happened 10 years ago, and it happened before then, back around about 1990.
Yeah.
And so we're bringing it back, and we'd love to have OC.
Oh, that's awesome.
We want OC mix in the mix even more.
Yeah.
And we have great aspirations. So let's talk about you real quick before we get back to the action. You went through the Naval Academy. I think you competed in karate. So major. I guess
that doesn't come up very often in interviews, but yes.
Well, that's John Stevens the mayor is really happy to have you for security detail just in case. So, where did you actually attend the academy?
I was in Annapolis, Maryland.
Yes.
So I was there for 4 years by the Bay, and then spent 5.5 in the Navy after that.
That's awesome. And so, and you got your degree in, is it engineering?
I was an aerospace engineer. I wanted to be a pilot. My eyes weren't good enough, so I ended up on aircraft carriers.
That's awesome. So again, we're talking to Andrea Marr, and she's with City Council of the City of Costa Mesa. I'm David Worthington. We're having a brief conversation with Andrea. What we really want to show to you is that this is just the beginning. You can see how colorful it is, right? And we've got this live feed brought to you by LACrits.com. And anything we can do to try to get this thing ramped up, we would, we can use a verbal contract. I think that's 3/4 good right now. But
well, I heard this event is planning to come back later this year, and I was just telling Alfie that we're excited to do everything we can to increase turnout, get some more sponsors out here. We think there's a partnership possibility with a couple of folks who are knocking down my door asking how they can support the community, and I think this would be a great way to do it. So really looking forward to partnering in the future.
That's awesome. I know one of you guys, the City Council is really involved with Save the Youth programs, too. And that's something that really resonates with this group. Or I Love Costa Mesa, some of the nonprofit organizations that we hope to piggyback, and to have a brotherhood and a sisterhood with these programs here. And that's really what it's about, is the unity in the community. Is this your first bicycle race?
I think it is, actually. Very. I know you can see me being distracted every time somebody rides by. But very, very cool to be here.
And it is I don't know that we're going to see John Stevens, but I've met him before. I've also met Ron Lawrence with the police department.
Yeah.
And I just want to say I'm really proud to be a resident of Costa Mesa.
Well, thank you.
And we're super stoked that you found time on Sunday to swing by.
Yeah, no, I was really excited to do this. I'm so glad Alfie came to City Council and told us about it. And like I said, this is something that excited to support in the future as we keep building this. So, yeah, very cool.
We will continue to build it, and with your support, we're ingratiated. And it's our distinct honor and privilege to hang out with you. And if you want to stick around for the pro race, it's scheduled to go at 2:20. The men's go at 2:20, and then the women go at 3:35. The men pro 220 race is 70 minutes, 70 red-hot minutes, and that's going to be a star-studded field. Here we're looking at right now on the pictures, it is the category 3-4s. Okay, and we're looking at the final lap. Andrea, you're going to watch the final lap right now. Thank you for joining us as we get down to the nitty-gritty with this one rider that is going to hold off the pack. It looks like he has been riding with wings because he is absolutely flying. And here we go. For the win. It looks like he has done it. It's all about the wings. This man has shredded the field. He has made ribbons of the entire peloton. Your category 3-4 champion today. He's going to post up on the final corner right here, right now. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The man from Velo Deux. He is all alone. Congratulations, striking gold once again. Costa Mesa Grand Prix champion, holding off the pack. He's got, 8-10 seconds. What a demonstration of fitness, of power, of dexterity. My goodness gracious, good heavens, he has sent the arrow high above the heavens of the city of Costa Mesa, California.
Alone, congratulations, striking gold once again. Costa Mesa Grand Prix champion, holding off alone, congratulations. Alone, congratulations, striking
tremendous
gold
finish right
once
there.
again.
The face of exaltation
Costa
on the
Mesa
replay.
Grand
Yes,
Prix
indeed,
champion,
tapping
holding
his
off
chest,
alone.
and he has done it. What a tremendous
Congratulations,
show.
striking gold
Congratulations
once
to the entire
again.
team holding off the pack.
Costa Mesa Grand Prix champion, holding off alone.
It
Congratulations.
just doesn't get any better than that. Finishing all alone. Ansel Adams, way to go, way to hold off the field. Next on the menu we have our pro men, 1, 2, 3. Our men pro are going to be racing for 70 minutes. Ansel Solon, congratulations once again for taking the bull by the proverbial horns. And next on the menu, now we're going to catch up. We are not going to start. We still have moments of time. It's 2:13 p.m. on the clock here, Pacific Western, and we are scheduled to go off at 2:20. I do want to thank once again City Council for joining us. That was awesome to have Andrea Marr with us, and she really is an advocate for cycling and for making Costa Mesa more bike-friendly. You're watching LACrits.com, produced and directed by Ray Mars. I'm joined by Rahsaan Bahati.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, Rahsaan, there's only one goat. There can't be goats. So I'm going to say, Mr. Bahati, you are the criterium GOAT.
Hey, I appreciate the gesture, but there's a lot of good riders out there. Like I said earlier, I just loved bike racing, man. I loved the competition. I loved everything about it, the strategy. And anyone who's ever coached me would know I never had the best numbers. You would never see 1,700 watts from me. You would never see a FTP of 450. But it was something God blessed me with. I just understood how to bike race and how to read things. So calling me the GOAT, that's cool, whatever, I'll take it. But yeah, I was just fortunate. I think I grew up in an era where I had the best mentors. You know what I mean? And so it taught me how to be tough. It taught me how to race smart, how to read competition and all that stuff. So super blessed. Up next, men's Pro 123. I'm looking out this amazing little bungalow. No, we're not going to call it a bungalow. A work trailer here. And I see Corey Williams in his all-white national championship uniform from the country of Belize. We're going to get a start list pretty soon here. I see I didn't get confirmation. Did Rudy Napolitano actually win the Masters race? Did we figure that out? Because I also see him lining up for the Pro 123 race coming up momentarily here. Just kind of looking out the window. All of our starters. Corey Lockwood. Sharon Smith is also doubling up. Did the 35 to 40 race earlier this morning. It's too early to race. I think we raced at 10:50. I'm not used to racing that early. Team 6 is out there. See one of my old teammates from rock racing days. Austin Carroll. Did a lot of work with him on the track. As we prepared for track nationals, and actually we were trying to go to and do some work at World Cups, but that didn't really work out. But it was always fun racing with him. He was one of the younger guys on the team that took under his wing, make sure he was doing the right thing, and really good bike racer. SoCal Cycling Fields the team. I see them with their new kits. They always stick to the red. Serious Cycling's got a few. Ice Speed. There's Corey Williams, the current Criterium national champion out of Belize, shaking hands and kissing babies here at the start. That was Bart Clifford, our promoter, along with Alfie Sanchez. What is it, Majestic? And we're here at the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix in Costa Mesa, honoring the memory of Bart Clifford's daughter, who tragically lost her life some years ago. I believe she was around 15, 16 years old. So Bart's been in the sport for a long time, and I'm glad he was able to partner up with Alfie and keep her memory alive, and also give us a bike race and have it for a meaning, which is amazing. When you're racing for something, I feel like the racing is always better when you have something to race for. So once again, I am Rahsaan Bahati, and I have Dave Worthington, co-host here. He's been on the mic all day. I stepped in right after the 35 plus 40 race, which I raced this morning around 10:50, and I will be here for the remainder of the day. So up next is the Pro Men 123, followed by the Elite Women 123. Both events actually racing for $1,000 cash, and there's preems, and as right now we are acknowledging Bart. I'm sure it's very, 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 very emotional, as you can tell from the feed here. That's Alfie there with the mic, along with his bride, and get a few words with Bart. I'm sure he's just going to let everyone know that he's happy to be here and inspired to have everyone race in memory of his late daughter. Pretty cool sight seeing all the spectators and riders locked in right now listening to Bart as he share a story or two about his family. He's got some family in from Costa Rica, so you see how important this sort of recognition is that family members are flying in from all over the place to witness this, and also to lend more support to their loved ones. So that's important. There it is. I'm sure all words spoken were inspiring. And next up, I think this is a city official from the city of Costa Mesa. That is always a fantastic sign when you have city officials come out and check out why we're pulling permits, why we're shutting down streets and perhaps inconveniencing a few people here and there. So when they come out to support, that is amazing. It gives us the opportunity to perhaps bring this back and actually get more support from the city. The more support we get from the city, the more we can offer events and the more lucrative these events could be. At the end of the day, and this is speaking from a race promoter side, because I actually put on a bike race as well, most promoters are not making any money. There are some that are making money. We do it because we love it. But I think it's okay to make money because you are providing a service. So the more we can get the city involved, the more, the promoters will be more enticed to continue to put on a bike race. And at this moment, we have the national anthem.
And yes, a beautiful rendition of our Star Spangled Banner. As we, in short moments, going to be sending off Pro Men 1, 2, 3, racing for 70 hot minutes. You're looking at images of Corey Williams at the line. He's got his Belize National Road Championship kit on as they're off and underway, racing for 70 hot minutes. This is going to be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching on lacrits.com. Talking about Corey Williams, he's coming off a tremendous season already. He's got huge wins, of course, in his Palmares at Dana Point, Tulsa, Boise, San Dimas, and Murrieta. Also at Laverne, and he's won 3 times at Manhattan Beach. And he's definitely coming off firing early season with a big block of training. I think he's got about 3 wins already here at 2024 campaign, including an emphatic win last Sunday at the Major Motion Criterium in Long Beach. Also on the line, Clever Martinez. He's a Miami Knight aiming for the crown. The Venezuelan missile. He's not cheeky. He's clever. So say hello to the Senor Clever Martinez is in the house. Also on the line, Corey Lockwood riding for the Miami Blazers. At the Redland Classic, we saw this man slay Goliath. It was indeed David v. Goliath. Down goes Goliath. He is a U.S. national time trial champion. And he is awesome and ready to go. It's good to see Corey, Kerry Water, Chopwood, Lockwood in the house. And we also have a rock star out there, the David Beckham of GP Motorsports. Talking about Scott Redding from UK. Few men have raced 2 wheels at 200 miles per hour with a basket of fish and chips. At age 15, the champion from London was winning GP motorbikes. And yes, indeed, he is the David Beckham of two-wheel motorsports, and yeah, he married a Spice Girl. And 2 months ago, he nailed a dramatic win at the Hardman Classic Gravel Road Race in Anaheim, California. I was there to call the action, and Scott Redding really sent it. So watch out for Scott Redding. He is all about getting grippy out there from London. He currently resides in Switzerland. Also on the line out on field is Luke Fetzer. We talked about Luke earlier. Bahati is one of his mentors. Luke Fetzer racing for the Austin Outlaws, and he is your current U.S. National Juniors Criterium and Track champion. The kid with a megawatt smile. The young lion from Laguna, Luke Fetzer, is in the house. Also out in the field right now, Rex Roberts riding for Team 6. Rex is no stranger to the podium whatsoever. He scored a dramatic win on a one-lap flyer to close out the 2023 season last year at the Chuck Pontius Criterium. T-Rex Roberts always looking to hunt down a top 3. He is a man to watch. Also, Eddie Huntsman. I believe he's with ButcherBox. He may have changed channels to Austin Aviators or Austin Outlaws. Huntsman from San Diego, a national champ on the track. And he is scheduled to represent the U.S. national track team and in its run to the Summer Games of Paris 2024. Look out for Eddie Huntsman. Eddie, steady Huntsman. Also in the field, I believe, yes, we have confirmation Justin Williams is in the house. Wait, check me. He may be in the facility, but maybe he has not pinned up. So we have a tremendous field, and watch out because Lockwood is already on cue.
Great lineup. Great lineup. Thanks for running us down, letting everyone know who is in the house. Clever last week at the King and Queens of Crit went on to win close to like $700 in Prims. And that's exactly what you see. When you see that face on screen, that's what you see, that's what you get. He's one of the most genuine guys you're going to meet. He went on the attack every time there was a Prix for 100, 200, 300, whatever. He was going for it and still ended up, I think, in the top 5. After being off the front with another rider for about 7 or 8 laps, they were wheeled back in with about 2 laps to go and still finished in the top 10. But took home the crowd Prix. So we got the crowd Prix. Mike Hecker and I got the crowd involved, nice. And we raised close to $400, I believe. I can't remember the exact number, but he took that Prix as well. Lots of hitters out there. I was strolling through Instagram yesterday and saw Eddie Huntsman actually riding what is it, Silverado Canyon, and the pouring down rain. So I commented, said I love to see it because I remember being that it didn't matter what the weather was, as long as it wasn't freezing or it wasn't lightning, you're going to be safe. It didn't matter if it was raining. You go out there and you train. So, like I said, I love to see it.
Absolutely, yeah. Santiago Canyon, Silverado Canyons, those are that's the hallowed ground in Orange County for training. And by the way, if you're wondering why it got so red hot so early, compliments $100 Prix on lap 1 by Worthy Brewing Company. Roger Worthington just called in a biscuit, and he's got more.
Did he throw some six-packs down as well?
Well, I got one over there. It's called the Delusional with your name on it, Mr. Bahati.
Oh, yeah.
It's tasty.
Still working my way over there. He's in Bend, right?
That's right, Bend, Oregon. You got to check out Worthy Brewing Company.
I'll be up there in that area pretty soon. My kid goes to school in Oregon, so I always make a point to go up there and watch her run. So you need to make some more time and visit the brewery.
Absolutely. You are worthy. Trust me. Good stuff, good eats, and good grog. Look at Corey there. He's pretty far forward. Maybe this is kind of that Bahati thing where you stretch out the legs.
Yeah, I noticed that Corey was actually on the attack pretty early after the first 3 guys kind of got off the front. He's making sure, remember, he doesn't have Justin today. Even though they're on 2 separate teams, they're still under the same umbrella. So Corey has to be a little bit more aggressive today and close a lot of these gaps that are going. And I actually ran into Corey right before the start line. He said, bro, I'm at 27 hours already this week. So earlier today, we're talking about, how many hours you're putting in. 27 hours is a big week. So after today, he's going to get probably close to 30 hours. If he warmed up, you got the race, and then the cool down, that is a lot of hours in 1 week.
Indeed. Corey, though, on his license plate, it says no brakes. I'm making that up, but that's really his thing, right? And right now, he's not riding with any brakes at all. He's at the front. And he's the man who, when it gets grippy, that's his advantage, his cornering skills. But to your point, is he coming in a little bit salty? He certainly has been on a peak that's gone at least, I'd say, 4 weeks' time, where he's gone game after game. I think he's scored at least 3 wins, if I'm not mistaken, including CBR and last week and also at the Roger Milliken race. So he is definitely in true form. And he's got good legs as this peloton is strung out like a poet in Amsterdam.
And who's the moto guy? What's his name?
Is that Chris Black?
No, the motorcycle racer, the pro.
Yeah, that's Scott Redding. Scott Redding from the UK.
Yeah, he was on the front just now, drilling it a little bit. Scott Redding, yeah. So funny, I turn on Eurosport, and there he was, like, ripping it on somewhere in the world on his motorbike. Like you said, going 200 miles an hour. Pretty cool that he's out here racing our race.
He's a celebrity, really,
Definitely.
in motorsports. Yeah, he's made over $1 million in prize money, and it's great to have him out here. He raced the Hardman Classic, which was a gravel race back in November. So obviously he's got close ties, affiliations to Southern California, and he loves it out here. And there is on the rumor mill that Scott Redding from the UK is trying to assemble a composite team for the Redlands Classic.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
I think it's pretty much a done deal, and he's an impresario, if you will. He's putting some money behind the sport because he does love it indeed. And so many riders, and I think Dave Wells will allude to this, a lot of riders from GP and motorsports are cross-training in cycling. In
almost all motorsports. I just came back from Indianapolis. The Brickyard is there. Tony Kanaan, you can call him the GOAT of IndyCar. Yeah. He rides almost every single day, right? And then they noticed that he was getting so much better than them. They started riding. And then, Formula One, all of these guys, motocross, supercross, they are already using cycling to make sure that their bodies are in condition for the grueling racing that they do.
That's amazing. Yeah, a lot of the F1 guys now they're fit, they're lean. It's not just about what's going on in between the ears. It's about also fitness that comes into play. And those guys are shifting where there's a motorcycle or car every 3 seconds. In some of these races, they're shifting 2,000 times, 2,500 times. So you can imagine the energy that's having to produce for grabbing that clutch and shifting and reading and bringing it way down and then way up on speed. I would think that Mr. Great Scott Redding can roll and corner with the best.
Speaking of money, Clever Martinez loves to take the dough. That was him again. I'm not sure what Prix that was, but he just won another Prix, keeping his streak going from last week's race. He's only out here for a little bit. He's a guy who comes from track background from Venezuela. spent a lot of time in Florida, but now currently lives in Colorado. So I said that's a little bit of a cheat code, living in Colorado in the thin air, and then coming to sea level and just absolutely crushing everyone.
Yeah, and he is a tremendous rider, and he has been right there with drag races against the Williams brothers. He's been right in the pocket there. And he's such an emotional guy, kind of a big character. You know, he's got a huge smile on his face, and he's always up for the challenge.
Oh, yeah. I heard an interview with him at some race out of town, and he was just saying how lucky he is. He never thought – he always wanted to come race in America. He never thought it would happen. And so now, you know, he started kind of from the bottom, and he's working his way up through the ranks. He's just so excited to be here and to be able to be on a team that and earn a living to race a bike here in North America.
And Venezuela, have not been there. It's got the Andes, and they've got about 1,700 miles of coastline up against the Atlantic. And he's – coming from a tremendous part of the world, and I want to get down there, but it's great to have Clever Martinez in this field. He's such a charismatic rider. Look for him in that top 3 today. It's rarefied air to get in the top 10. Trust me, here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
So there's Corey Lockwood right there in the red. Looks like he's going to go to the front and try to create some order here, because right now the first few laps there have been absolutely no order. We're 11 minutes in, and it's been attack after attack. And you can see right now the group is all together. Corey Lockwood, Dave talked about him earlier, absolute monster on the bike riding for Miami Blazers. He loves to get in that zone where he's doing 480, 520 watts and can stay there for probably an hour and a half if he wanted to. He is a time trial champion, national champion, sets a lot of records. He's into, you know, all the physique, all the numbers around the sport. So look like we do have some order here. That's Clever Martinez on the front, just kind of setting tempo. And as soon as they ring that bell for the moolah, I think you're going to see Clever going for it again.
He's not cheeky. He's clever, indeed. And looking to hit the ATM. He's got the pin code. He's already got a couple from Worthy Brewing Company as they queue up one rider. They're taking a attack at the front. May have telescoped that move a fraction, but that is the tough section, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to the sport, drafting is very, very important in this sport. It's not a marathon. It's not a boat race. You're getting 30% time advantage or energy advantage if you're on a wheel in the slipstream. So this single rider, that looks like it could be Tom Fuller with ice speed, is having to do some wind sampling. And this is the tough section between turns 1 and 2. Rahsaan Bahati, he did a test earlier and did the Masters here and was tearing it up. But he was saying, Corey Williams now at the front, this is a very, very tough section. It's deceiving as hell as they face a head block wind.
Yeah, it is. And they're racing as long as anyone else today, 70 minutes. So attrition towards the end of the race, the last 15, 20 minutes, no one is really feeling the win right now. I mean, we know it's there. They know it's there. But everyone's strong, right? We just started. Everyone's fresh. As the race go on and the speed gets higher and higher, you would notice, in my opinion, you will see gaps starting to open up a little bit through that section. And all you have to do is get lazy, come out of turn 2, and that's where the breaks will happen.
Yeah, you can't get lazy. This course, and it is whipping up a little bit. We've seen some barricades do some dancing a little bit, the do-si-do. And there again, look at the pictures there on the monitor. You can see fractures in the peloton.
Yeah, so 13 minutes in, still together. Clever Martinez on the front. It looks like, no, that is not Clever. Oh, it is Clever, followed by Corey Williams. So I would imagine that is not Clever. Corey Williams, second wheel, I think, but Clever and Corey will definitely be marking each other today. They are definitely the two fastest guys out here, and Corey is on the front right now. I did not see Clever Martinez. Sorry for messing that up, but that looked like Paul Abrams' son following Corey, and that's what you do. When you're younger, coming through the ranks, you got to follow the best guys. That's the only way you're going to get better, and he's doing a great job with that. And actually taking a chop right now, too.
Indeed. That's Ian Abrams, and he's with Ice Speed Felt, and he's a bib number 1 out there with the, I guess it's alphabetical this morning because we think that maybe Corey Williams he'd be number 1 in the world on the beast. But anyway, we've got Abrams in that move, and look at Corey doing the lion's share. And he's almost getting kind of chatty with Abrams, and he's trying to motivate these riders very, very early on in the race.
Yeah, he's been active since lap 1, and we're only 15 minutes into a 70-minute race. So that means, 1, he's motivated. 2, he's obviously feeling pretty good given that he's got over 25 hours of training in his legs already this week, and the week is not over.
Yeah, he's on fire right now. I don't know if anybody has the foam to douse that fire. It looks like Dante Young. And how about Dante Young? Let's talk about a special lead-out guy this year who's really kind of found his groove in terms of jumping that corner with having Corey in the slipstream. Dante Young's an absolute beast, and he's kind of the quiet storm, right? He's that guy that can always be top three. But if he's going to lead out Corey, it's good night, Irene.
It's always good when you have a guy that was on the other end of that used to be the sprinter, and now his roles turns into more of a support for Corey, because they understand what it takes for a sprinter to get to where he needs to be. You know what I mean? Oftentimes you have a rider that's never been a sprinter, never got a lead out, and they say, hey, follow me, and they just go freaking full throttle, you know, and put you in such a bad spot. That's not what a lead out is. The best lead outs are very fluid and progression to where you're bringing it up, putting you in the right place, dropping you off at the right side, protecting you from the wind. All of those things matter as we see Clever Martinez again cross the line for some moolah, followed by Eddie Huntsman of Butcher Box. So it's interesting to see Dante on the other end. I think Dante just have to tailor his training a little bit differently now. He's not the mindset of a sprinter. It's more of an engine guy. So once they start racing the bigger races, I think you will see if the training's working out for Dante and if he could be up there to really help Corey, which I think he will, because later in the year, last year, you started to see Dante starting to come around. Kind of started a little slow, started to come around, and then, boom, hit this year kind of guns blazing.
Yeah, Roger Millican, and I believe it last week, he's definitely found his niche. I think he's embracing being the deputy dog for Corey Williams on the lead-out train, and it really, really is an art form. It's not about sprinting and creating time. It's about protecting position, and it's Corey needs 6 feet. You know, if he's going 45 miles an hour in 2 seconds, that's a 12-story building. So it's all about position, and Dante has a perfect sculpted body for that too. Right there he is, right there in your picture, wearing the red glasses and the black kit. Dante Young, just an ideal lead-out guy, and if he continues to sharpen those legs, it's going to be trouble at Tulsa.
Yeah, that's why these earlier season races are so important. You know, I raced for the first time last week in almost 4 months. And it's just different, you know. When you're not out there racing, you got to get those race legs. And here's our guy who's used to going 200+ miles an hour on the front right there, the UK champ on the front riding hard. And Corey Lockwood, being the lieutenant, is going to keep everything together.
Yeah, I saw Lockwood there. He's got his elbows sharpened. He's got the outriggers on. And like Dennis Rodman, he's trying to pull down a rebound. This is March Madness, and it looks like this gap is definitely shrinking like a cheap suit with Corey Lockwood at the front.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for things to get away that Miami Blazers is not in if Corey's still in the field. Corey Lockwood, let me be clear there. If Corey Lockwood is in the field and they don't have the right combination, it's coming back. Saw Sharon Smith with Methodist 20, who finished on the podium in the 30 to 40+ race earlier. He's in a little split there, and it's all coming back together. Now, after they had about, 6 or 7 laps going through turn 1 and turn 2, now they know how difficult that section is. You notice no one is really going full noise out of turn 1. They're like, all right, now is the place where I'm going to start to relax and recover.
And
like Cameron Bond there on the front.
Cameron Bond, okay, and this is that stretch of road that is arduous. It's the most difficult stretch, very deceiving, into a headwind, and still, ladies and gentlemen, do you not see this is strung out, and that is amazing. Strung out like Ben Franklin's kite in electric storm. And here we go. As they face that headwind, you know it's going hard. And it's all about these redundant, repetitive attacks.
Yep.
It wears the tread off the rubber. It's like putting the group in a salad spinner and trying to see what shakes out. Early on, there's already people in the back with faces of pain.
This was going to hurt. Only 20 minutes in, so 50 minutes to go. It's a bit of a bike race still left ahead of us, and with the current conditions, and we're blessed that we're starting to see scattered clouds and some blue skies here, but no rain. That was earlier this morning, and everything kind of cleared out, but we are getting some Santa Anas that's making the course a little difficult between a certain section. And honestly, man, I remember hitting turn 1, and because we are protected by buildings right here through the start-finish stretch, as soon as you get exposed, the wind actually hits your wheel a little bit, and you feel like a jolt of wind hits you. Maybe we can pull up what the mile an hour is of the gust of wind, and there it is again, another attack. These guys are racing to the line for something. There must be some money on the line.
There's definitely some cash on the line with that move, and wow, they are not scrubbing any speed into that corner right there. We have not seen speeds like this all day long. This is a massive acceleration to pick up the prize. It looks like Corey Williams.
Bike throw.
He got it. Cash is king.
And looking at the field go by, I noticed Corey Lockwood absolutely put into the 11 and just ripped it right now. So I think he may try to get across and split this thing up with the best 2 guys in the field right now, along with Clever, who's kind of dangling in the middle. So we'll see. Corey Lockwood is starting to ride really hard right now. And is that Corey Williams is still in the front, so he's obviously feeling really good.
Hey.
I mean, he just won the sprint and keeping the gas on.
Called me dingy as a hubcap, but I think Corey Williams wants to ride a break today.
Sounds like it. Huh?
Right?
It looks like it.
Right, it looks like it because he's trying to kind of break that typecast. We know he can ride a break. We've seen it before, and he certainly is just whipping up the speed. Very aggressive riding out of Corey Williams right here, right now. The man from Crenshaw sporting that national jersey from the country of Belize, the homeland.
And just like that lap ripped. I would love to see the lap times because we got a couple riders off the back. So as these attacks starting to go and the field's starting to get strung out like that, if you don't have a good place in the peloton and you're fighting to win, it's easy to get dropped. Now, look at this. There's a bit of a split on the backside right here, and people start looking at each other. A group like this can slip off and absolutely lap the field, so you got to be real careful in this moment. Corey is not in this break. Corey Williams. Let's be specific here. I see Eddie Huntsme. I see Cameron Bond. I see Dante Young. I see Corey Lockwood, and there is Corey Williams saying, nah, I don't like that combination. Corey Lockwood can't sprint, so I got to bring that back.
Yeah, the Coreys, the Williams, and the Lockwoods putting their stamp on this race early on. It's fantastic. And I have the pace calculator at 20 miles an hour. It's a 2:08 lap, 2 minutes, 8 seconds. At 30 miles an hour, it's 2 flat. So
okay.
It's kind of easy to remember, right? It's a 1 mile course. If they were to go 35 at the end, that's a minute 43. So at 20 miles an hour, it's 3-minute lap. So
they're definitely doing faster than 20 miles an hour average lap. I reckon they're doing probably around 27, 28 mile an hour average lap. So things are going to be cooking up. And look at these splits right now. We're starting to get an absolute split within the group. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 15 riders, and then a split, and then there's split after split after split. If they keep the pressure on right now, things will absolutely blow up because things are starting to split. That's Eddie Huntsman, Butcher Box. He's starting to sense that this is a good time. Good bike racers, they can feel the urgency. They can feel when things are starting to split. You don't even have to look back. You can just feel that guys are starting to hurt. Look, out of the saddle, fighting for every watt. The next 2 laps, if they can keep this on, I wish they do. I would love to see this thing break up a little bit. I think we can have a little breakaway here.
Yeah, steady Eddie Huntsman once again invited to represent a U.S. national team on the track. This kid, he's a great guy. He's fast, and he's always up for a challenge. He's always poised to go hard, and a class rider in Eddie Huntsman. And it's so cool to have him as part of the U.S. national team representing.
It's always fun to be on a national team, man. It's a level of achievement, you know what I mean, to represent your country. No matter what level, if it's the Pan Am Games, if it's junior Worlds, Pro Worlds, you name it. You know, it's an honor.
Yeah, Luke Fetzer, as a U23 junior, raced Europe recently. He got his teeth kicked in, but next time he gets better and better. That's what the ARC is all about. And tip of the hat to USA Cycling Federation for keeping that going.
So there it is, man. They didn't go too hard on the backside, and things are back together. Speaking of Luke, that's Luke on the front right there, keeping the pressure on, followed by Dante Young. So they're teammates, right? Or no, Austin and Miami.
There's the Austin Outlaws is
Austin
the team
Outlaws.
that Luke Fetzer is racing for.
And Dante's on Miami Blazers.
Correct. So, yeah, Luke Fetzer coming up through Hot Wheels and now with the program of the Austin Outlaws, erstwhile the Austin Aviators. And look how strung out it is.
I love
My
it.
goodness gracious.
I
ladies
love
and
to see
gentlemen.
it.
Woo! This race is on. It is red hot in Costa Mesa right now.
This is what it's all about, using every inch of the course, using the apex, going into this turn number 1. Look at this. And Corey Lockwood is keeping the pressure on. Eddie Huntsman's like, this hurts. Let me see what's going on. Everyone's assessing what's going on.
And that's Huntsman was wheel number 2. Corey Lockwood with the outriggers, the elbows out. L-O-B-O-W-Z spells elbows. And here comes a counterattack. A little bit vulnerable. Looks like an ice speed rider. That might be Tom Fuller.
This is great, man. This is how you take it to the bigger teams. You just get them on their heels and you keep going. So Corey's, big week already. Been very active in the beginning. Maybe sitting a little bit too far back as the race is on right now. So we'll see how he kind of reshuffles and get back into the place where he needs to be, where we can really see what's going on in the race. But remember, he does have Corey Lockwood. He's got Dante Young. So not too much to really worry about.
And, yeah, it looks like it could be Fuller. He's the type of rider that can pull this type of energy out. A huge move by what appears to be Thomas Fuller, clearly with the Ice Speed Racing team making Flotsam and Jetsam out of that field as they go a little bit wide. Bahati called it. They were so strung out on a razor's edge. This is that relaxation period. It's almost like a spring that is retracted and going to gain more energy. It's been red hot. And this Ice Speed rider, he has got his head down, and he is determined going for the money.
It absolutely annoys me when, there's one rider off the front from Ice Speed, right? Another rider attacks, but he's also 6 or 7 seconds back. He's not a threat to your rider. And then another Ice Speed rider reacts to that one rider, creating a reaction from the entire field. Let the one rider go. Your teammate could, if that second rider that's chasing Ice Speed could actually make it across, then he deserves to be up there and they can work together. But by the third rider, which is Ice Speed, responding to the second rider, all you do is make the peloton more excited and move them up. Let that second rider go. It's no need. This is to the younger riders. There's no need for you to chase someone who's not going to go across to a break solo to your teammate. Let the field completely shut down before you start following people.
That's right, and it is incumbent on the power teams to bring it back.
Absolutely.
If you're a 1-0-2Z, don't help out. So that is a confirmation. That is Thomas Fuller off the front right there. And Corey Lockwood was drilling it back so well that he kind of gapped out on turn number 1. Looks like he's coming back to collect the peloton. And he's got that Hoover vacuum on steady, but Tom Fuller is having none of it. He is on his own right now, and look at the form of Thomas Fuller. He is full gas right now, full stick as he takes turn number 2, red hot. He is so stoked to get rid of that one section. It must be that conversation in your head. We just finished the most arduous stretch of road heading westbound into prevailing headwind. Turn number 1. It's a little bit easier, and here through the chicane between 2 and 3, Thomas Fuller on a college effort. He is on a jailbreak.
Looked like we had Redding with a bit of a mechanical, maybe a flat tire, which is no big deal in bike racing. Right before 5 laps to go, or up to 5 laps to go, like NASCAR, you can go into a pit, change out your wheel if you catch a flat, and then get yourself back into the race. You have roughly about a kilometer or 2, or then maybe on a course like this, they'll tell you have about 3 laps to be in the pit and out of the pit. So he can take his time, get back over here, and swap out the wheel and get back in there.
Absolutely. Wheels in, wheels out here at Costa Mesa at the Grand Prix. Thank you so much for joining us here at the LACrits.com broadcast, produced and directed by Ray Mars. Dave Worthington joined by Rahsaan Bahati. We've got Thomas Fuller with Ice Speed Felt putting a stamp on his race. We've seen the Corey there's on the inside this rider out of contention. That is Thomas Fuller on the inside as he blasts through start finish. And here comes the angry, frothy, hungry peloton. Single file.
That is Eric of Serious Cycling on the front. Really good road racer. So there's no doubt that he'll be a guy that they'll put on the front and kind of set tempo, keep this thing in check. I don't know exactly who they're racing for. Rudy Napolitano is out there and has proven that he can ride on a break, of course. Won by a hair in the 45-50 race after being off the front for quite a few laps. Solo at one point and then joined by two other guys and survived to the finish.
Rudy nudged it out. It was by a nostril, taking Sean Nawrazani came up from Serious Cycling, taking second in that race. That was, let me double check that. I know Rudy won, but the second place was somebody else. But it came down to a photo finish. Rudy Napolitano taking the win.
So this Fuller kid, I don't know him. Tell me more.
Thomas Fuller is an all-arounder. He races gravel. He comes from the gravel world, and he also he's a Cat 1. He's on ice, so he's got that kind of tall sticks. He looks kind of like Corey Lockwood. He's pretty tall guy. He's like 6'1". He could really bring it. He's a very aggressive rider. He has really good aerodynamics. And look at him here. See how he's rocking it? He's not a sprinter, obviously. I mean, who would do this if you're a sprinter? It's almost the proof is in the pudding. The guy can roll.
He definitely can ride.
Big diesel rider and no stranger to the podium. He's been top 3 many times. He just does it in his fashion. Very aggressive rider.
Nice. I love it. Yeah. So 30 minutes into the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix here. Now it's sunny Costa Mesa. The sun is out. The clouds have moved on for the most part, scattered, but still blue skies. The sun is out. And Mr. Fuller, Thomas Fuller, is off the front, making this peloton decide exactly what they want to do. Right now it's been Eric of Serious Cycling on the front. It's kind of trying to keep it in check. So once he pulls off, as they have a Prix on the line right now, it'll be interesting to see what happens after Serious Cycling pulls off.
Yeah, and the wind is definitely starting to build, as we alluded to earlier. The prevailing wind coming from the big, mighty blue ocean, which is 5 miles from here. And just to clarify, Rudy won the 50-plus, Patrick Fetzer second, Ryan Doris third. He was nipped at the, well, it was John Garbo almost came across first, but he was 45-plus. So John Garbo, then Barnwell, then Anthony Freeman, 1, 2, 3 in the 45-plus. Thomas Fuller still off the front.
Pretty impressive, given that he's doing it solo on a course that's a little, it's not as demanding, but we talk about this turn, the section, I should say, between 1 and 2. It's not easy, especially to do it on the front where you definitely have a spike in watts going through turn 1 and turn 2. So if he's doing, 420 right now, between 1 and 2, he's doing probably 480, close to 5. And then it settles back down a little bit as you reach turn 2 and you get a little bit of a break given the direction of the wind.
And he's got around about 12 seconds on the field. Looks like Ronnie Toth, wheel number 2. Certainly they are hotting up the speed. Fuller has a giant bullseye on his back. Some of the experienced riders like Corey Williams, not stressed, to be honest with you, not stressed.
I saw Corey sitting about third, 3 wheels from the back, so he's definitely not stressed. He's probably like, I got Corey Lockwood. He'll ride the front and bring it back. And speaking of Corey Lockwood, he's on the front.
And you can tell by the red kit and the elbows out. That is Corey Lockwood's silhouette. This man is a national time trial champion, and he likes to go fast, and he likes to go hard, and he likes to go long. He is a miles junkie. He lives up in Tehachapi. So I don't think there's a red light for about 200 miles. You got to get halfway to Bakersfield before you see a red light. So the guy is all about big miles, and he won the Redlands Classic on the final stage, coming back from a minute and a half in arrears. And it was an amazing, dramatic day with Corey Lockwood taking that win.
Got it.
All right. We're okay. And Tommy Fuller still throwing it down. Looks like he's going to perhaps – let's see if he can do one more stretch on the bottom of the trapezoid. By that, I mean the prevailing headwind. This is a block headwind as they turn. This is here. Turn number 1, entering the teeth of the monster.
I thought I saw Scott Redding with a mechanical. I haven't seen him come to the pit yet. So hopefully he's okay, and I did not see him in the peloton. I remember a few years ago seeing Scott Redding actually go head-to-head with Corey and Justin's with Justin at a race locally, and that was the first time I had heard of him. And so he's definitely quick, and I would love to see him in the finale today for a sprint finish.
Absolutely. Scott Redding, we're really proud that he's here today. He is an absolute rock star in MotoGP. iSpeed Felt is making the counter move right now. That could be Brian McCulloch coming off Thomas Fuller's effort. That is a great move no matter what happens. You've got to compliment your teammate when he's off the front. Your way of complimenting him is to counterattack. Otherwise,
Absolutely.
what's it about? We're not
Absolutely.
a team. There's no choice.
You keep the pressure on. Your teammate allowed for you to sit back and relax and put other teams into the position where they have to chase. And now, like you said, it's your time to repay that and keep the pressure on.
All due respect. My guy just attacked. He got reeled in. I've got the counter, even if I know it's frivolous. You can't recognize frivolity until it happens. But it could be the sixth attack that matters. So maybe your attack number 3, you try to get in sequence. That's what it is to be an aggressive team. You're in sequence. You're not answering. You're dictating.
So like a reshuffle here. Things have settled down, per se. John Garbaugh from Go Fast on the front. iSpeed, Corey Lockwood, Rudy Napolitano, Sharon Smith, Corey Martinez, Clever Martinez. Sorry, folks. I just got back from off a plane, and I'm a little tired. Didn't get much sleep yesterday. But I'm here, and so I'm a little tongue-tied at times.
Oh, we're so stoked to have Rahsaan Bahati in the studio right here. The Mod Brown VIP box, broadcasting for LACrits.com.
I may hook this thing up to my truck and take it home.
Can you get it to Ghana? That might be kind of expensive.
Yeah, it'd be kind of expensive. A few boats.
A few boats. Yeah, and this rider here looks like that could be an iSpeed Felt rider. He's trying to hold off the ghost of the inevitable. Again, the redundant attacks. And John Garbo was mentioned. Tip of the hat to Garbo with InCycle Go Fast team winning the Masters earlier this morning. And here comes another counter move. That could be another iSpeed rider. Perhaps this is Brian McCulloch. A lot of these guys, I think that does look like BMAC, the king of Ukaipa.
The king of Ukaipa. So iSpeed, I guess they said today we're going out, we're going to race aggressively, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. Because they've been on the move. That looked like Ian. That is Ian Abrams on the front there from iSpeed. We were talking about his father and how he's coming up through the ranks, Ian, and it's good to see him. I remember racing with him at Eldo just a couple years ago. He's just a scrawny little kid, and you see the progression of these kids. They continue to come out. And then one day it clicks, and once it clicks, it's over for the old guys. You'll never get it back. They're going to beat you for the rest of your days. So if you're racing some young guys and you can beat them right now, you better keep beating them because that window is closing.
That's awesome. That's fascinating. So we saw iSpeed. We saw Thomas Fuller. Then we saw Brian McCulloch counter that move. And McCulloch reeled back in, and boom, here goes Ian Abrams. And his dad, Paul Abrams, ran the Elevate KAH team. And Cash Call, we talked about it earlier. We also have Luke Fetzer racing in this field. His father, Patrick Fetzer, podiumed earlier today. So it is a family operation, fathers and son combination. Pretty cool to see here in Costa Mesa. Welcome, everybody. You're watching LACrits.com. Definitely hearing a lot of bleed outside, which is, I mean that in a good way. The energy is coming through. Our colleagues announcing outside that Prix laps are going ballistics out there, a lot of cash money, and the crowd is definitely getting engaged. I see City Council over here. They are absolutely stoked. The mayor is on his way from Costa Mesa. Andrea Marr joined us earlier. She's a big advocate for cycling in Costa Mesa. The city is stoked right now as this peloton is putting on an absolute show.
Yeah, almost 40 minutes in, and hasn't been a lot of let up. Every now and then you'll see a little bit of a reshuffle. Right now you can tell they're not going absolutely full gas just because of the makeup of the peloton. It's kind of ballooned a little bit. It's not single file as we've seen in later laps. But yeah, this is great. Corey, I'm starting to spot Corey Williams again with the gold helmet. He was sitting a little bit far back, and that's what happens when the reshuffle happens. That's your time to come back to the front and kind of see what's going on. And right now, it seems like things are starting to settle down. We talk about Corey Lockwood a lot because he's one of the guys with the motor. You know, he's got the big engine. I don't think there's another guy out there, maybe Thomas Fuller, that can go toe-to-toe with a guy like Corey Lockwood. So he's just keeping this thing kind of in place. He's on the gas right now, looking back to see what type of damage is going on, but everyone's together.
And what a beautiful shot it is from our drone cams in Technicolor, brought to you by LACrits.com. Look at Lockwood go, and there's ice speed is wheel number 3. That could be Ian Abrams. Or it could be Fuller. I think it's Abrams.
And that's Redding sitting fourth wheel, followed by Clever Martinez and Corey Williams. So they saw the danger in this, right? So that's what I love about people you don't have to teach. You know what I mean? They just instinctively know that is a good move. I better move. And you have to worry about the repercussions after you get there. You know, some younger guys and new racers say, oh, well, I would have got there and I would have blown up. Well, you don't know that. Let's get there first. You know, it's first things first.
And look at the way it's choreographed. Scott Redding knows what he's doing. He's rider number 5 now. He has a kind of a hot pink helmet. Let's see, he's gone back a little bit. There he is on the right side. He's right next to Corey Williams, who's moving up on the inside. And Redding, there he is, right there. He's done a great job. If you noticed earlier, he looked over the shoulder. Somebody else looked over the right shoulder. It was synchronized. Why? Because they were worried about the attack coming, and it just came. It just happened right now. They knew they were done and dusted if they hung out too long. That's experience, knowing that rail is it's not going to be for real, because Corey Lockwood was done with his pool. It's not just about participating in this sport. It's about anticipating, right? Reading the book, reading the race like a book, and knowing what's going to happen next. And Scott Redding knew this was going to happen before it happened, so he's queued up, ready to get over to the right, to get on that next rail. And here it comes. The rail is red hot, and again, it looks like Abrams on the move. Ice Speed Felt is really showing us that they have come to play, almost showing little respect for the big boys.
You got to imagine you race a motorcycle for a living going 200-plus miles an hour, and you see things so fast. What does it feel like to race a bike? You know, like how fast is he reading these races, you know, being that the speeds are a fraction of what he's used to doing on the other two wheels?
Very good point, yeah. So he's processing, all these racers are processing on a millisecond. So 1 second is way too long. If you're measuring in seconds in criterium racing, you're out. You've got to be able to break it down much faster and distill everything. I think the reason why maybe it's a push is because his lungs are really under pressure right now. Talking about Scott Redding and the entire field, I'm sure it gets very gritty and grippy on the moto. But
that looks like Luke Fetzer, not Scott Redding. A little wrong pop-up there, but Scott Redding is one of the better racers out there, and it's very interesting that he comes from a totally different sport, and we're just excited to have him here, you know. Yeah, that is Luke Fetzer on the front from Austin team, giving it a go. Have been doing a lot of focus on the track. Comes from the Hot Tubes program, which, if you don't know about Hot Tubes, is one of the longest running teams in America for juniors. Every junior that has won anything, for the most part, has been on the Hot Tubes team. So it's cool to see Luke off the front. He's looking back. In his head, he knows what's around that corner, and that's that headwind. So he's like, oh, where are you guys at? Let me make sure you guys are here. And sure enough, Corey Lockwood brings it all back together.
Yeah, but
and there's Redding sitting second wheel. Sorry, Dave.
There he is, right, in that pinkish black helmet,
yep.
Right, yeah, and the white kit. Good eye, Rahsaan Bahati. That's Scott Redding. He seems to be camping at the front. I think he's trying to play his cards for that breakaway. And it's good to see the young line of Laguna, talking about Luke Fetzer, out there mixing it up, doing the work at the tip of the arrowhead. Scott Redding, what a beast. Just really cool to have him up here. The Flying Brit. And look at him. He's really locked in on the right wheel right now. You wonder, where is Corey? There he is. Corey is totally monitoring the front. He's shepherding the front seat. He's right there in the co-pilot. He's rider number 3, and he's going to go. I think we might see an attack from Corey Williams. He's certainly feeling a little bit itchy right now. He's camped out at the back like Ivan Dominguez, so he's coming up forward, right? He's got good lung power right now.
Yeah, he was riding in the back. Now he's all the way forward. Just followed 2 riders from iSpeed who went across to this almost dangerous move. They're not really in a position to be called dangerous yet because they haven't really established themselves, and just like that, they are back together. I think this is
You're looking at rider
Team
number
6.
7 in the black kit.
all black kid. Chris Hildrich.
Yeah,
That's who that is.
I wasn't sure if Chris was injured. He had an injury, I think, and he was traveling. But if Chris
Yeah, I
Hildreth
think
is in the
that's Chris.
field, it did indeed look like Chris. I thought I saw some arm sleeves, if
Yeah,
you will.
just judging by the riding style and the stature of the build, it looks like Chris Hildreth. It's good to see him back out. I did see that he had an accident, kind of busted up his hands the other day. But that's the thing when you don't wear gloves. I didn't race with gloves at all. And, messed my hands up plenty of times, crashing, man.
Corey Lockwood.
You won't be crashing if you're off the front, says Corey Lockwood. He's going to go on the attack right here.
And it looks like Corey Williams, rider 2. Now he's to the front. Let's watch Corey Williams right now, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you call a fake juke. He was at the front, and he kind of sat up a little bit.
Fake.
Yeah, a little pump fake. He's playing above the rim, of course, and now he's going to try to filter in and get a free ride.
So that was Mateo Diaz from iSpeed Felt Team just losing the connection to the peloton. They've been doing a lot of work, so maybe his job is done, or maybe he's just having a bad day, but more than halfway done, or just about halfway done, and they are down a rider, Team iSpeed.
Well, they certainly have hopped up the speed, and they've made an impact on this race regardless. Good to see them coming out swinging.
So Corey's been on the front since turn 4. He's taken this entire straightaway between 1 and 2. Let's see if he continues to pull. This should be motivating for the guys in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th wheel, right? I just did the bulk of the work, the hardest part of this section. Now it's your turn to keep the pace high through a tailwind section. And it doesn't look like he's looking for help.
Not at all. And it does appear to be Hildreth. We'll get confirmation on that wheel number 4 there, tucked. And Corey perhaps might get a memo on overpulling a little bit. We shall see, because these guys are right in the slipstream, taking advantage of 30% recovery of power when you're in that draft as they go by the Tesla facility. We're not plugging Tesla. Why? Because we love Audi. Fletcher Jones, one of our primary sponsors today. Get your Audi. Go say hello to Paul Abrams. He will cut you a deal. Looks like they're coming back together. We're going to call this guy
Eddie Huntsman.
Eddie
Pulling it back
Huntsman.
together.
Yeah, he's not going to let it weld too hard. Look
Is
at this.
that Eddie? No, that's not Eddie. Eddie's about 10 riders back from there, but that's another rider in red. I can't make out who that is right now. I'm not sure. Does Eddie have a teammate out here from Butcher Box?
I'm going to say no. I did not see any Butcher Box guys. Mr. Cruz is back east somewhere. Eduardo Cruz, a very good rider. And we've seen Cruz go top 3 at Manhattan Beach.
That's a SoCal cycling rider.
There you go.
Rider number 27. Luke Lynch, SoCal cycling. So, yeah, they got new kits this year. It kind of threw me off. And they're strung out again from turn 1 almost to the start-finish line. So that's a nice line there. That means they're going fast. And I'm looking at gaps form right now as they enter turn 1. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm feeling some seismic activity. We see echelon forming right now. That tells you all, ladies and gentlemen, there's extreme pressure in the peloton right now, showing the faces of pain.
That is Rex Ryan sitting 4th.
Rex Roberts.
Sorry, thank you. Rex Roberts sitting 4th wheel. That's who that is. I know that bike and that riding style. So good camera work there to figure out who that is in the breakaway. And Corey Williams, he can get a little frustrated now. He wants to be there. It's no way he can put all of his money on Corey Lockwood, been in a break of 5 riders. So now you have Corey, you have Redding. They're looking at each other. Who's going to bring this back? iSpeed has 2 riders in this breakaway, so they're technically in the rider's seat, and Corey Lockwood hasn't asked for any help.
Yes, that brilliant work by the LA Crit Cams, zooming in on Rex Roberts indeed. So Hildreth probably still out of town. We'll confirm that, but that's definitely Rex Roberts, T-Rex Roberts in the move. We saw him win last year at the Chuck Pontius Criterium. And he is somebody definitely that you have to contend with. We saw him win on a 1-lap flyer. Very cagey rider, talking about Rex Roberts in the move.
Yeah, so this is what you don't want. You saw the iSpeed rider kind of take this big chop and actually gap his teammate out a little bit. when you're on the breakaway, doesn't matter what team you're on, you become a team. And you have to be so fluid. You have to be the chain. It's the only way you're going to make it to the finish. 50 minutes in, 5 riders off the front. They're ringing the bell for a Prix. And depending if they fight for this Prix or not, I think it's going to depend on if this thing is coming back. So I want to get the rider from Team 6, rider number 5. That is Aiden Beckman, Team 6, only 19 years old. Gotta love to see the kids up there giving it a go in the pro race. And look at the shutdown from the peloton, Dave.
Well, there's money on this lap, too. I'm hearing them
Clever
ring
Martinez.
there's Clever. We haven't seen him now. That's clever. That's cheeky. What's he going to do as we see the chase somewhat modulating? I don't see them ripping. There's a couple riders are spraying off the front. And pay attention. This is the stretch of road that is really arduous. It takes rigor to get across and stay organized in the block headwind. It's a bit like a wet newspaper right up the face.
And look at this, straight in the gutter. You know why you do that? Because the person behind you is going to feel some of that wind as well. You don't give them an inch. If I'm going to take this effort, you're going to feel some of it. You're not going to get the 30% draft that you typically get when you're sitting directly behind someone. So look at that effort. Oh, my goodness. A 30-second effort straight to the back of the field, taking the 2 fastest guys in the group right across. What a dig by Clever Martinez. That's upwards of 700-800 watts for about 20 to 30 seconds.
Wow, and he closed that quickly in one stretch of road. Do you question him bringing up Corey, or is it just like it had to be done?
It had to be done.
Right.
So do you not go because Corey's with you? No, you take your chances. Your chances are done anyway if you're in the field. So you take your chances. Now, the driver's seat is now with Corey. He's got Lockwood and himself in a break. So the heat is on now. The field's going to have to make up their mind what they want to do. They can't sit anymore because now – Corey Lockwood is going to be even more motivated. But if I'm the smaller team, I'm going to sit back and make sure they drive this thing. I'll take my rotation. I'll take a quick chop, but I'm not driving it the way I used to. And see, this is what happens sometimes when the really good guys go to the front. They actually kill the break, and this could be one of those situations.
Well, let's pay attention to that blue rider, Clever Martinez. He's third from the back there, and it's interesting. Corey staying on his wheel rather than coming around him. Dollars to Donuts as this guy picks up the money. That's Rex Roberts, I think. A little split. But Dollars to Donuts that Clever Martinez knew very well that he was dragging the fastest guy into the break, right, Rahsaan? He knows who's on his wheel, but he did the math. It's going to hurt for a second, but when I get up to the break, if you're Clever Martinez, you're going to shut it down. Then you're going to look at Corey and go, okay, I got you across, bro. Now it's my turn to kind of chill. I'll go through diagonal, but I am not committed. You just got a free ride.
Absolutely.
And there is a receipt.
Yeah, and Clever knew that. He knew that Corey Williams has a teammate of Corey Lockwood on the front. So that's why I talked about it earlier. It's like when you commit to go across to a brick like that, it's just got to be full of noise. You can't wait. You can't let me try to judge it and meticulously or methodically, I should say, go across. It's like, no, all in, worry about recovering once you get there.
Go into the pain cave, and then you realize that the card, they're going to be dealt different when you get across. So might as well make it short and snappy if you can, which he very well did. One stretch of road. But to your point, the break might be dead because of the numbers and because Corey is not whipping it up like he was earlier. Corey Williams. He's got Corey Lockwood still in there driving it, but we shall see. This race has been amazing. We're at 53 minutes into a 70-minute duration here at the Pro Man 123 at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Welcome, everybody. You're watching on LACrits.com.
So these pictures, LA Crits providing these awesome shots right there. This Cameron Bond taking off to the right, trying to make his way into this move, which is pretty dangerous. He's looking back to see what kind of damage and gap he's created. He can get across. He's a very, very good rider. I like the way Cameron rides. He rides hard. There's no quit in this guy, so I don't know if he will get across. He's not really putting a dent into the peloton right now. And it looks like our main fill, which has to be what? Oh, we got a crash in the brake.
Oh, man.
Oh, we got riders down on the brake. That's never good. Kind of looking around. Something happened. 2 guys from the same team. Oh, my goodness. However, they can get back into the race. So as long as their bike is not broken or nothing fell off. Let's see, we have a replay here. See if we can actually gather what happens. They were in the breakaway. So
crossing wheels, right?
We got a
Crossing
crash
wheels.
in the break.
Oh man.
Oh, my
we got
goodness.
riders down.
Unfortunate.
they're okay.
Unfortunate. It looks like they're back up,
and it looks like our
these are
main
warriors out on course. If there's any doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen, that's another example that you have to have warrior mentality. It's paramount to succeed in this sport. Looks like they're going to be okay, and I wouldn't be surprised if they reintegrate into the field. Highly unfortunate. It looks like this break is getting pulled back.
Yeah, it looks like they will definitely, if they can continue to race, they will be able to go back where they crashed, which was in the breakaway, right? They would not be pushed back into the field. And just like that, they're going to be pushed back in the field anyway because the field is all back together. Talked about it. Corey Williams, Clever Martinez, too much in the break. They killed the break, basically. If they don't go across to the break, that break probably succeeds.
So the only way that had any chance, it would be if Corey Williams got to the front and started working the break, but I don't know why he would, right? So it was nullification, cannibalism. Looks like Ronnie Toth is making a move, perhaps. Maybe that's Ronnie. It does look like Ronnie's sunflower kit, does it not, as he goes? Oh, it's definitely Ronnie Toth.
With the disc wheel. And, yeah, I'm just looking through our mod here, and our two riders from iSpeed look like they are back up, just have a busted skin suit, which happens, and look like, hopefully that adrenaline lasts for a while. They can get back in there and get back to racing tough and hard the way they were. We had the 19-year-old in there, plus rider number 38.
39.
That is Aiden Papel, iSpeed Felt, 22 years old. So two youngsters in there giving it a rip in the pro race. Love to see it. This is how you get better, guys. So happy to see this team out there. Remember, this is a team of Ian Abrams, another youngster who's out there. And our Peloton will be coming around pretty soon. And our two riders that unfortunately went down and get an opportunity to get back into the race, our officials will hold them until the Peloton gets close, give them a whistle where they can take off and integrate themselves safely back into the Peloton. And first time we see the Peloton actually slow down.
Pretty great to have these gladiators. They're going to reintroduce as they get wheels. They're having a conversation. Two riders from iSpeed Felt DNA Cycling. These guys are going to do something, I think, at Redlands. A great young team, well-drilled and well-schooled. Brian McCulloch on that program as a coach. And here comes one of his teammates, and that was, I believe, Thomas Fuller. Ronnie Toth still dangling off the front.
Ronnie's getting some TV time. That's all that is, huh? He's like, yeah, baby, did you see me on the drone?
100. Gotta love him. Thrive on, Ronnie. You got this, man. So he doesn't have his aerodynamic helmet on. Otherwise, he would have won. He would have lapped the field. The wheels are coming off. Ronnie Toth, he's fried. He's died and laid to the side.
Yeah, Ronnie had every reason under the sun to quit cycling after his unfortunate accident years ago at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. Like tons of surgeries. I mean, it was nasty. And no one ever wants to see a crash like that. But he stuck it out, man. He stuck it out, and he's still out here racing, so you got to give it to him.
Absolutely, and he does declare, like others, that cycling saved his life. He needed an outlet, and a healthy outlet indeed he did find. Well done, Ronnie. And now we're back to the action. Looks like Corey Lockwood. How many laps has he done? How much wind testing, right? The guy is. So this is an example, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to the sport, that guy at front right now is probably the strongest guy in the field. He's not going to win.
Yep.
That's the game that we're playing here. It's about drafting. It's about team tactics. Criterium Racing is completely different. He's a time trial champion. We've seen him win solo, but with all the work he's doing and with Corey, rider number 2 right now, wearing the beautiful Belizean band, it looks like Corey Lockwood is clearly a deputy for Corey Williams. And he is, talking about Lockwood, he has the absolute watts to beat all of these guys in a TT.
Yeah, every team out there wish they had a Corey Lockwood, that they could choose to go to any race, especially here in Southern California or any race that's kind of wide open, not extremely technical. I would say once the season really kicks off and you get these races on the East Coast that are, on downtown little areas with single lanes, that's not really what Corey Lockwood is into. And And so it's going to be interesting to see if they actually place him in a lot of those races. I'm sure he'll be at the Redlands Classic, which is a race we talked about. He won already, the U.S. Nationals, Time Trial Championship, road race, stuff like that. So if he can get his wits and be able to compete and ride at the front of these kind of hectic, the Athens Twilights of the world, I think Corey Williams is going to be in great hands, even though he's not racing under the same colors as his brother, Justin Williams.
So is it too early to say? I know this is just guessing. Do you think Corey Lockwood is on the Tulsa roster?
I would. I mean, it's those races, man. I know they're crits. They can get a little hectic, but he's a guy that can do a lot of work for a team, for the first third of the race and get out of the race and be totally fine. You know what I mean? I don't even think I've ever even raced against Corey Lockwood. Just followed his career, know his pedigree, know what he can deliver on the bike. So it will be interesting to see because the first day of Tulsa Tough, hectic. Second day, not so hectic, a little more demanding. And the third day, it's all demanding. And so, yeah, I think he would be a great addition.
I think so. With the attrition of that roster, it's splitting under the same umbrella, but splitting, I would think he's a shoe-in to make that team. If nothing else, to be that deputy, bringing back, nullifying some of those moves. Goodness gracious, he has been on fire. Corey Lockwood covering everything. He's just going left, right, and welding together this pack. And we got one rider who's making a college effort right now. We are 1
That's
hour.
Aiden was one of the kids from iSpeed that actually went down in the breakaway, took a lap to recover, and now he's back on the front again. Aiden Papel, I think his last name is. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing that. 22 years old from iSpeed Felt. Kind of a new team on the block, except from San Diego.
Aiden Papel, man, that goes to what you were asserting to earlier, Rahsaan Bahati, about adrenaline. Yeah, he's got the fitness, of course, but taking that one lap, also you can get a spike in natural occurring endorphins, and he's showing it right now. He might as well go for it. And who's chasing right now? Who's number one?
Of course.
Yeah, Corey Lockwood.
You can close your eyes and figure out who's chasing. 4 laps to go.
My goodness gracious. It comes down to 4 to go. Welcome, everybody. You're watching LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. We are in the Final Four, in the red zone, playing above the rim. This is March Madness in the heart of Orange County, California. Welcome, everybody, to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
So Miami's on the front. You got Corey Lockwood, followed by Corey Williams, followed by Dante Young. And given what I know about Corey Williams having over 26 hours in his legs this week, they may be setting it up for Dante. This is actually a good sprint for Dante. Race to the last corner, quick sprint, only about maybe 75 meters from the corner to the finish line. You can kind of repay him for all the work he's done so far this year. So we'll see. It could be interesting to see if they're actually riding for Dante Young to try to get him a win under his belt early in the season to help build that confidence.
Yeah, it's tough to prognosticate, but that is a good call.
Did you say prognosticate?
Prognosticate, man.
These big words, man. Well, I don't even know what that means.
Philanthropy by philanthropic endeavors fostering philanthropy.
Oh, my goodness.
So it looks like, I got to say, I like that idea, though. I really do. Dante Young, having fallen on a spear already at least 3 or 4 times this year. Corey picking up win after win after win. Now Dante Young has been protected on some level. He has been a protector.
He hasn't done anything all day. Perfect, right? That's what a sprinter wants. Sprinter wants to be in there. You want to be the guy. You want to be the fly on the wall. You want to be in the race all day, and no one ever talks about you until the last couple laps.
I like it. Dante, quiet storm now.
Corey's riding, so we already know what's going on.
He's wheel number 3. Rahsaan Bahati, I think you did prognosticate correctly. It's a little early to say, though, right? We always talk about, Worthington has a script, and he fails every time at predicting these races. I just can't predict him anymore.
Let's throw out the script. I'm going to call her right now. If they're racing for Dante, Clever Martinez wins.
Goodness gracious.
I'm calling it right now.
And Clever, we know that he's got good legs. We saw it, and he didn't pay. To your point, he made that bridge really decisively. So he's now had benefit of recovery as they come across for a preem.
Clever takes it.
Oh well, maybe
Clever takes it with 3 laps to go?
3 laps to go. So the question is, that's a gambler's dream. Clever Martinez, so we just boost his confidence. Does he have the ability and the agility to go, with 3 laps, time recovery, and to win this race? We know he is a serious threat to win. Taking that Prix won wonders. You also talked about earlier, Martinez likes that ATM thing, right? So cash is king, and looks like Corey Williams, rider number 2, Corey Lockwood at the point.
This is the point in the race where Miami Blazers should really just rip it right now, right? Because it puts Clever in such a bad spot after throwing out that big Watt sprint. Now, if you're going slow or slow enough that he can recover, now you're giving him an opportunity to get back into the race and actually contest Dante, And I do feel like they're going to be racing for Dante. They have Luke there, so we got Corey, Luke, Dante. And that's Cameron Bond trying to give a little dig as he's going to be seeing 2 laps to go.
That's right.
Soon.
Cameron Bond, he's going to come through with 2 to go, and he made a move off. Once again, you got to give tip of the hat to Ice Speed. That was Giovanni Romero setting up that counterattack, going solo, and then Bond coming over the top. Right now, Cam Bond, 007 on the move.
Yeah, good place to go. You got the win as your favor, slight downhill, and then once you make this turn into turn 3, full-on tailwind where you can go upwards of 32, 33, 34 miles an hour. Look like someone from LABA, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, that's in the south of LA as well, close to where the Williams brothers grew up. They have a nice little bike shop there, getting kids on bikes, and now you see racers out here in the Pro 123 field. So Cameron will be coming around pretty soon and seeing 2 laps to go as he rounds turn number 4. And there they are. And it's going to be Grupo Compacto.
Yes, excuse me, Rahsaan Bahati once again asserting his will. That's Corey Lockwood at the front right there in the reddish kit. Wheel number 2 is Corey Williams with 2 laps to go. This is
and
2
Clever
laps.
Martinez is just 5 riders back, 6 riders back. Dante is about, he's 4 riders back. That's also Luke Fetzer there. So this is looking pretty good for the team on the front, riding a good tempo. Corey Lockwood knows exactly what he's doing. And if Corey Williams has enough left in the tank after such a big week of training, he could really light this thing up on the backside. And once they light it up, it's really hard to do anything after that, Dave.
Absolutely. I mean, it really is. We're in the penultimate lap. Who's it going to be? With another rider spraying off the front, you got to wonder if there's the legs left. And Corey Lockwood, he is absolutely falling on his sword as he's got locked and loaded. Corey Williams, rider number 2 in the Bliss National Champion J, and Dante, forever young, locked and loaded. Clever's going to have to move up because I'm not Clever Martinez. The Venezuelan missile is in position with 1.5 to go.
They're like Adam Bino is back off the front again. This is real good. I love it. He's back off the front again, giving it a go, going into 1 lap to go, making the best team out there kind of reshuffle and figure out how they're going to play this out.
So Cameron Bond pulled back, and here comes the setup as they come through. They're between turns 3 and 4. We have not seen Moto yet, and there's that chicane as they approach turn number 4. They are heading eastbound right now with a prevailing tailwind. Here they come, entering the final corner, and when they come through start-finish, it will be final lap. With 1 lap to go, you're going to hear the bell.
I see Brian McCullough in there. They're going to be seeing 1 lap to go as they cross the start-finish line. I saw Eddie Huntsman in there. We talked about Clever Martinez. Brian McCullough, older guy out there racing with the youngsters. I'm sure he's helping mentor that iSpeed team, which is great. Everyone needs some good mentors. He's one of those hard man type riders. And here they are, 1 lap to go. Let's see. Corey Lockwood still on the front. Will anybody try to jump this train?
Goodness gracious, yes. Brian McCullough now with Big Wheel Coaching, and he's the mentor of iSpeed Felt. Done a tremendous job. Here comes an attack on the outside in a red jersey. Who's that? It looks like he's overtaken Lockwood. Almost took out his
cycling rider, probably.
Yes, almost washed him out. Looks like a SoCalCycling.com rider as he makes that corner cleanly, unscathed. Lockwood number 2, Corey Williams number 3.
Yeah, this is what happens when the speed is not as high as it needs to be. So no one is going to really contest what Miami's doing, right? They've got it all dialed in. There's not really another team out there right now that can hit the front and kind of rattle their lead out. So they were just going to speed that Dante's happy with, and this is the results you see.
And look, it looks like a mad scramble already, but strung out. Corey Lockwood, my gosh, he is absolutely drilling it for around about the entire race. 70 minutes at the front, locked and loaded. And we've got Rex Roberts also in position, and Luke Fetzer looking good. Wheel number 3, will the young lion from Laguna rock the apple cart?
I'm starting to think that Prix hunting from Clever Martinez is playing a bit of a wear on him. There's Redding right there, sitting right. Is that Dante's wheel? He's sitting right on Scott Redding on Dante wheel, but Brian McCullough's going to fight for Dante wheel, and he does. Right up the inside. Oh, what a hook right there.
And that's hooked in the gutter, and that Redding benefited from that. Redding now safe. See, Redding takes the apex.
He takes over.
He goes 200 miles an hour on MotoGP.
Dante's going to fight him to the inside. Who's going to win it? Dante gave up the wheel. It's going to be a sprint now. Here he goes. He's got to go a little earlier because he lost the wheel. And they're fighting now. Luke is on the front giving the last push with Dante on the wheel, second wheel. So this is the perfect lead out. Someone really quick can dive inside. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Here we go.
And it's going to be a blistering sprint indeed as they come raging through that final corner. Who has the money? Who has the guts, the will, the huevos to close? And it's going to be a courageous sprint to the line. My goodness, I don't know if Dante Young was in there.
I think Scott Redding got
it. The Flying Brit unofficial. Scott Redding may have pulled off a miracle.
I think he got it. I could be wrong, but just from my perspective, it looked like my point of view looked like he got it.
Scott Redding in the white kit and the pink hat in a year that has been so improbable. The implausible has happened. I do believe Redding, the Flying Brit, comes over the top, right at the line.
I was looking more at the body language of Dante, right? Like you could kind of tell, from the body language, but definitely a bike throw from 1 and 2. So first place, second place, bike throw. What a finish. We talked about Dante being a fly on the wall, just kind of relaxing and doing what he needs to do as a finisher and having his team repay him for some of the work he's been doing already this year. And hopefully he delivered. It was great.
Wow. We're going to have to suss this one out. The chief official, he's over there, and he's going to talk to the Richard with the camera. That is a photo finish, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get any better than that. There was contact on that final last half a lap. There were elbows out, incidental.
The guts, the will,
here we go with the replay.
Huevos, the
Redding
close,
definitely has the
and
speed.
It's going to be a
Dante Young in the middle.
Sprint.
Looks like Dante on that angle.
The will, the huevos,
really
the close,
hard to tell from
and it's going to be
point on view, but
courageous sprint.
Oh, that is close.
The guts,
that is
the
very
will,
the top 5 is really close.
Huevos,
really close between 1 and 2, and then 3 to 5
good.
is really close as well. So here's a drone shot. Let's see if we can get this drone shot all the way to the finish to see who snuck in for the dub today at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix in honor of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford.
And there's Dante Young. He's got a full bike, and Scott Redding on his right shoulder. Does he pip?
Oh, it's hard to tell. And the road curves a little bit, so the advantage should go to Dante as he was on the inside to the left of the curving of the road. So it's going to be close. They're talking about it right now. You can see our officials kind of going over everything they have to see what angles they can figure out who actually won this race.
What a sprint, time to perfection. Tense moments here at the official stands. And who won this race? Dante Young clearly had a wheel. He had a bike, and Redding with closing speed, a tremendous nose for the line. And we will suss it out. I love it, man. The tension is horrible. I hope it lasts forever. Costa Mesa does not disappoint. Bahati's going to go to the – you might see him on camera. Bahati's going to go check it out. Was it Dante Young? Was it Scott Redding? You're watching LACrits.com. We do have unofficial results hot off the press.
However, all right, so unofficially it's Dante. However, they have to go to the static camera that's right above the finish line with video. So the photo is not enough, according to Chief Ref. So they're going to the booth. They will look. That's how close it was today here at the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Memorial Grand Prix in sunny Southern California. in a little town called Costa Mesa. My co-host here, announcer Dave Worthington. This is his hometown.
This is indeed my hometown, and it is gorgeous on display. We love it here in Costa Mesa, and we are abundantly stoked to have the action here back at the Grand Prix. Costa Mesa, job well done. We've got one more, the pro women at the line. They will be rolling in short moments.
I mean, in bike racing, as a spectator, as an announcer, as anyone involved, that's what you want to see. We love the breakaways because it's such a big effort, right? To see someone off the front with just 2 legs and a couple lungs and a heart outlast hundreds of people behind chasing them. That's amazing. But the sprints, I mean, I'm biased because I was a sprinter, are the most exciting in our opinion. And there it is. The women are off, and you can see me from the drone shot. I'm waving at you guys. In this amazing little booth we have here. I've been to a lot of bike races, Dave, and I haven't seen any announcer in such a plush box right here.
Box suite for
4 solar panels, got AC, we got a table in here, we got a couch. I've been announcing from a couch all day. I'm standing up now because I got excited for the sprint, but I'll be sitting back down. Maybe our drone shot can get a little lower and see me hanging out on the couch. We got some windows here. I can see everything that's going on. You know, we're gonna do another one. We're gonna have your buddy build another one, and we're gonna knock this solid wall down, and then we're good to go. It's like PGA Tour, man.
It really is pretty luxe in here. What a great
Really
venue.
nice.
Very, very nice atmospherics, and it's been an absolute pleasure with one more race to go. And yeah, certainly the city of Costa Mesa did indeed roll out the red carpet. And we are in the Lux Modular ADU with officials now giving us our top 3 in our pro men's.
Here you go. Oh.
That's harder. Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at Costa Mesa, California, LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. We do have the official. It's been inside of 10 minutes, so good job on film.
Quick.
Very quick. LACrits.com, tip of the hat, and to our officials, indeed, confirmation in first place today. He did it, man. You called it, Mr. Bahati. You called it. Dante Forever Young pulls off a miracle, and very good sprint. And second place, the aforementioned Scott Redding from the UK. Great to have Redding taking the silver today, representing on the podium plaza today, all the way from London. And third, a courageous effort in third place. And he was only about a wheel off, Aiden Papel with iSpeed Felt. So your top 3, Young taking the win. Redding second, and Aiden Papel taking third.
Imagine if Aiden didn't ride as hard as he did the entire race, right? Just a little bit hanging on, and I don't know. It may be a little different at the end. But third place for a guy who rode so hard during the race, Aiden, pretty amazing. New team, that's always good. But yeah, good job by Miami delivering Dante Young to the line. I mean, I'm telling you, these early races, man, we're just in March here. It helps with confidence big time, especially as a sprinter. You know what I mean? It's really hard to get into a groove when you're not winning. So having Dante get that dub today is big, and it also gives his team confidence in him that he could actually win. What's up, man? We got some people coming in saying hello.
I had this 360 shot right here, like it had to be like
We're live right now.
You see, we're too friendly. We're too friendly. We got friends coming in yelling at us, but that's how exciting actually the finish was. The fellow racers are just happy to see that we had such a great finish. So. That was kind of funny. Came in, we're talking. Maybe he thought we were pre-recording or something, but yeah, folks, we are live. LACrits.com. I'm here with David Worthington. We've got drones, we've got steady cams, we've got static cams, we've got iPhones, we got it all, and we have, most importantly, we're racing for Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. her dad is keeping the memory alive, and we're excited to help him do that. It's up to our community to make sure this comes back, and this is an annual thing. So if you're out there listening, watching, want to support, ring my bell, ring somebody's bell. We want to get you involved. It's for a really good cause, and I truly believe the cycling community is one of the best communities in the world. I've been in a lot of communities. I've been been around a lot of people, and I would specifically say Southern California has one of the most dynamic cycling communities in the entire world.
Well said, Rahsaan. It truly is on display. Proof positive that there is unity in the cycling community, and there is an expression that the flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long, in memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. And so in remembering her life, we reflect on our own lives and our lost loved ones, and in the present and in the past. And it's about celebration of what we need. What is the remedy of society? Sometimes it's escapism. And where do you get that beautiful escapism? Sport and music. We talked about music earlier. There was a race about 10 years ago where Mr. Bahati wins the pro race, and then we take him to a studio about a kilometer north of here and lay tracks. Bahati was recorded putting down some really tasteful polyrhythms and some paradiddles. But he had sticks on bongos, and we were playing percussion. That was a moment that I will never forget.
Times.
Yeah,
that was good times.
Good times indeed, man.
And then it was put on a CD. That's how long ago it was. It was put on a CD. There was no digital download.
It was a CD. And
I think Napster was definitely around then, but we weren't on Napster yet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're big in Japan, too. We can maybe get Ray Mars to strike up that track. I don't know if we, if not this race, certainly the next one at lacrit.com.
Looks like they are preparing for the 45-50 podium. That was a really good race as well. Came down to the end, a lot of back and forth. And then one guy survived out of the break. Rudy Napolitano from Sirius Cycling made it to the finish line in true dramatic fashion. It's pretty cool to see him win. And to see Patrick Fetzer off the front in that group. He was definitely gobbled up by a few riders, but being that it was a group that was separated by age, I think he was able to slip on a podium there. We have a rider in our booth with a sunflower skin suit on. I think it's the same guy who was rolling around with a disc wheel. That is Ronnie. We talked about Ronnie earlier today and how long he's been in the sport and how the bike transcended his life. Believe it or not, Dave, I don't know if you ever heard this. When I launched the foundation, the Bahati Foundation, in 2010, it was actually named Transcend Foundation. I did not name it the Bahati Foundation for many reasons. I thought it was kind of like weird to name a foundation after yourself. And I just always believed that the bike transcended your life, you know, no matter where you come from. So it was this Transcend Foundation. We're actually still Transcend Foundation, DBA, Bahati Foundation. So if you're ever looking for us to donate or be involved, you may find Transcend Foundation under Gold Star and check out what we're doing.
That's cool. And evoke is also the term for evoke is to bring forth. So kind of similar philosophy,
Nice.
to bring forth, to actualize, evoke.
I didn't know that.
One more. So you hearing this track, Bahati? Okay, not yet. So on the cans, we'll get back to the race real quick, and we'll just have this as a betting. But this is a track with Rahsaan Bahati being tracked on percussion. So this is an outtake. It's part of the drum track. So Bahati's playing to the bass player and to the drummer. He comes into the studio unprepared and working on my music project, the Dos Gatos project. This is him on
I hadn't
percussion.
played in years, though.
Right.
So 13, probably since 2005, I hadn't played. I was so nervous, man. I was like, no, I can't get on the drum, especially recording. I haven't played in like 10 years, man.
You didn't show it at all. We did not see any nervousness at all. And again, Bahati wins the race. So he collects the toils and the flowers and the photo op, et cetera, and he's whisked to a studio and he's laying down this track.
Put me on the spot.
Of course, we sent him the tracks about a week earlier. I don't think you didn't listen. You came in cold.
Too busy training.
Yeah. What the drummer calls finding the pocket, right?
All you got to do is find the pocket, baby.
Yeah, and fill it in, accentuate, find those polyrhythms, and it was very tasteful. And at the end of this session, there was essentially a standing ovation by these record folks, these musicians, going, wow, you killed it. And you can actually hear on the outtake, we'll share it maybe in the future, you can hear people yelling and screaming. And I think somebody, Worthington, saying, he started from 10 kilometers out to close on that one. And Bahati looks at it, it's on tape. He goes, I was fixing to get tired there at the end or something like that. It was great. It was a good time, serendipity, and having you in the recording studio is just affirmation that you got fast twitch here on the streets, but also in the recording session.
You do get tired if you're not constantly playing. Man, you get fatigued quick, because the biggest thing that I notice when I don't play for a while and I pick up the sticks is that I'm so tensed, right? I'm not relaxed. And the more you play, the more relaxed you are, and the longer you can play. You could do this for an hour if you wanted to without any issues. So, yeah, it was just a little rusty, but it was fun. I remember that day.
Yeah, it was a good time. I mean, a lot of people forget that Bahati went to University of Indiana and pursued a music degree. So, and he used to play the kit as well. He doesn't talk about it much, but yeah, he could play the full kit. Here he was on percussion.
Oh, I had a little kick right there. I heard that. I didn't know I had that in me.
Yeah, you can hear it. You got the volume. Good. Yeah. It's nonstop, essentially. You're going full tilt for about 4 minutes. So we're back.
Like a preem going on here, huh?
Back to the action. 10 minutes into this race. This is our women pro. And that's
Georgietta.
close. It looks like the Romanian Rocket taking that.
She's like clever. She's always going after the preems.
Right. And
always.
She got Holly Breck there from the pocket. Job well done. Georgietta racing for Devron West Coast Cycling Team.
So this is fairly quicker race than the pro men. Pro men race 70. Women are racing 50. They're already 11 minutes in. So only 40 more minutes to go. So you definitely have to be careful. I'm looking out of the window here, and I see the co-founder, CEO of Zwift, Eric Min, has been racing every single race that he can race over the last few weeks. Last week in Long Beach, he had to get close to 100 miles. I think he raced 5 times, and today he raced at least 4 times. And it's also cool to have him out here, in the flesh and not as an avatar on Zwift. But the Zwift training is real.
Well, Min got a few call-outs. He won some money today. He's a preem bandit. That's a real deal. There's Georgietta Ungarianu taking a tug at the front right now at the tippy point of the peloton. Georgietta having a tremendous season. Remember, she is 2-time national champion in Romania. She won there in 2021 and again re-upped for the jersey in 2023. So Georgietta, the Romanian Rocket, she's starting to put on a show. Watch out for Holly Breck. Holly Breck with Team DNA is in this field, and she is a very special rider indeed.
Tough rider. Rides hard, very hard.
Very hard. And she won in a thrilling battle for the points competition at Redlands Cycling Classic just last year, winning that competition, which put a giant feather in her cap. Her team, DNA, is a international team. They've got riders from Venezuela and from South America, from Mexico, Canada as well, and they are stacked this year. DNA has re-upped, and watch out for Holly Breck at Redlands. She is primed, and good to have Holly in town. She's always supporting cycling. When she can race locally, she's here. Holly Breck, she'll put sunshine on a cloudy day. Another cool thing about Holly Breck is she supports InCycle. When she's in town, she's really a part of that kind of that purple rain. She'll step up and kind of mentor new riders with InCycle, and San Dimas with the Go Fast team as well.
Feel like they're ringing a bell for another preem, rider number 58. That is Feline Andres Schaefer, InCycle Mommies. Followed by Camilla Arnes, LABA.
Right. Feline is she's an MD. We can't forget Kendall Ryan. Do we have confirmation that
Kendall is there. I saw Kendall out there today. She is racing in all black. I believe she has 2 other teammates as well. So they haven't received their new kits yet. Still a little early in the season. But yeah, she doubled up. Started in the pro race, getting some of those pro miles in, and now she's here in the pro women's race.
All right, so Kendall Ryan from Ventura, California. She's a stage winner at the 2018 Amgen Tour of California. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any bigger than that. The Tour of California. So we're talking about Kendall Ryan. She's a former national champ. She's won at Dana Point.
Everything.
Right, Valley Sun, Tour de Merida, Salt Lake City, big win in Chicago, and also U.S. Pro in Knoxville, Tennessee a couple years back. Second place last year to Corinne Lebecki Rivera. But Kendall Ryan in the house right now, riding for Legions of Los Angeles.
If you want to lose to anyone, Corinne is okay to lose to. You know what I mean?
Well, and you know, who got third in that race was Chloe Patrick.
Oh, yeah.
So 1, 2, 3 in representing Southern California, and they took on the entire nation of the domestic programs and took 1, 2, 3 Southern California style.
And now Chloe's actually racing in Europe right now with, is it Sineska? Something like that, yeah. All women's team focused on women's development. And Robin Farina, who actually used to race as a pro here in North America, is heading up that team. And she's always looking for young talent. She tells me all the time, man, we need someone, not a junior, but like right at that 18, 19, 20-year-old that's ready to grow up and get their lashings here in Europe. So anyone out there listening, have any women that's ready to take their talents to Europe, this is it.
It's all about development. Also in this, it looks like that could have been wheel number 2, was Joyce Monton. She won just 7 days ago. She won a race. She is also with the Legions of Los Angeles, winning the major motion crit at Hughes Park there in Long Beach. And congratulations to Joyce Monton. Last week, I should say, she's truly in good form right now. Laurel Rathbun also in the field, and she is a special rider, a former NCAA national champion on the road. Rathbun from Colorado, racing for Encycle Mommies. And she had a tremendous offseason, taking an extremely impressive second place at the Hardman Classic gravel race in Anaheim, California. I was privileged to call that, and that was won by none other than Scott Redding in the men's. And in second place in the women's, Laurel Rathbun. She is a special rider and your current state of California criterium champion.
And speaking of Laura Rathburn, she's off the front, absolutely burning the field right now. She's solo.
Yeah, she's solo right now, and she's got really, really good form. She's always fit. She does a lot of traveling and stuff, but she manages to get the miles in. So watch out for Laurel Rathbun. You wonder if that's going to solicit a big response from Legions of Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah.
And there she is right there. That's Laurel Rathbun in that high-vis red-pink kit. And Holly Breck now, she's got some consternation at the front, wondering. It looks like Endis with Encycle Mommies. They've got a new kit as well. Hard to determine some of these colors now as they change every year.
I'm not even sure Holly's out there. I haven't seen Holly yet. This definitely would have been a move she would have been on the attack for. I suspect we should see something from Legion coming up pretty soon. If Kendall's out there, she may be able to jump across to that.
That is Holly.
She was hiding.
Yeah,
so Holly is in the field, and I'm not even sure. I saw Kendall. I thought I saw her rolling around. Maybe she was just doing a cool-down lap after the pro men's race.
I confess.
Maybe that's what it was. She was doing a cool-down lap. I thought she was going to enter this race as well to get some more miles in. So she is not out there. The lone Legion rider is by herself. That is Lori Sharp. She's out there by herself. And that's going to be a big task for her as well. She's new to racing in North America. I can't remember exactly which Central America, maybe even South America country she's from, but definitely a good rider.
And you can tell that's Holly Breck right there in the white and splashy
That's definitely Holly.
You can see her style. She really generates a lot of power into the drivetrain. And ladies and gentlemen, Kendall Ryan is a rock star in the sport. She was on the start list, so don't think that we were just discombobulated up here. She was on the start list, and I'm not really clear why she wouldn't be at the line. She is not. She paid her $40, $50, and we thank you very much. So right now, Holly Breck getting across to this move. This is going to elicit a response from the pack. We're at 19 minutes into this 40-minute race. Check that, 50-minute race Two rider solo off the front. Holly Breck, it's go time. She's going to capture that rider for sure. She's got tremendous form coming off a block of training, getting ready for Redlands Classic.
So Lori is actually from Jamaica. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
She's from Jamaica, a national champion in Jamaica. And I actually, so I go to Instagram and I find her on Instagram. I follow her. Feel ashamed that I didn't know I follow her. But this is amazing. She's here racing with us. Jamaican national champion. I remember first learning about her, actually, it's coming back to me, when she was on the Canyon SRAM team. They had like a Devo team where they're trying to get smaller countries involved into the highest level of the sport. And that's when I first learned about her.
That's awesome. That is so cool. So I wonder where she trains and resides now. You know, probably hard to get some hard miles in Jamaica, man, because, well, here comes Georgetta in the gutter. And she bounces in and bounces out. There's a cause for tense moments right now with two riders that are very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
This is that finish, or I should say that stretch that is most arduous as they face a block headwind, and the cameras are deceiving. This is a very tough stretch, and that gap is bigger in reality as that camera is shooting due east on a westbound longest stretch of this trapezoid course. And that's the Romanian rocket at the point.
So I guess we're losing our wits, Dave. You know why? I saw Kendall.
Okay, tell me. Talk to me.
I saw her. I just saw her with my own eyes. I'm not going crazy.
Right. So with the naked
we
eye.
definitely saw her out there. Legion looks like they're starting to get together, and they're getting ready to pull something off. I saw Joyce. I saw Lori. I saw Kendall all riding together. And I think that is Kendall right there in the blue helmet going to give that dig. So she had her teammates set it up on the headwind side. Now she has caught Georgetta off guard. If she makes a big dig here, that's Camilla from LABA. And look at the gap. This could be our winning move if they can get together. Kendall's got a lot of horsepower, very experienced. Holly's up there, horsepower, very experienced. And, of course, our first rider who actually started the break, Laurel, is up there. So it could be a good combination.
Could be a good combination.
Who's that from Evoke?
We'll get confirmation on that. That could be Chia.
It looks like it.
Yes, Mama Chia also
Mama
there at the
Chia.
front. She's going to try to get in there and represent the 35-plus. But Kendall Ryan is spring-loaded coming from the field.
We got Luke Fetzer over here giving us a hard time through our window. We're going to have to put some blinds up so we can stay focused. But what a great ride by those guys to deliver.
Yeah, Luke Fetzer.
Dante Young to the line for the dub.
Absolutely.
So 7 riders right now are in the breakaway. A lot of different teams represented. Legion, LABA, Encyclo Mommies. Holly Breck is on a UCI team, DNA Pro Cycling. So that's a big deal. Evoke. And here's the reshuffle. Is everyone going to cooperate? Is everyone going to work together to make sure they stay off the front? Lagrange is in there, but I don't know. We'll see. They're starting to look around. And this is what happens when the groups get a little bit too big. The cooperation's not there anymore, you know, and it makes things a little bit more complicated because when it's 1 or 2 riders, they're all in. 3 riders, they're all in. When you start getting a few passengers that are just sitting on and don't want to do anything, the field can see that. The field gets motivated. They chase hard, and they come back. And that's what it looks like is going to happen now. And there it is, just like that. They could not figure it out. So here's the reshuffle. Will we get an attack? Yes, we will. And Psycho Mommies got to get home to those babies. They ain't going to hang around here all day. So they're on the attack. They caused the first attack, got that thing going with the breakaway, but unfortunately came back. Too many ballers in that break. And so now they are on the attack again. One of the fastest parts of the course, actually. This was really fun, hitting this stretch right here with a full-on tailwind and then just screaming through the last turn. We got Mike Hecker live out on the course with his mic, giving all the spectators the 1 and 2s and the ins and outs of bike racing. It's pretty cool. I'm looking to the right of the start finish. Is like cameras and photographers, and there's all sorts of people just hanging out with us. And I was Feline Andres Schaefer, Incycle's mommies, on the front right now. So they're going to keep this thing animated as Joyce from Miami Blazers decides to take up the reins right now and bring that thing back. She doesn't want to see another big break go off the road. Joyce Monton won last week in a sprint finish. Triumph with the hands in the air. It was pretty cool to see her win. She's been working hard. I got a chance to do a documentary with GCN and invited Joyce to be involved, and got a chance to learn a little bit more about her. And incredible story from the Philippines, and so cool to have her here and be on a race team now and be one of the better riders in our area. And this year she's going to get a chance to go back on the road and race the big girls and see her progression, which I think will be pretty amazing. 25 minutes in of a 50 minutes race, so we're just about halfway through. They will be seeing cards really soon. Probably in the next 15 minutes, they will see cards. And when we say cards, there's a lap counter out there that lets them know you have 5 laps to go, 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go, etc. And they time that by the time of the average lap. So once the race takes off, they'll give an average time, say, let's just call it 2 minutes, so they know when they need to put up 5 laps to go, because they have an average time of how much time it takes these riders to get across the field.
That's right. So they prorate, the officials do. They determine when to go to lap cards, and that's when it goes into the red zone. We are here at Costa Mesa. Thank you so much for watching. This is lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars, broadcasting live in Costa Mesa, California. I just walked the course and said hello to Luke Fetzer. Luke Fetzer coming in 4th place in the pro race. So job well done to Luke.
So I guess my time is coming, man, because I'm training with those guys, right? Something's got to happen.
We do have some young bloods in there. Caden Mitchell, 21 years of age, 6th place in the men pro race. So job well done, Caden. Very well done. In fact, if you want to go from top 9, we've got Jason Chiafranco. Good job. Big preem right there. We'll get back to the action.
Jason snuck in there. Nice. Yeah. I like Jason. He's a habitual Eldo racer.
Yeah, and he's a bit of an old-timer at 39 years old, right? The aforementioned Ian Abrams, 8th place. Congratulations with Ice Speed having a great day out on course in the men's pro. Steady Eddie Huntsman, 7th place with Butcher Box. And in 6th place, Caden Mitchell with LA Bicycle Academy. And in 5th place, Nick Trejo from Volair Factory. Job well done. And 4th, the aforementioned Luke Fetzer, the young lion from Laguna with the Austin Outlaws this year, age 19. And in 3rd place, Aiden Papel with Ice Speed Felt. And 2nd place, Scott Redding. Oh, so close from the Flying Brit.
That was really close.
It is very close. And our winner today in the men's pro, taking the gold and grabbing the winner's jersey, Dante, forever young. Congratulations.
Yeah, great race to watch, great race to announce. I truly believe Southern California has some of the best competition that you're going to find. We pretty much always have good races and a lot of talent coming out of here. So it's nice to see the young guys from iSpeed get in there. 2 guys in the top 10. It's pretty cool. And now we have the women on course. Holly Breck just took a digger through turn 1 to really put some pressure on the field. And once everyone caught back on, it was like, let's take 5 minutes off, because that was a big hit. But Psycho Mommies is on a roll today. And it looks like Camilla from LABA, she's trying to get into the break too. She had a breakout win last year, day 2 of Tosa Tough. I believe is one of the tougher days. Even if you're having a really good day, Crybaby Hill at Tosa is good for you. But not everyone's having a good day on the third day at Tosa Tough, and it's such a crapshoot. Day 2 is actually one of the hardest days, I believe, at Tosa Tough. So Camilla's trying to get herself across to Encyclo Mommies here, and this could be a little good combination because obviously they both like to ride hard, and if they can get together, it's a win-win for both of them.
Yeah, it looks like Laurel Rathbun also, she's punching tickets there at the front, and she's got a smart gap.
She's not waiting on anyone. Sometimes you're like, all right, she's there, let me wait. I don't know. I would wait a little bit, maybe in the headwind section, get a bit of a recovery to get a little bit of help from some more from another rider out there, but obviously she doesn't need the help, and she's riding pretty strong.
She's got a half a stretch right now, and good combination if they get together and coalesce. But to your point, Rahsaan, they are nowhere near together. They are two solo riders, independent. Going to be difficult for her to latch on.
Yeah, and this is the women's 1, 2, 3. The threes are scored separately, right? But how cool would it be for a Cat 3, which I think Camilla is, rider in the blue, and she's making a little bit of ground right here to our leader. Imagine winning the outright, not just her 3 category, but beating the more experienced rider per se with $1,000 prize money.
And do look at the contrast in styles. Rathbun definitely ticking away in that headwind. Just a little bit better form on the machine. See, she's on a rail, and rider number 2 clearly struggling, getting sideways, but the guts are there on display, the tenacity of this chase, but she is absolutely at about 110%.
Yeah, that's her riding style. It's just rocking and digging, making sure every bit of energy she can grab goes into those pedals. When I was growing up racing, my late coach, Mark Whitehead, would always tell me to focus on people's characteristics when they're riding. You can tell when certain riders are getting tired because that left knee pokes out one way or they start squabbing their elbows. So I'm a natural rocker when I ride. I kind of weave back and forth left to right my torso, and so it's always the same. So it's hard to tell when I'm actually hurting unless you really see my face. And that's one thing I learned is just learning people's characteristics. So when you have a rider like rider number 1 who's so smooth on the bike, it's hard to tell if she's suffering or not.
Yeah, one of the most decorated Masters riders, Thurlow Rogers,
yep,
all over the machine.
He had that bob. Yeah,
yes.
he had a big bob.
It looked like an oil derrick, right?
Yeah,
Pumping
up
oil.
Up and down, yeah, absolutely.
Grasshopper. But so, yeah, the point is you really can't just size up somebody's legs or form. There's something else with heart and whatever is needed to get to the line, which is dotted. But what a contrast there in styles.
So Camilla's kind of in no man's land, right? She's like a little too far away from our leader and close enough to our field. I think the field will probably catch her pretty soon. Now, what happens with the reshuffle? Once they catch rider number 2, do they continue to go after rider number 1? So that's Holly Breck on the front. She said, I've had enough of this. Why are these guys standing on the road? I don't know. But Holly Breck is on the attack right now.
And that's Heather O'Brien taking turn number 1 alone.
Heather O'Brien. She's rolling.
She is absolutely rolling. Let's see if Rathbun uses this. Rathbun has to use her teammate. We talked about this. It's incumbent on Rathbun to get in the slipstream, get in the wheels.
There's Heather there on this amazing shot.
That's an amazing shot indeed by LACrits.com. Our drone cam capturing every corner, every squeeze, every finish in Technicolor.
And you can see how the speed kind of slowed down a little bit, right? We keep talking about between turn 1 and 2. It's not going to change. This time of day, the wind changes. It comes in from the west, and it absolutely just stops you in your track. And it's hard to tell from this shot right here. Those drone shots really show you the speed that the riders are going. And Heather is doing a very good job. She's going to get a little bit of relief as she rounds turn number 2 right here, and she'll start to pick up a little bit more speed and get back into a nice little rhythm as the wind and the course is a little bit more in her favor.
A very astonishing scene right there, is it not? As she enters that mild chicane between 2 and 3, there she is alone. You can get the peekaboo through the trees. The streets are tree-lined here, and a lot of grassy green areas. There's the Tesla facility coming up on the left side of the picture. But we're all about Audi Fletcher Jones today and Heather O'Brien as she is punching tickets. We are inside of 33 minutes into this race, a 50-minute race, 17 minutes to go.
Still a long way to go. What are you thinking? Think you come back?
Well, there's so much talent in the field. Kendall Ryan, I don't think, certainly she's lost a little bit of the power after going, I don't know how many laps she did in the men's race.
A majority of it.
Well, yeah, that'll pay its toll. But she is such a clever rider. I'm talking about Kendall Ryan. I think she's doing the calculations. I don't think Heather's. We shall see. I hate to say that because it sounds like I'm poo-pooing this move. It's an absolute courageous move.
No, but we ride bikes and understand what it takes to pull something off like this, giving, like you said, the talent behind. So, yeah, it's all up about. And speaking of Kendall, she's on the front right there, just kind of not really going all out, but just kind of keeping this thing in check. There's a preem lap right now, so perhaps the promoters outside, Mike Hecker is trying to, our announcer, I should say, entice the group to pick up the pace and go for it. So Holly, followed by Kendall, followed by Chi, followed by Camilla. I see Joyce. So all the heavy hitters are riding towards the front of the peloton right now to try to keep this thing in check.
And hello, friends. The azaleas are blooming. Here we have March Madness and Costa Mesa. We are at 5 laps to go.
So lap cards are out, 35 minutes in. This race will be over before you know it. They have to shut it down now, or she'll definitely make it to the finish.
So Heather O'Brien, you can see the shoulders starting to rock. Remember, I was admiring her form earlier, but it is absolutely a bitch to go up against that headwind, and she is into the teeth of the monster right now.
Yeah, Heather's doing a great job keeping her steady pace going. She's hasn't really faulted. You can see from this beautiful shot that the field is kind of all looking at each other. When you see the field go from curb, in this case, to the cones, that's a telltale that no one's really putting out an effort. And it looks like Georgetta had enough of that, but N-Cycle Mommies right on top of that, just getting into it like, hey, we're not going to let you go across. If you get across to Heather, you have the potential of winning. So we're going to go ahead and shut that down. And so what happens, Georgetta's going to pull off eventually here, unless someone from 4 wheels back, and it looks like Holly is about 4 wheels back, unless she takes off, it's going to really slow the field again because N-Cycle Mommies has rider number 2 and rider number 3 right in a position to really shut things down.
And how about N-Cycle Mommies, their team director, Priscilla Savard, right now, barking signals, doing an amazing job. This is textbook. You see how they've got a rider up the road, and it's the art of non-cooperation, the blocking by N-Cycle Mommies. Priscilla Savard,
and there it is.
A consummate pro. Look at that.
Georgetta's off the front. Not one person countered. This goes into the favor of Heather and N-Cycle Mommies. This hesitation right here gives Heather another 2 to 3 seconds, just like that.
It does indeed, and that's textbook right there. Again, the art of non-cooperation. It's not like they're blocking physically. It is the ability to kind of sit up and scrub a little bit of speed. And here they're even gapping out Georgetta. Sometimes they'll say dirty pull. I'm saying it's fine. There's nothing wrong with this. You're going to filter back, and now you've got to cover a big move right here. That could be Monton, but Georgetta clearly, she is taking the bull by the proverbial horns, and she is rocking right now as we come through. It's going to be 5 to go. It's going to be 4 to go.
4 to go. Yeah, they are seeing 4 to go. So this race will be over in the next 8 minutes. And Holly.
And Kendall.
Georgetta, 2 mommies. I like calling them the mommies. That's such a great name, N-Cycle Mommies. They are all mothers, which is amazing to be out here racing and be a parent, which is it's tough. I'm glad my kids are almost out of the house. I'm breaking the plate as soon as they turn 18. Cloud, get out of here. No, I'm just kidding. They don't have to go anywhere. I love my girls.
Yeah, here's a joke for you. If Barbie's so popular, why do we have to buy her friends? And right back to the action here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Thank you so much for watching. LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. And this is getting down into the red zone. Kendall Ryan saying, I'm going to help this chase. And Holly Breck also at the front. Rider number 3 in the chase is the Romanian Rocket in Monty's in 5th. And we've got N-Cycle Mommies, and we have, it looks like they're getting a little bit boxed in the gutter right now.
Yeah, you throw it in the gutter like I talked about earlier to make sure everyone feels the pain that you're inflicting on them. And just like that, Heather is back in the field. So, will we see another counterattack from Encycle Mommies? They've been the aggressor. Why not? Go for it again. They don't have PC here, who's technically their sprinter, right? So they can rely on her, but she's not here today. I'm not sure the makeup of their team, if they have another sprinter. Is that why they're being so aggressive? But Georgetta has been doing a great job, really monitoring the front of the race. She's followed by Kendall Ryan and then Holly Breck. And so these are the riders that are going to be going for the win up here. It'd be great to see Mommies just give it another go. They got nothing to lose. They have about 4 riders in the peloton and really keep the pressure on. You can see Joyce at your bottom right making her way towards the front to be in a nice place to contest the sprint. They're going to be seeing 3 laps to go when they cross the line.
And to your point, Feline Ender-Schaefer, she definitely has the tenacity and the legs to get away, to at least cause space and stress. And there she goes. That's Feline Ender-Schaefer on the outside, right on cue. This is a giant acceleration. She knows she cannot outsprint Kendall Ryan. So she's going to give it a rock and a roll. And it's desperate moments right now as we get down into the final laps.
Yep, and I saw Georgetta just kind of put the pressure a little bit on the pedals. Wasn't a big, huge chase. Just kind of motivate the field with 3 laps to go. They're going to be seeing 3 laps to go as she crosses the line right here. 40 minutes in of a 50-minute race, 3 laps to go. Georgetta has brought it back, and I'm starting to see Lori, the Jamaican rider here, starting to get to the front. She's going to be setting up. She's going to be sacrificing herself for the betterment of her team. She does have a sprinter out there, 2 sprinters actually. Even though they're not on the same team, they're on the same team today in Kendall and also in Joyce.
And we are getting down into the marrow, into the heat of the meet. Feline Ender-Schaefer, the Encycle Mommies, she's pulled back. And watch out for the counter. Looks like it could be Rathman, wheel number 2. Also, here is another rider from Encycle Mommies coming on the inside in that gutter. That is a textbook counter move.
Absolutely.
Can't tell if it's Heather O'Brien, but that is causing all kinds of ruckus and pandemonium with 3 laps to go in our women's pro race right here in Costa Mesa, California.
And boom, Holly said, I'm having enough of this. No more of setting tempo. I'm going to jump across to this, shut it down real quick, which is important at the hardest part of the course as well. So, and she's causing gaps like a Lagrange rider, doing very well getting on that wheel of one of the strongest riders out there in Holly right now, riding for DNA. I think they're out of Utah. Really good teams, been around for a while, race in Europe, race all over the U.S. So she is one of the most experienced riders out here. Kind of a local, does a lot of the local rides out in Montrose, rides with the boys a lot and gives us a hard time, Holly Breck, and it is back together. Will we see another counterattack?
It's just one attack after the other. This is exciting racing.
There it is.
And here comes another one. Holly Breck is bringing that back like graffiti on concrete. She's like a barnacle on the boat. Everything on a short leash. And here's another bam attack from Encycle Mommies. They are definitely putting on a textbook, and they are firing above their weight class here today, playing above the net. March Madness has arrived in Costa Mesa, California.
I mean, this is the way you take it to them, right? Just one after the other, relentless. I remember watching the Maryland Cycling Classic last year. I had an opportunity to work there, and I interviewed Tom Scoins, right? And I said, what's the game plan? He's just like, we're going to attack and attack and attack and attack till we can't attack anymore. And that's exactly what they did, and they end up getting the win. So, you know, sometimes it works out, other times it don't. It could work out today as they see 2 laps to go.
And sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. We are good and lucky right now in Mommies. Definitely Priscilla Savard going, this is what we talked about. We put it up on the chalkboard, walk the chalk. And it's about team amalgamation and hitting them left, right, and center. Encycle Mommies putting on a show today. Can they rock the apple cart? With 2 laps remaining in this bicycle race, Costa Mesa, who's it going to be? Welcome, everybody. So glad you've joined us here, broadcasting live in Costa Mesa, California. Thank you, LACrits.com. Thank you, director and producer Ray Mars and Majestic Cycling, making it happen.
Feline Schaefer is back off the front. We've mentioned her name multiple times from the Encycle Mommies team. They are absolutely just throwing a gauntlet at this peloton right now. And Holly has to do a lot of work. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of other riders out there that wants to make sure that Encycle Mommies comes to a solo win here. So Holly's doing a lot of work. You saw Georgetta on the front. And then they're going to attack again. Yeah, that could be Potter.
Yeah, it could be Potter indeed. Jessica Potter. Oh, she's going to put down a good move, but Holly Breck once again, like graffiti on concrete, she's stuck to that. A short leash right now. All heads on a swivel. We are definitely down into the nitty-gritty. This is where the wick gets sticky.
Yeah, that was definitely Rebecca Potter right there on the front. I always tell people, when you're going to attack, it's got to be so violent that no one wants to follow you. She did the right move, but she did it too close to the peloton, didn't even give herself enough space to give the illusion that she's far away from them, right? So when you're attacking, it's got to be big, it's got to be violent, it's got to be, I'm so far away from you that you don't want to get out of your saddle and chase me.
Sorry to cut you off, Rahsaan Bahati. You want to take a runner, that's exactly what the Romanian rocket just attempted. You take a runner, you come from the back. Now, it may not have worked, but certainly that was a good idea by Georgeta Ungareanu taking that move. But Encycle Mommy's definitely got the textbook today. They are read up and they have done their homework. They are covering every move, trying to use the numbers as their advantage.
Yep, and they're going to be seeing one lap to go. I see Joyce at the bottom of the screen there, about 10, 11 riders back. She is a sprinter, as we talked about, won last week in Long Beach. Smaller field today, so a little easier to move up when the fields are a little smaller. But they're actually going really fast right now, and they're going to be seeing one lap to go.
And I got to say, Encycle Mommies, they have absolutely done a great job carving it up like a holiday turkey, slicing and dicing as we get down to one lap. This is one lap, everybody, with one lap to go. Who's it going to be? Costa Mesa Grand Prix, the finale.
Yep, and speaking of Joyce, she's moving up very nicely on the inside right there. About 5 riders from the back. She's going to slip into about maybe the top 8 right there, right next to the Lagrange rider as they take turn number 1. And Mommies is on the front, and this is where it gets hard. How can we keep the pace up without dying right here? Let's see where Holly is. Let's see where Kendall is.
Kendall Ryan about halfway down on your screen. We're number 70 in the black kit. Now she's moved up to rider position roughly 9, and she is definitely queued up. And here comes a move from the outside. Kendall Ryan patiently, slowly integrating forward. She's got eyes on the prize, but what you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen, patience.
Patience, yeah. And again, I mean, I know it's redundant, but we're talking about this small section of the course. It's actually really hard. It adds a totally different dynamic. It zaps all of the power out of your legs. So you could be going 30 miles an hour. You hit that corner, and you're going like 25. And so you just want to get through this section without dying, and they're doing a great job right in the front.
And who is on Kendall Ryan coming over with the top of the shoulder is Holly Breck. Those two getting together, these professionals, these consummate pros are looking at each other. Oh, my goodness. This looks like this could be a silver platter situation. Time will tell.
Joyce went from the back of the field, so now rider number 3. Kendall, in my opinion, is the GOAT out there, is the fastest finisher. Let's see if she's having a good day. Holly can definitely hold her on. And now Mommy's is starting to fall apart. Georgetta's on the inside with a little cheeky move here. Let's see if she could catch them off guard. But it goes right into the favor of Holly Breck. And I also see Camilla from LABA on Holly's wheel, followed by Kendall Ryan.
Yes, and we saw Kendall Ryan trading paint there just a second ago, and she is not going to give up the space as they enter the final corner. Coming up shortly, about 100 meters on the final corner. We are approaching the final.
And here's a little attack from Encycle Mommy's going a little early. It could work. Let's see. They're going to be hitting this last turn pretty soon. Kendall, Holly's second wheel followed by Kendall, and there's the little gap. Georgetta. And then it's LABA. Here's come the big sprint. Can Kendall get over the top? It's going to be close all the way to the line. It is going to be Encycle Mommy's for the dub. Rider number 69.
Wow, she has shocked the world. That is Laurel Rathbun. Laurel Rathbun in a year that has been so improbable. The implausible has happened. Laurel Rathbun, she has taken the arrow. She has shot it across high in the heavens of Costa Mesa, California. Laurel Rathbun. You strike gold.
It's very easy to mistime that sprint. It comes at you so fast after you come out of that last turn. I think she timed it perfectly. Kendall mistimed it. And what? They came out of the corner the way they finished, first, second, third.
In Cycle Mommies, you just saw a textbook team effort. You saw Rathbun, who is not as decorated as Kendall Ryan, but what you saw was team tactics.
Team tactics. They were the best team out there, by far, from lap 1 to the last one.
It's going to be close all the way to the line.
And look at the gap they put on the rest of the field. Georgetta sliding in for fourth, and they had 3 seconds on them in the sprint.
Yes, good heavens, what a finish. Our women pro putting on a show for us today.
Hey,
it's going to be close all the way to the line.
Great announcing with you. We had some good races today.
Oh, my goodness, did we not? I mean, it just kept getting better as well. Every race had its own script. None of them were the same. No boilerplate today.
Nope, not at all.
These are originals. These are original songs, original tracks. It's been an absolute pleasure to co-announce with you, Mr. Bahati.
Well, that was Taylor Elizabeth Clifford, looking down on us and giving us a great event today. And man, her father, Bart, wanted to get involved with this event and pull it off with Alfie, and it took a village. And this is great, man. Like I said, I've been around for a long time, and I haven't seen anything like this. And I think the new people on the block is really starting to set the standard of what local bike racing scene could really be like. Food trucks, announcing, live stream. I mean, it's here, right? We got all the teams. We got flags and banners and sponsors out here.
Be close
we even had some city councilmen come out, come and hang out with us. So kudos to everybody who put this thing together. I love bike racing. I love watching bike racing. What's the easiest thing to do in the book? Talk about bike racing.
It's been a veritable block party out here in Costa Mesa. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend some time with Mr. Bahati here in the booth. What a show indeed. Majestic Cycling, tip of the hat. You've done a very, very proud job here in Costa Mesa, my hometown. It's been an absolute pleasure. And remember, folks, for every 1 mile of road, there are 2 miles of sharp curb face. That's okay. Together, we'll get up the road. Together, we'll share the load because we stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm talking about you all today who have shown proof positive that there's certainly unity in the cycling community. I'm Dave Worthington. He's Rahsaan Bahati. Ray, Mars, and family. Thank you so much for watching.